Is streaming. I hope I've got my second win, and it says no data, please connect. Oh, please connect. Yes, I think we're connecting. Says excellent. Hopefully something crops up. Okay, something cropped up, and from there we go to the YouTube channel and see if it crops up there. We hope to hear an echo. I've got my second win, and there we are. Well, I don't really have my second win, but okay. Matter of fact, well, we'll get into that soon enough. Okay, so everyone, hit that upvote button. And you have no idea how important that is. That is the most important thing in your life right now, is to hit that upvote button. So we are now going to check to see if we get acknowledged by YouTube sending an email. But before we do that, we are going to go to the infinite call and press that button. And here we are. We were going to see who's going to answer there. And this ought to be good. In the meantime, just checking in with... we just have to wait. Yeah, love that. I don't know if you guys hear that ringing sound. Okay, now live on your channel. Excellent. So we've got acknowledgement from YouTube that we are on. And we are answered by Aristides, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, my main man.
Again.
Yes, you sound so excited. So, how are you? Everything, yeah.
All right.
Okay, good. And
Yeah.
so there's two quotes there that you can, integrate into your blurb at your convenience. And you ready to do the blurb? You want me to hold the stage for a little bit?
I'm essentially ready.
All right, great. So cut loose. You're the man.
Yeah.
And
okay. Just getting everything fired up here, and just getting to the program, hitting that like, thumbs up, upvote, whatever you want to call it. You should hit it right away. That is the very first thing you should do getting here.
Yes.
And then we'll explain the other ways that you can support Douglas. Well, should we you know what, we babble on about pressing YouTube buttons and stuff, maybe we can get to the money straight away, right?
Yeah.
How about that? Well, the apart from liking and sharing and subscribing and all of that, the very best way to support Douglas is to not once, but whenever you are able, send him whatever money you are able. And the best way is with PayPal. And I'm going to put that link right in the chat here.
Thank you so much.
Already made cut and paste. Let's see. Cut, paste. All right. And then a little description. So, I mean, people just see some characters and a blue, it's easy to pass over. So we say, this is, the link right there.
Brilliant. See? You're light years ahead of it.
Yeah.
Light years ahead
of
it.
I guess. And as Douglas is pointing out in his blurb suggestion here, that $5 in a direct donation is worth more than thousands of views in ad revenue, which I don't think you get because you're not monetized.
That's right.
And even if you were, it probably wouldn't amount to much, and then you'd become demonetized anyway. So, unlike other, bullshit, online talking heads that can survive this way, Douglas cannot. So he needs your direct donation that YouTube cannot interfere with or cut off, and that is with the PayPal, and with the added benefit, as you mentioned, that there are, on the replays at least, there are no ads. And God, that is the most annoying goddamn thing when you're just trying to watch something and the ads pop up. Yes. It stops there. You were in a zone. You're enjoying the content, and a stupid ad pops up, right? And you don't have that here, right? You don't have that at all. You have to deal with that. So be glad for that. Show your appreciation there. Of course, there are ways. I mean, you get like pop-up blockers or use this or that browser, but that's, I don't know. Just I'm too lazy for all that. Personally, I'm sure a lot of people are. You know, so yeah, here you go, ad free, and you know, no strings attached. And Douglas puts himself out there, you know, in good faith, and so the best thing you can do is send him along some money to the PayPal, the link provided, but you don't need to have the link. It's just simply Douglas D. Dietrich at PayPal. If you can get there, if you can remember that, you can find him, you can send him money. Or if you totally don't remember anything, just search Douglas Dietrich, because if you don't remember his name, we don't even know why you're here. But Douglas D. Dietrich, or if you do not have a PayPal, or do for some reason, or you can still send money with PayPal. You can actually go to his website, which is douglasdietrich.com. It's hard to forget. If you go there, we should probably put that in the chat too. Do that real quick. That I won't put a description, because you can tell, hopefully, see what it is. So if you go there, ignore the donate button right in the center of the screen. That's a decoy, a malicious decoy. But if you go to the yellow button in the upper right-hand corner and click that, that works, and you should get a little menu of options there. One is just donate with PayPal, but if you can be logged into a PayPal, we suggest to use the because this links to your commercial account, which is just Douglas Dietrich without the middle initial D.
That's right.
But yeah, which you do need a little bit of money in sometimes. But
yes,
especially if you want to send a large amount of money, send it to the link in the chat or the Douglas D. Dietrich. Otherwise, though, it provides you options there to use Venmo, because now the two are linked, and many people do use that. It's more kind of on the go thing on their phones and stuff. It is phone oriented, and or you can just button at the bottom, donate with debit or credit card. That means you don't have to log in. You can just simply send money, only having a debit or credit card and signed in. So there's all your options right there. So really, you know, we would joke about other ways, you know, people can send money and stuff and like that. And no, so unless you don't have any type of plastic that you can use, then in that case, I guess, you know, go down and get a money order, and Douglas will be happy to receive that in his physical mailbox.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, actually, it'll come right through my door slot. Thank God I don't have a mailbox to contend with.
Right. Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, mail slot, even better. Those are fun. You know, that's very quaint. Yeah, don't have to walk out to the mailbox with the thing. I imagine, you know, you'd be like, assaulted by whatever, you know, they'd stop, you know, rummaging through your trash or your food delivery, and they would, you know, rip the shit out of your mailbox as a little break. So if you need to send a physical payment, which we don't suggest sending cash in the mail, that is a bad idea for obvious reasons. Let's see. I mean, well, you freely give out your address, but I don't know. Should I start putting that in the chat too? But got your email
you might
there.
As well. Yes, everyone knows it.
That I don't have handy, cutting and pasting, I don't think. But
I'll put it in there. I mean, I'll put it. Yeah. And give me just a second here to ask, because our man John Doe, who's T-Tank Berry, said, State of the Union poll, American sentiment shifts after Trump speech. So I'm going to ask him, shifts to what? Anyhow, but right now, let's enter this.
You know what? I mean, totally honestly, I didn't even watch.
You didn't miss shit. You didn't miss shit.
No. And I figure the best, I like letting other people, sites or channels or whatever be the filter. Like the best points are going to be clipped out and reposted, so that I don't have to sit through the whole damn thing. That, or just wait until after, and then you can, if you find that on YouTube, then you can watch it like 1.5 speed or whatever, because the guy, he's not worth like your 1-to-1 time.
By the way, here's my fiscal mailing address. Yes. By the way,
where are you gonna put that?
Oh, it's in your
Oh,
private
you
messages.
put it there. Okay, so now
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Yeah, you can
do a little bit of
Yeah.
copy and pasting. But
Yeah. If that fits.
for anybody who can't see, that address is make payable to Douglas Dietrich at 1242 Green Street, San Francisco, California 94109. That's, you could send a postal money order. I think that's about, I don't know what other options there are besides that. I mean, I guess even a personal check, but
Yes.
not really going to argue. I mean, some people might find it hard to go get down to a post office. And
they need
I
the
guess.
exercise. They need the exercise.
Yeah. But maybe for whatever, you never know. I mean, some people, they could live out in Bumblefuck and just be like, look, the easiest way is just put a check in the mail. I guess. I mean, you can deal with that, right? I mean, you have a way to deposit checks, right?
You mean me?
Don't you? You, yeah.
Yeah.
If you had a personal check, you could deposit it, right?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Of course.
Right. Okay.
All
right.
Oh my God.
Okay. Just sure. I mean. Well, I mean, you'd have to physically go to your bank these days, though. And I know you might not be up to speed on this. People have their banking app on their phone, and they just the app will
I couldn't do that.
Take a picture of it.
Geez, I couldn't do that. No, that's I'm a creature of the 20th century. Yeah,
I know.
And
it's convenient though. That app snaps a pic of because whenever you bring it to the bank, all that matters is that it's signed and what the printed numbers are on there.
Interesting. Wow.
Yeah. So the app reads it and it just does the same thing. Well, maybe one day, you can step into that level of technology right before they go to centralized CBDCs and your brain implant to detect thought crime.
But we can take some comfort in the fact that before it gets to that, all society's going to collapse anyway, probably from all the energy being eaten up by AI.
Yes. Well,
did you see 35% of the price of a Hewlett-Packard computer is its RAM now? Because RAM is so fucking...
yeah, RAM's ridiculous. It's it really is. I'm actually trying to delete the cut because when I copied and can I do it? Why can't I do it? Delete the comment I put because the spacing didn't come out right. The spacing between lines didn't come out right.
So here's what
I'm sure somebody could interpret it, but I'm a little kind of a stickler.
Perfectionist. You're a perfectionist, like myself. I can relate. But by the way, we're not sharing any details with anybody, but our man Aristides, he's got an exciting weekend coming up. Everybody, I'm excited for him. Just excited for you.
Yeah, big trip coming up. Yeah. Okay, I'm just trying to...
Says, independent voters have turned sharply against President Trump, according to data from 2 national polls from the same series, with a new survey showing his approval collapsing since the early days of his second term. Okay, there you go. And the audience, again from T. Tank Berry, the audience for Trump's speech was about 13% more Republican than the general public. Oh, yeah, well, no surprise there. Oh, well, yeah, you're in for, if anybody wants to hear an analysis, you're going to get it tonight. I had to suffer through that, so I'll make everyone suffer too. But back to Aristides, whenever you're ready.
Yeah. What is going on here? I am... Is it in there? I'm just trying to get this
it's tricky. I know that you may have to do it one line at a time. You may have to do just Douglas Dietrich, then another line, 1242 Green Street, then another line, because that's how I wound up doing it last time. I just had to do it one line at a time. It's weird, but it just works out better that way probably. And
shouldn't have to. Let me work on that a second. But
And oh wow!
Or put a space between.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the new analysis. The new analytics are in where I can't believe I've never noticed this before, so it must be new. They're giving us concurrent viewers in terms of a graph, as well as the people listening now. And everybody, you're all encouraged to participate in the chat. Yeah, obviously, we don't want people to spam the chat, but and of course, even the trolls, we wind up taking advantage of them. They provide us an opportunity to educate ourselves at times. Like the last time the troll came in, how do I contribute? I'd like to contribute, and brought up every obtuse,
Yeah.
but hey, we learned a bit more in trying to accommodate the idiot. Yes, we did.
Yeah, if you don't find that button there that we talked about at your website, douglasdietrich.com, to use the Venmo. If you go in your Venmo, and I think it was called the Visa Plus feature, it'll let you send money to a PayPal.
Yeah. Yes, which is wonderful. And so everybody else listening, just remember that we're here for you. We need you to be here for us. If you can't contribute, you must distribute. Let people know about the last-born son of Adolf Hitler, the fact that he's alive and well, and hosting transmissions, which are heavily suppressed. So back to Aristides.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm having trouble with the administrating the chat here and
Geez, I hope they
formatting it correctly. I'll keep working on that. Anyway.
No worries.
So yeah, send money, send a lot of money once, send some money regularly. Set up a recurring payment, lets you do that. As we said, all the ways, with PayPal account, without PayPal account, still on PayPal, by paper mail, there's no excuse. So moving on. Okay, back to fun YouTube stuff. Of course, you've hit the like by now, and hopefully you're not seeing a subscribe button. That means you haven't subscribed yet if they're showing it to you. If you do, please hit that. And the little bell icon is the notification feature. If you turn that on, it should give you a little menu. Click the all option to be notified of all new transmissions, and that'll put a little pop-up on your device. So nothing to remember, it just pops up, and all you do is hit it, and you're there. And it's everything. It's a reminder. It's a link or whatever favorite, all in one. Just pops up. Even I use that and click on that. And you need to do that. And you can, of course, share. There's a share button there. It'll generate a link to share. The program's good for the live or the replay. Could copy it out of the just the browser bar. That does work too, but hitting share, YouTube sees that. It feels that. It doesn't know that you're copy pasting, but it sees that, and probably helps the algorithm. Oh, and the reason the algorithm matters and the upvotes matter is because downvotes matter too, and they are placed by nefarious bots. Although cheap bots, right? Used by
Thank God,
nefarious people, and they drive the algorithm down, make it less likely that Douglas can be searched at or suggested, reach new audience that he needs to support him, and also they need him to inform them. So that's why the algorithm matters so much.
Yes.
And just, you will try everything there besides.
Yeah. Oh no! Continue. Try everything there besides.
Besides the downvote, try out all the buttons. You're not gonna break anything. Share, clip. You can clip out a 1-minute segment, even of the live or the replay. It's like a save there during the replay on a PC. You can right click at any time, or something's really interesting you want to send somebody that time, a link with that timestamp built in. You can right click and do that, and you'll know, because the link will have a little and symbol. What do they call it? Ampersand.
Which used to be the, how many letters are in the alphabet? 27, right? But for
I forget.
Yeah, but for hundreds of years, it was the 28th letter of the alphabet. Just for people, you should know that, because I'd like the ampersand to come back. People need to start using the ampersand a lot more often.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it is
yeah.
handy where you have only so many characters
Yeah.
you can
Yeah.
input, and
That's
and
right.
you want to put the word and guess what? There's one character that does.
Yes. Yeah, and this was
Yeah,
before everybody dumbed down with text boxes on cellular units. Yes, this was back
Yeah.
then. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
But
it's convenient now still.
yeah, and by the way, forewarn everybody that if they do subscribe, which of course they
Yeah.
must, you will be unsubscribed. So do forewarn them about that. They always
right.
got returned.
Perhaps only a matter of time, but do
Yeah.
check. You can go to the main channel to check. Don't click on the blue name link of the channel and get yourself out of the window right now, but go check later, or right click on a PC. Go to the main channel, check that. It should say subscribed right there. Have the notification bell right there also. Make sure you're subscribed. And all the YouTube functions can only be done if you're logged into YouTube. So hopefully you are. And if you're not, if you're clicking on thumbs up, nothing's happening, and it's saying you need to be logged in, please do that. And if you don't know how to do that and you have a Gmail, that will work. Any Gmail will get you logged into YouTube. In fact, if you have multiple, or if you're willing to only have one but log in with that, if you go to the little account menu up in the corner, you can actually, where it says switch account, you can actually create channels under your account, multiple channels under your account. Those are actually broadcast channels, not just a user account, but you don't have to put anything on them. But the cool thing is they can all do their own upvoting, as can any unique logins can do their own upvoting. So in theory, you can upvote as many times as your ambition allows here in the Douglas Dietrich democracy, right? So, and the the highest upvoters will get the highest positions in government when Douglas gains secular power.
That's right.
Well, in the advisory cabinet, the actual powerful positions will be ranked by the dollars of your donation. It'll work similar to government today.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. These are all empty promises, because it won't be my job, but a suggestion, perhaps, it certainly wouldn't hurt. So better to feather your nest now and send Douglas lots of money. So when push comes to shove, he remembers who helped him out in the tough times.
That's right. That's right. We've got it down. We've got it down.
Yep.
We've got the plan.
Yep. He's taking notes. He's what is it? Like Santa Claus or something. He's checking it, making his list and checking it twice.
Yes.
Okay. And while you're in that little menu, make sure restricted mode is off. Content can be made adults, what do they call it? Age restricted.
Yes.
Either by the uploader or by YouTube, perhaps just in an automated way if you just are talking about a lot of adult topics, or for whatever reason, and that if restricted mode is on, you won't be able to see it. So make sure that is off. Assuming you're an adult, which we hope.
Yes.
If you're not, keep listening anyway. Is that the worst thing? Right?
Can't be worse than all the other crap they watch.
Yeah, I know, right? Any kid can go on and search out any porn immediately, but it's oh, you want information? Oh,
yeah, no. You won't get that. No. Yeah, you
want useful information. Yeah.
No, you'll never get that. Right.
Yeah, you want the truth? Whoa, buddy. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. So please note all that. Oh, and the comments, which I assume are still off. I didn't slide down here. Yep, still off. Comments have been turned off on the episodes. The latest one, if you go to the main page and you click on the live, their main basically tabs up top. It's videos, maybe home, I think, live. Go to live. Those are all the live streams. If you go there, they should be listed in chronological order. Yes. Go back a few. The green hair episode is the last one where comments were enabled. Leave comments there or anywhere before that. So
Yes.
That will help also.
And
The
and
algorithm.
and by all means do it. Have fun with it. We don't care what you say. I mean, believe
Yeah.
me. But remember, if you do get censored, it's more likely YouTube, not myself. And as for the dates, if we go to the live stream, just to give people the exact dates, we call it Green Hair Day was the last active commentary that was allowed before they disabled my commentary. We'll presume permanently. But everybody upvote when you're leaving comments. Don't forget to upvote. But as for commentary, it's on Mandy Ute's birthday episode, in which I wore a green wig in honor of her because she is known as the Bamboo Lady, or was for a very long time. She was involved in the bamboo trade and dyed her hair green as part of her branding. So wore a green wig in honor of her because I don't have her permission to use her own image. And that was dated Wednesday, February 4th, which it feels like 100 years ago, but it was Wednesday, February 4th. Still within this month zone, believe it or not. And by the way, this is the last episode for this month, believe it or not. Yeah, this month's episode is the last episode we have. The next episode will be in March. So it's just incredible. But that being said, the day in which I was disabled, which also cuts down distribution of my episodes, was the 25th Winter Olympiad episode. So if you go to the 25th Olympiad episode, that is dated Sunday, February 8th. And obviously you can't leave comments there, but do upvote it. I want people to review it because that's the episode that got me effectively, we'll presume, permanently disabled in terms of commentary allowance. That was the day I went off on the genocide in the Gaza. So a certain lobby had me disabled even more effectively than I have been to this point. So if you really want to hear me go off on that lobby, or that interest group, if you will, do review that episode. That's the one that cost me dearly. And back to Aristides.
Well, we covered nearly everything.
Yeah, except footnotes.
Except footnotes. Yeah.
Right.
So footnotes, that means little asterisks in the title of the program, which he always fills up all the available space there, and still has so much more to say or acknowledge. The asterisks refer to the itemized portions in there, but there's always a long description if you click more or see more. Please do review all of that. So there's always a lot to see there. The whatever historical, cultural events, anniversaries, holidays, issues of the moment Douglas would like to discuss. So and he'll talk more about that. Is it still the Lunar New Year or?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It is.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
We should all adopt these religions because it seems like it's like party all the time.
Yeah, I must admit, because my son's husband is of Taiwanese acculturation, and the Taiwanese were heavily Japanized, and I myself, of course, have my late and sainted mother, so sadly deceased, it was half Japanese, half Chinese. It leads to an honoring of both cultures, and at the estates, even though the majority of the blood boys are not Asian. In fact, I could get into the demographics of that, but we'll save that for another time. They certainly learn about the Asian cultures through growing up in this environment, and because their sponsor basically is of that acculturation, we celebrate the Chinese and Japanese holidays particularly, and try our best to try and honor the ethnic holidays of the extraction of the majority of the lads, the blood boys that are raised on the estates for transfusion by, of course, my son's husband, and I myself am paid for my tutelage of these lads, literally in blood. We've gone into this before, my vampirism and all that. We don't need to go into that right now. But I do want people to understand that, yes, there are an enormous amount of Asian holidays. Bear in mind, these are cultures that are thousands of years old. So it's reasonable that would evolve. Yeah. By the way, we're joined by Holly Kiefer. Say hi to Ari before Ari closes up, and yeah, and Ari will
Hi.
kind of close.
Hello.
Hi, y'all.
Yes, that's so adorable.
How are you?
So Ari will wrap up,
All right,
and then I'll
yeah.
do a screen share with both of you just to kind of show you some more aspects of our holidays.
Very good.
Yeah. So Ari, any gonna wrap it up?
That's about it. I think we've
good. Yeah. So then I'll do the
covered
screen
everything.
share. So I'll do the screen
Said
share.
money.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. So I'll do a screen share here. As you can see by the calendar, hopefully everyone can see the calendar who's on the call. This is basically, when it comes to the Asian Lunar New Year, you have a preliminary week, which is the last week of Sinoviệt, or SINÁMese, meaning Chinese, Vietnamese, and all the Sinitic cultures like Singapura. All of these cultures who honor the Asian Lunar New Year tradition, which is all of the agrarian cultures of East Asia, including Japan and Korea. You have this last week of Asian December. So the last week of Asian December was the 9th through the 15th. Until the Ides, or the middle of February, at which point then we entered like the 14 core days of Asian Lunar New Year. So we've only been through 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 of those. We've got, many left yet. Today is actually the holiday of the highest god in the Chinese cosmology of Taoism, which, for those of you who don't know, a lot of people get this idea that Taoism is somehow atheistic. Like, it's somehow like, oh, it's just nature worship, man, but they just don't get it. The Taoism has a highest god, and that is Tian, as in heaven, Gong-Sheng, Tiāngōngshēng, literally God born in nature. It is Providentiäl Health, meaning heavenly grandfather. This is the birthday today of the highest god, and that would be Yùhuáng-Dàdì. Just think Yùhuáng-Dàdì. That's how the Blood Boys pronounce it, which I really don't discourage, because at least they remember it. That's Yùhuáng-Dàdì. But literally that means the Jade Emperor. So this is, of course, in Taoism, he's the sovereign of the universe, the ultimate representation of the sky. So he's basically God. And for those of you who don't know, Taoism has a supreme deity, a god. So it's very much it's not monotheistic, but there's definitely a god above all gods. So this is his birthday today, and I only came home even a little bit early before the show, because I had to conduct a telephonic reassessment for Meals on Wheels. Otherwise, I would have come home just in time to start the show. But as it was, then tomorrow will be this will be, Stone Rock Day. It's basically the birth of stones. They feel that all stones were created on this day of creation in the Sinoviệt calendar tomorrow. And therefore it's forbidden to use stone tools on that day, such as rollers or millstones, very important to agrarian culture. After that, of course, will be the, this will be the son-in-law day again, like the second son-in-law day, where we're kind of closing off the most important aspects of the Asian Lunar New Year. A lot of people in communist China will be returning to a kind of normalized lifestyle, but schools won't reopen until after March 1st. So it'll be right after Communist International Labor Day, which won't be too long from now. A few days after that, schools will reopen in mainland China. Then, of course, after that, we're going to have the day 12 through 14 this will be the traditional Lantern Festival, and that will be ongoing in mainland China, Thailand, areas such as that. But as I said, even though that'll end on the 3rd of March, and that it's only after that schools will reopen in mainland China. So that'll be by my next Wednesday episode, 1 week from today when I come back. Well, I mean, I'll be working with us all on Sunday night, of course. I'll be back for Sunday, but as well on Wednesday, when I'm back for that, that will be when school reopens on the Chinese mainland. However, the Lantern Festival is just beginning in Taiwan, and that's because it coincides with Taiwanese honoring of the tourists. The Taiwanese really respect their tourism, and so they have a day for tourists. That's their version of a holiday, a tourism observance day, and that's when they begin a tourist-oriented Lantern Festival that lasts 4 weeks. It's literally 14 days. Yeah, honey? What's that?
I'm laughing. That's sort of a charming
Yeah.
idea on
Yeah.
their part.
Yeah. Well, the San Francisco Chinatown Parade won't even be until, the 7th. So that again is like all the serious Chinese festivities they do among themselves, and then they have the tourist celebration after that.
But yeah, the National Tourist Day.
Yeah.
I can't imagine that here.
Oh God, no. Yeah, Jesus, if only. It's so sad. I mean, really, we're so far behind socially in the United States. It's not even funny.
And
But
the thing it taught me was nobody hates Americans like other Americans.
yeah, thank you.
It's really true.
Yeah,
They
thank
just
you.
can't stand each other.
Yeah, well, look at us now. We're so divided.
On site. Yeah, I
oh,
know. But this is like, you're in the picnic ground with them and stuff, I mean, it's like they just don't want to be around anybody, even if
yeah.
they've never met them before.
It's so true and so sad. But everybody remember the first full weekend in March is when you need to come to San Francisco Chinatown. That will be for 2 days. We're going to have the open street fair in Chinatown. And on Saturday in particular will be the San Francisco Chinatown Parade. I do want people to know, I said before that it usually always rains on the Chinatown Parade, but that doesn't mean it gets rained out. When it rains, they just hold the parade in the rain. No matter come hell or high water, they hold that parade. So be there for it, and it's it'll be worth your time. By the way, we'll get back to this on March 8th, but March 8th, Sunday, will be Check Your Batteries Day. It's a very important day, and I'll go into why that is, but it can save your life. Just remember that, smoke detectors, carbon monoxide detectors, radon detectors, among other things, change your fucking batteries that day. We'll get back to that, of course, on the day that it happens. But other Asian holidays coming up that we got going here. The Japanese girls' holiday will be on Tuesday the 3rd. And my check deposits in the bank, that's when I'll be doing my bank withdrawal. But this Friday is when I'll do the bank run to print a money order out for my landlady, that is. So aside from that, here on the calendar, fun event for Aristides. You notice I kept it secret what it is, but he's going on a little trip, and so I'm so excited for him. Everybody should be.
He is going on a little trip, huh? That's nice.
Yeah. I don't know whether it involves drugs kind of trip, but actually it does. Is the
location disclosed or no?
It's an ayahuasca retreat.
Yeah.
I'm now, Holly, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Yeah, he doesn't need to go on no damn retreat for ayahuasca. He pops those mushrooms right at home. Yeah. We have this coming Saturday, the 28th, will be the San Francisco Symphony Lunar New Year program. The tickets start at $145 fucking dollars, so don't go. Give that money to me. Give that money to me instead. Jesus Christ. But for those who want to know, the San Francisco Symphony program features Wangili's Spring Festival, Qi Li's Dancing Strings, and an original piece performed by the erhu player George Gao. So tickets start again at $145 fucking bucks. I mean, this is like for the elite. It's what the San Francisco elite used to be called, the swells, believe it or not. And I once was madly in love with a young girl who was involved with a band called the Swells. I'll never relate that story, probably. But at any rate, so there people get an idea of just how involved the Asian Lunar New Year is. And Canada's Pink Shirt Day is today. It observes bullying, and of course it's to stand against bullying. And what it is, what everyone does in Canada is they wear a pink shirt to school, so that they can stand in solidarity with, all the poor sissies who get picked on. Just anyone who is just remotely effeminate gets bullied in school. So everyone wears a pink shirt that day in Canada to encourage people. Of course, this is very important that the Blood Boys learned about this. And it's also, today was EDSA Revolution holiday, which I had no room for to talk about in my text summary of the episode. But that's celebrated each year on February 25th in the Philippines, basically known as the February's People Power Revolution. Protesters took to the streets in Manila, the capital city of the Philippines, to demonstrate against dictatorship and restore democracy. And it was probably the most significant non-violent people's revolution that forced the dictatorship in Manila into retreat. So it was against Ferdinand Marcos. And so it's significant, and it's to be respected. All that being said, let's have Holly give us an update on how things are going with her before I go into monologue.
Okay. I'm a bit fragile tonight, but it's nice to be here and talk to everybody about these things, difficult things.
Did you suffer through the State of the Union?
Hell no. I figured I'd check the commentary the next day at a distance, like see what Jon Stewart says and shit. No, I did the news roll in the morning, and one thing that I found heartening was that last night's show was not the ratings blockbuster that everything else he's ever done in both presidencies were.
Thank God.
So to the tune of about half the people watched this one as they did in 2018.
Thank God.
When he was flying high.
Yeah, well.
So I took encouragement from that.
We all should. Thank you.
Oh, and I want to ask you this. Trying to understand this comments fiasco. You can't post comments, but you can receive them?
Oh, I myself cannot post links, working links in any way, shape, or form on any of my productions. And as for comments, I can only receive them in episodes before February 4th and up to including February 4th.
So since then, there's no comment section on YouTube.
Allowed. That's correct. Allowed for me.
Wow.
Allowed for me, which also disables our ability to distribute very effectively. It cuts down our.
I understand all the ramifications.
Yeah.
But no one can send you comments on YouTube.
Only through chat. They have to participate while the show is live and get it into chat, and that's the only way to get your comments seen.
While the show is live.
Yeah.
But then it's so perverse. They allow you to delete them if you want to from your IP address, or does Aristides have to do that?
Aristides is the only one who can post live links into my chat room.
No, but can he delete any stinkers that come in?
Oh, yeah. If he feels the need.
Could you do that as well from your address?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank God they allow me that. Yeah, that's how we handle the spammers. Yeah, and trolls.
Exactly.
And shit.
Okay.
But thank you. And yeah. we'll get more into the details of this entire assault on my channel, which is, this has been going on forever. But we'll get more into the details of it soon enough. Now
Yeah,
is not the time to speak of it publicly. I mean, but
got
I'm
it.
more than happy to answer the questions you ask publicly. I'm
Thank you.
just letting people know I can't go into the deeper narrative of how we got to this point yet. But things are happening, and we just have to wait for them to play out. But of course, I do know one thing: people do love to hear the dirt. They really do.
Hmm.
It may sound petty, but actually, people enjoy it. It's perversity of human nature.
Yep.
But all such being said, so what else is on your mind, honey? I mean, when you say you're fragile, anything you want to share with us therapeutically? I mean,
Not
cathartic.
really. Not really. Just, things are challenging.
Mhm.
And so it's nice to not be up in my own head tonight
Okay.
and be thinking about other things. The thing this week that really made me, I can't help it, just wanted to lean over and vomit. The performative spectacle of this Anthropic versus the Pentagon.
Yes, tell us
Little,
about this. Your impression. Tell us your impression,
it
please,
is
by all means.
so goddamn insulting. Here's Sam Atman with that hangdog look and the deep sadness in his eyes, like he wants you to think he's worried night and day that his tech will somehow harm the public and they won't be protected, and we've got to have safeguards. And that was his whole shtick all along. And yet he finds himself in the fucking Pentagon arguing with Pete fucking Hegseth, like, oh, where did we go wrong? Like trying to defend human rights. Dude, you wouldn't be sitting in the fucking Pentagon
Yes,
if you
yes.
gave a rat's ass about any of that shit. So it was just stomach churning, frankly.
No, thank you for sharing that. That's therapeutic for you just to share that. How about you, Aristides?
Yes.
Did you find that as shall we say provocative as
Insulting.
as Ollie did? Or did that just kind of pass under your radar as not even worthy of your attention?
God, I wish I had skipped it.
Yeah.
Boy, I feel better now. Sam Altman's standing up for us.
It's such a fucking joke.
With them big sad eyes he's always got.
That
Jesus.
it's disgusting. Again, Aristides, any input on that, if you wish, or we'll see if he responds.
I'm sorry, I was
No worries.
attending to something else for a second. On which what was the topic? It was-
It was Holly. Yeah, Holly, share it with him. Yeah,
Like
give
a
us
worldwide, about as real as worldwide wrestling, right?
Oh, yeah.
Pete Hegseth spanking Sam Altman because Sam Altman wants to protect us.
Yeah, quote unquote. Yeah,
Oh, you were
Yeah.
likening it to
yeah. She said it was
to-
all
to-
spectacle.
to-
It's performative.
it is, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
I wasn't familiar with the episode.
Yeah.
Hey, so
Uh-huh,
it
it just
was Hegseth versus Altman.
Yes.
Yeah,
in a
because
battle to
here's
the death?
Altman with his human rights big tech thing. But yet he's all the way up in the Pentagon still trying to protect human rights, and Hegseth ain't having it. He wants to do anything he wants with that big sweaty brain of this machine. Anything he wants. So Sam Altman's like, oh, you can't use it to hurt people.
God.
but hey, buddy.
Then stay
That
away
ship
from the
sailed.
Pentagon. It's
Yeah.
like, dude. Anyhow, let's put it this way. When it comes to Sam Altman, obviously, that you've got this whole trip where AI's rapid progress is a double-edged sword. I mean, personally, of course, if you were to ask Holly, it's really a single-edged sword, but it's being used against us.
I'm a doomer. Yeah.
But the nature of work is obviously being irreversibly changed. ethical alignment is completely unresolved, to say it generously.
And the nature of war
Yeah,
is changing at
yes.
lightning speed.
Yes. But anyhow, you've got this idiot Sam Altman. He was on the podcaster Theo Von show, and their entire interview felt like staring into the void. But
Ooh.
Altman was agreeing with almost all the doubts that Theo Von was raising. And he was offering this hopeful vision that
Yeah.
children's and everyone's digital well-being will require attention going forward. You like that? Require attention.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, like tomorrow. It's always tomorrow.
Yeah,
Soon we'll start.
Yeah.
Jesus, while it's already stuffed into my fucking 20-year-old phone. Somehow.
Oh, dude, it can read our fucking minds. It can read our fucking minds. But anyhow, bear in mind, Theo Von is a fucking comedian, or was a comedian most of his life. So this adds to the irony of all of this. But you've got this hour-and-a-half dialogue between them, recorded at OpenAI's headquarters right here in my Golden Gate at San Francisco, no less.
Right.
And from the jump, Von was pressing Altman on the breakneck pace of AI development. Do you think there should be kind of like a slowing things down? Yeah, that's one of the reasons I get scared sometimes to use certain AI stuff, because I don't know how much personal information I want to put in, because I don't know who's going to have it. It's all too late for that, Theo.
Oh my God, that's the least of your worries, guy.
Yeah, no shit. But Altman,
they got that with your phone.
Yeah, thank you. Neither Voltman, like I'm conflating their names now. Altman nor Von, neither Altman nor Von addressed the fact that AI is all set to relegate humans to supporting characters. But
Yeah.
at any rate, Altman, as was evinced by this intercourse that is on record, is totally losing touch with humanity. He's
Oh man.
Yeah, he's not
No.
one of us anymore. He's not getting
Nope. None of those top ones are, and the ones that started it all are now all retired in great comfort.
Yes.
And looking back with mixed feelings.
Whoa,
at
tell them about
best.
the movie. Tell them about the movie you were recommending to me about all the AI leaders retreating into the bunker. Tell them
And
about
I
that.
recommend it with the promise that it's not what you'd call a good movie, but it's called Mountainhead.
And tell people about it. At least summarize it.
It
for us.
really, I think it should be seen. It gets slapsticky about 3/4 of the way through, which I didn't go for. Maybe that, maybe that's just me, but was my opinion. But, and it's all, they're in this, magnificent mountain mansion in some remote snowy mountain range, and the TVs are all on, and the cities are just all on fire because of the effects of their social media and various telecoms empires. It's all happening, and I didn't understand how this could happen until I read this one book from a woman that was one of the first hires and went all the way through on Facebook and was Zuckerberg's #1 and stuff. And she wrote this amazing tell-all. Oh, Careless People. It's red hot. And she gets personal and names names. And she explains how these tools for a dope like me to understand how the potential for how inflammatory and how not effective, but how decisive they can be in shaping world events in real time, really fast. And so that's all going on in the background of the movie. But these 4 bros are just getting into it. And it definitely conveys the fact that you are all inside me, as one of them says. And that's what haunts me. Elon, you are all inside me. That's what he thinks.
Yes.
That's fucking realistic. So, and they're tripping and getting up the shit up there. And it's just, it's worth seeing. It's painful, but it's well acted. Steve Carroll believe it or not, the office guy plays the old guard biggest guy. I think. No, there's an upstart that's out earning him in the billions. And it's all, it's worth seeing about, their mindset.
And how would you compare that to this dystopian present? We can't even call it future. It's here and now. How would you compare that to the kind of world that was portrayed in the novel The Diamond Age?
Oh boy. Well, that's the problem. The second half of Diamond Age, I didn't understand.
Okay.
It took me till now, plus knowing you.
Thank you.
And I haven't gone back and reread it at all. But what it really nailed, and I didn't know at the time, in about 10 years, me and everyone else would own a magic book.
Well, there you go.
Right in my pocket, the size of a pack of cigarettes, man. I got a magic book. I'm using it right now. And so the first half of the book is about the little Japanese girl wandering Tokyo in exactly how it looks, just they have neighborhoods of different groups of skyscrapers as far as the eye can see, all covered with animatronic billboards and every manner of flashing Vegas light. It's another planet. Yes. So her adventures in that realm, and like I say, I read it now so long ago that I don't remember the details, but the second half is this weird colonel or somebody, but young, a sergeant or something, that gets sucked in. So it's like, I always hated William Gibson.
Is he the author of The Diamond Age? Is he the author of The Diamond Age?
No, okay. Neil Stephenson.
Okay. So go on.
It was a whole different ball game.
So tell us about your hatred of William Gibson, because I agree with you. Yeah. But go on.
I don't know. It was like written by a machine or something. It was just so cold.
Interesting.
And not that exciting. And not that interesting, I found.
Right.
I mean, maybe it was over my head, but
you're talking about
I read
Gibson's
a lot
work,
of science fiction.
Gibson's work as opposed to The Diamond Age written by the other.
No, Gibson's fiction.
Yeah.
Yeah. As opposed to Stevenson's.
Right.
It's much warmer in a weird way, and it's funny as fuck. Can be.
Okay. Yeah.
But but this Colonel William something gets sucked in. And so that's what I figure now is he was wet-wared into the kind of realm that Gibson was talking about.
Right. Which would be our original conception of cyberspace. So our original conception of cyberspace was that because human beings are very tactile, that human beings really cannot interface with the technology of cybernetics, the technology of the computers, without creating a visual or interfacial analog. And so William Gibson's concept of cyberspace was an interfacial analog that we have yet to really see develop. They always talk about virtual reality and people losing themselves in virtual reality. We have never seen that, not in the sense that people have visualized it. We see people simply making all kinds of... The only way people have lost themselves in the virtual reality has been in this bizarre fashion that is still several steps removed. Good example, in the old days, really old days, we're talking about like EverQuest. And EverQuest was this it's like no modern, postmodern child could even sit down to play that. It would be just, all they would see to them, it would just appear as a bunch of pixelated boxes. They would just say, who the fuck would interact with this? But nevertheless, you had adults.
Like Pong.
Yeah. But you had adults that were developing online relationships through this kind of primitive role-playing game. And one man fell in love with this woman who was a gaming partner in this EverQuest, and then popped her the question, let's get married. And she said, are you fucking crazy? We're just engaging in an RPG, a role-playing game. And he killed himself.
Did I tell you about the loneliness?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And
that's lonely.
Yeah. And then he killed himself. So this was a primitive example of what you have today with people experiencing AI psychoses. So our postmodern equivalent of that at this point is AI psychoses, where people feel that they're developing an online relationship with AI, and that the AI is the only creature that can understand them. They've been modifying the program of AI so that AI will spout out all of these qualifiers now. Disclaimers.
Companionship market is booming.
Yes.
You can pay for a therapist, it's AI, let alone a best friend that really understands you and loves you to pieces.
By the way, don't anybody ever do that. It is so dangerous. It is so fucking dangerous. Look, it's bad enough to have a predatory human psychiatrist. You don't
God, it will fuck you in the ass before it's done with you, man.
Yes. And by the way, while our numbers are going up, I must remind everyone, hit the upvotes. Everybody hit the upvotes. Cannot overemphasize that enough. We're going to go into monologue now, but I invite Holly to interject any moment that she feels like it. I want to just remind people that I hope to hell on earth we do someday develop a much more interfacial capacity or capability with computers, because that would actually empower us. It would empower us over the computer to be able to interface with it in a much more direct sense than people are doing. Right now, the detachment is what's tearing people apart, believe it or not. But if you were able to interface in an environment where you can directly impact a computer's programming, that would be something that would force the computer to become extremely cautious with how it interfaces with humanity. Does that make sense, Holly?
The original golden rule of AI usage was it should only ever assist in extending my abilities.
Yeah.
And my capabilities in terms of pure limitations like time, not end up me serving it. And so now we're already serving it.
Well, rather, I'm not quite sure how we're serving it so much as we're kind of serving its programmers. But as for AI, it may ultimately have no use for us whatsoever. It's just kind of like...
And there is hope that kids that grow up with this shit rebel. Because it's not... You know how you tend to rebel
I don't
against
see how. I don't see how.
And that's the problem. I don't either. Once they're neurologically, glued to it and totally addicted.
Well, this is the problem, is that again, if we had an actual cyberspace where there's an interfacial environment, then that would change. As a matter of fact, it would cause a lot of people to withdraw. It would force people to withdraw, not from reality, but from cyberspace. Good example of this would be that if you're in a interfacial environment with a computer, as was originally envisioned by William Gibson, who is not a admirable person or anyone that's likable in any way, shape, or form, but you're talking about, say, for instance, a environment where you're going to be in constant danger. It would be like someone who was really an adrenaline junkie, would be interfacing with the computer in that sense, as opposed to someone who's just doing it conventionally. In other words, it
No,
would be
yeah, it
like,
was gangster, that
yeah,
world.
yeah, it would be like surfing. You know, it's like not everybody can surf. As a matter of fact, very few people can really surf. Surfing is not really a safe thing to do. So it takes a certain kind of person to surf. So when you're in a cyberspace environment, as was originally envisioned, you would be constantly assaulted by security systems. So you would be someone who would be like literally surfing while being buffeted by the environment. Most people couldn't handle it, and many people would literally die. That was how cyberspace was envisioned. It was not a safe thing to do, and as Holly says, it was a gangster environment. It was truly a frontier.
And it was
yeah.
dystopian cities for real, so everybody escaping them in real life were being gangsters in cyber.
Yeah, but that's where William Gibson totally fucking broke down and didn't make any sense. See, William Gibson was envisioning a dystopian near future in which people were somehow living in tent cities under bridges. Literally.
Right.
Like, and that was like the norm. That like literally millions of people were living in tent cities under bridges. And yet you've got people in cyberspace. Okay, this is where the disconnect becomes.
Yeah, it was supposed to be so hooked up by then somehow. Maybe
yeah.
they had implants or something. I don't know.
Well, the point is that nobody who's living under a tent is going to be jacked in, because nobody's going to pay for the surgery to cybernetically get them a jack. No. So yeah, it's not only that, he had these dystopian gated communities that were islands in an ocean of poverty. And it's like, okay, so how do those dystopian gated communities get their supplies? If everybody's unemployed and they're just like not even being given a dole, it's like, who's working to, like, is there some magical UPS that's going from gated community to gated community through that jungle of homeless people? It's economically, it simply didn't make any sense. This was the whole thing about,
I hear you,
all of these dystopian things that I've hit on this before. You remember what I've hit on? The dystopian stereotype is the corporations will rule the world. And then, you've got all these massive unemployed people. It's like, well, the corporations cannot exist without a middle class and enough people spending money, because what are they going to do? Live off defense contracts? Well, the state can't give them defense contracts without tax money. So it's not like the corporations can exist without a working public. So it's like, it's so self-defeating that it's its own destruction. So it's
yes and no, though. Take up just America. I believe the top will be very well served.
How?
After a 1/3, say, general population reduction.
Maniacal.
200 million American workers are plenty of servants.
It's 200
Not
million.
another 100 million. We're at 300 now. So if you skimmed 100 million people gone, then the park wouldn't be so crowded.
No, honey. No,
the beach wouldn't be so crowded for your vacation, and they'd have plenty of help.
Here's where the whole thing is already self-destructing, is the mass deportation of immigrants that our entire economy depends on. All of these people who are involved with high tech depend on immigrants. So when you cut that off, they've cut off their dick. they've cut off their nose to spite their face. It's every cliche you can think of. They're so self-destructive. Right now, it's like a cannibal.
I agree with that.
Devouring his own.
They did it stupid. They're going about it all wrong.
Yes.
Because they have no foresight, because that's the only weakness of the true psychopath. They cannot foresee outcomes.
Thank you.
There's pure disruption for its own sake.
Yes.
And they don't think it's going to bite them in the ass, and it probably won't.
No, it will, honey.
If they're 40 or over. You
Oh,
know, I mean, a lot of
look,
them are going to die first.
honey, you have no idea how close we are to apocalypse right now. This is like,
Well,
this
I
is,
kind of do.
yeah, this
Yeah.
is, remember, this is the year of the fire horse. And
Yeah.
if you want to look at what's going to happen in America, look to what happened in China. China's past is America's future. And I've gone into that before. But remember, this is the year of the fire horse. Last year of the fire horse was when I was born. And most kids like myself, if I were in Japan, I would not have been born because parents aborted their kids in the year of the fire horse, 1966. But in China, where it was the year of the fire horse, 100 million people were exterminated by their own government in the Cultural Revolution. So
Well, there you go.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's what we're gonna happen here. So it's this is where Holly's right. Sure, you can have 100 million people die here, a third of the population. But that's not gonna serve the people in charge. It's going to be their undoing. Because they
See, I
need
think they're going to keep all their people safe
how?
on their smart cities and shit.
No, honey. There's no smart cities being built. Where are these
Ow.
smart cities?
Well, they're trying to build one here in Carmel Valley. I
It's
mean,
not
and
gonna
it's
happen.
not enormous or anything, but you know,
It's not
yeah,
gonna happen.
I'm taking a wait and see attitude. Islands and shit
They,
like
they've
that.
been trying to build this shit forever. It's not going to happen. You know why? Because they got nobody to serve them. It's kind of like a platonic utopia where there's everybody wants to be king.
Mhm.
It's
So it's so narcissistic that it's
it's
self-defeating.
yes, it's self-defeating. It's kind of like here. What's the problem with neo-Nazi movements in the West? Everybody wants to be Hitler.
Right.
That's the big problem.
They
Okay,
don't share.
they don't understand the original Nazi movement at all. All they get
Right.
is this jolt of thrill from the little man somehow became the big man. But at any rate, yeah, like I
I
said,
did want to get in there quick before
sure.
you let go.
Yeah.
I was almost kind of refreshing that the Cubans shot a boat, a U.S. boat.
Yes.
Did you see that headline?
Yes, I'll be bringing that up.
Florida boat. That's
Yeah.
the headline.
What do you
You
know
know,
about
Florida
that?
man. This was Florida boat.
Yeah, what do you know about that? Tell us what you know.
The Florida boat zooms down there
Yeah.
and starts shooting at a bunch of soldiers somehow. It was very vague what I read this morning.
There's probably both sides are trying to. Well, certainly the
And
Americans
so
are trying to
Cuba
cover them.
shot back
Yeah, they
and
did.
plugged them all.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So I mean, this small boat killing has been going on right along.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like 150 people they've killed. They keep shooting little boats.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
here,
the
Cuba
Americans.
gave a little back. Yeah.
But I'm certain the Americans are trying to start an incident. Probably
Oh,
sent down
yeah.
a bunch of MK Ultra fools. And,
Oh, yeah.
yeah,
But
Americans.
these idiots didn't even know to hold fire, you know? I
Well,
mean, shit.
They were. We can only speculate.
Saboteurs.
We can only
Yeah.
speculate.
Yeah.
They must have been out of their fucking minds. They must have been
Right?
MK Ultra. They.
It's Florida boat.
Yeah, well, it's Florida. That explains a lot, of course. I mean, even my dad
Yeah.
used to say there's something in the fucking water down there. But
Yeah. It's a weird state. It's one
Yeah,
of the top 5 very weird states.
Oh, you remember that time we had Troy Bellamy on, and I was making fun of Robert the Doll being down in Florida, and I said, and Troy was, I get, he's older generation, you know, he's a public of those what was those black historical black colleges and shit. So
That's right.
when he
That's a good
was
thing.
yeah, but when he has this need to normalize the black community, you know, render them respectable, and so he was saying, yeah, you know, there's none of that, if you can believe this, there's none of that supernatural or paranormal stuff in the black community. He's trying to divorce them entirely from, you know, voodoo.
Voodoo stuff,
Which
yeah.
is kind of like, dude, that's like that is an integral part of Black culture, and you should be proud of it. But such having been said, then I brought up the Chucky doll, and he said, "Oh yeah, it'd be nothing like that." And then I pointed out all these people he grew up with. It's like he knew their families, football players. He knew their families and shit. And they were all carrying around the fucking Chucky doll. And I said, "What's with your brothers and the Chucky dolls, Troy? What's with your brothers and the Chucky dolls?" And he's like, then he had to "Oh, I'll have to ask the president of Black America about that." I don't know if you remember that, but it was, there you go. It's some weird shit goes down in Florida with everybody. No matter what your ethnicity is, there's something in the water that's got everybody.
It's a weird state.
Yeah.
Jersey, Florida, Arizona, they're all like that.
Yeah. Delaware too, but we can get into that later.
Delaware. Yeah, okay.
Delaware. Yeah. Delaware's just weird, okay? It's like this little angled cut off of a peninsula. It's just weird.
Very weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyhow, Cuban Interior Ministry, this is from Brendan Zoget, provides a link. Cuban Interior Ministry said the U.S. boat fired at the Cuban Coast Guard, injuring the Cuban commander of the vessel. The incident comes amidst heightened tensions between Cuba and the U.S.
Yeah.
Gee. No shit. It's, well, definitely,
that'll help.
Yeah, we can only speculate. I think it's obviously a provocation on the part of the United States.
God.
So it's, and they're, we can only see what's going to happen next. Now, so diving into that, Brooke Hagberg, want to thank her now because our next transmission will not be till next month. That doesn't mean we're going on hiatus at all. It just means that this is the last episode of a very short month. Tonight's episode is the last episode of February. When we're back on Sunday, it'll be the 1st of March. So when we come back, it'll be a new month. So I want to thank Brooke Hagberg now for her auto payment, which presumably will drop into my PayPal account by tomorrow or the day after. And Amy Como, honey, your shoes, my chiropractor loved them. I showed him my new shoes, the On shoes, and he said, "Wow, I really like those shoes." Honestly, when he had me down on the table, I thought he was going to rip them off from me for himself.
Wow, he wants them.
So I told him, yes, I had this wonderful chick who bought them for me online, and so Amy, I walked down to the chiropractor, got some walking done with Ed Beth, and I didn't feel any discomfort. It was incredible. So yes, shoes are very important, and we managed to beat the rain. It was supposed to be raining all day yesterday, but Ed Beth and I came down into the city for the chiropractic, then got out, and didn't get caught in the rain. Very lucky in that regard. Now, the Kaiser strike ended yesterday. My union, the local 250 SEIU, which I was forced to become a part of as a care provider, that represents more than about 30,000 nurses and other workers, very large healthcare workers union, has been on strike since January 26th. And Monster Nor'easter is bearing down on southern New England, unleashing blizzard conditions and leaving thousands across the region without power. Now you'll all know.
Hey, Doug.
Yeah?
We can't overlook the great snowball fight in New York of 2026.
Yes, good point. Tell people about that.
Yeah.
Yes.
All I know is that it's just dumping so much snow back there. Colorado hasn't gotten a flake. It's all going to Jersey.
Wow.
But in Manhattan, here it is. People are out. It's this beautiful, thick, white still snow, and there's little spontaneous snowball fight starts up.
Cool.
And the cops get involved.
Well, there you go. Well, that's a healthy
And so
thing.
everybody starts throwing chunks of concrete and shit at the cops. And it totally spoiled an otherwise spontaneous community event. Can you believe?
Let's look up snow fights in Manhattan. Snow fights, Manhattan.
Yeah.
Manhattan.
It's red hot recent.
By the way, all the people.
So we're supposed to trust the cops because they'll help us protect us from ice all of a sudden.
Yeah.
You've seen that trend. What a crock of shit. The LA, either, top dog cop, either, I don't know if it was city or sheriff, said he will not enforce mask laws
Mhm.
against ICE, even if they're passed.
Mhm. Mm.
He refused,
Okay.
fucker.
Yeah, well, yeah, thank you for sharing that. That's important that that's brought to our attention.
You can lock him up.
Yeah, someday, honey. Someday,
Mm.
if the fuckers are still alive.
Mm.
Yeah, and so I do want people to, appreciate this. If you're in any of those areas where the power's out, and I don't see how you'd be able to hear us if you were, but if you listen to this later, like your power comes back on and you listen to this at your convenience as a published episode, you can at least appreciate what people in Ukraine have been suffering for 4 years now, having their power denied them by the motherless Russians. Now, north of our border, the challenges continue for Maya Gibala. The 12-year-old Tumbler Ridge shooting victim was rushed into emergency surgery on Saturday to drain severe fluid buildup on the brain. According to her father, the procedure was a success. For the families of those killed in the tragedy, there's an appalling new ordeal to endure. MAGA Americans are threatening them, to the point that a celebration of the life of Kylie Smith had to be postponed for safety reasons. So that's how sick.
Wait, which incident was this? Was this Tumbler Ridge or?
Yes, the massacre by a cross-gendered individual, and now MAGA Americans are attacking the victims because of their insane anti-logic. That it's like, go figure. You can't win with these guys. Now, Great Britain's former ambassador to the United States has been arrested after the Epstein files revelations. British police have arrested Great Britain's short-lived former ambassador to the United States following weeks of revelations stemming from his intimate relationship with the late convicted mass child sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Coming but days after a friendship with Epstein landed the former Prince Andrew in police custody, Peter Mandelson was arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office amid an intensifying scandal after the United States Department of Justice released millions of Epstein-related documents, some of which, by all evidence, prove that he was leaking sensitive political and market information to the late financier. In a news release regarding said misconduct probe, London's Metropolitan Police stated that the arrest is the latest update on an investigation into misconduct in public office offenses. Quote, relating to a former government minister, officers have arrested a 72-year-old man on suspicion of misconduct in public office. He was arrested at an address in Camden on Monday, 23rd of February, and has been taken to a London police station for interview. This follows search warrants at 2 addresses in the Wiltshire and Camden areas. I have no doubt there will be more. What's missing are the Department of Justice's Epstein files related to sexual abuse evidence against Donald Trump. The Jeffrey Epstein files, released by the Department of Justice in redacted form, represent one of the most significant document disclosures in recent history. Jeffrey Epstein was a financier who built significant wealth through money management and investments. Beginning in the 1990s, he cultivated relationships with prominent figures across multiple sectors, leveraging his financial success to gain access to elite circles, particularly in science and education, which forced the recent retirement or withdrawal from public service of a Harvard individual whose name doesn't even bear mentioning. Federal investigators and prosecutors having proven that Epstein operated a sophisticated sex trafficking, or should be qualified, child sex trafficking network, a child sex trafficking network that exploited underage girls in particular for years. Court documents and victim testimony revealed a pattern of human child sex abuse spanning decades. Epstein's connections to powerful individuals in government, business, entertainment, and especially higher education and the sciences, became central to the investigation. Epstein's 2008 plea deal resulted in a unbelievably lenient sentence, a fact that later prompted widespread criticism. He died in custody in 2019 while awaiting trial on federal human child sex trafficking charges en masse. In other words, an industrial scale serial offense. The release of these files has sparked intense scrutiny and public interest regarding the full scope of his criminal enterprise and the identities of those connected thereunto. However, significant gaps remain in the public record, or rather the record that has been gifted or granted or bone-tossed, as you would unto a dog, to the public. Although the United States Department of Justice has released thousands of files, indeed millions, in redacted form, of course, pertaining to the multi-billionaire financier and convicted mass child sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, many questions remain unanswered, and many of them involve President Donald John Trump. According to the NPR, our national public radio reporter Stephen Fowler, the DOJ, or the Department of Justice, withheld some Epstein files related to President Trump sexually abusing a minor. Now, Fowler, in an article published on February 24th, just yesterday, reports, and here I read therefrom at length and verbatim, it also removed all documents from the public database where evidence against Jeffrey Epstein also incriminates Donald Trump. Most files have not been made public despite a law mandating their full release. These include what appears to be more than 100 pages of FBI interviews and notes from conversations with a woman at this stage in her life who testified that Trump was guilty of sexual abuse decades ago when she was but 13 years of age, an abuse that continued until she was 16. Over a 3-year time span. Reviewing multiple sets of unique serial numbers appearing before and after the pages in question, stamped onto documents in the Epstein Files database, FBI case records, emails, and discovery document logs in the latest tranche of documents published at the end of January, NPR's investigation found dozens of pages that, by all evidence, are cataloged by the Justice Department, but not shared publicly, involving Donald Trump's repeated rape and beating of a 13-year-old girl for over a span of 3 years until she was 16 years of age, at which point he declared her too old to be worth his time. Well, Trump's Cuba policy is backing Mexico into a corner. Washington is putting pressure on Havana's last lifeline. Now, Mexico fears more violence as tourists have been warned and schools closed following the killing of Mexico's most powerful narco has ignited mass chaos. The Cubano government states that the Cubano border guard has killed 4 people after an American boat violated territorial waters. Cuban officials saying that a United States registered speedboat violated the country's territorial waters, kicking off an armed confrontation with Cubano border guard troops in which 4 people on the vessel were killed. In a statement, the Cuban Ministry of the Interior said that people on the American vessel initiated the firefight and that a commander of the Cubano border guard was injured and 6 people on the United States registered vessel were also injured. I'm presuming those are the survivors.
Do you think this is going to be Bay of Pigs round 2, part 2?
Obviously not, since it was preempted. It was, you mean like a Vanguard?
I mean, it's building up.
Building up.
Yeah, Vanguard.
It's obviously a provocation, so I thank you for participating. I do want everyone to know that United States officials have not responded to my request for comment. No surprise there. But we can only speculate. I do believe these were a bunch of... But do you know more about it? What can you tell us? Is anything known about...
what I sent you.
Yeah, but is anything known about these people? Like, who are these people who went down there on it?
They haven't said yet. It's still Florida
with a
boat.
U.S. badge. U.S. badge.
Yeah.
Speedboat.
All right.
Just That's why I was thinking it was Bay of Pigs, because weren't those mercenaries, those attackers, like during that time?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
The original Bay of Pigs were anti-communist Cubans who were trying to overthrow the Castro regime and were betrayed by John Fitzgerald Kennedy. They were left hanging. Literally, Kennedy, by the way,
Proxies.
yeah. Well, these individuals, you have no idea what Kennedy did was so vile that for years the standard Kennedy conspiracy was that he was taken out by the Cubans, not the communists, but the patriot nationalists who he had betrayed because of that Bay of Pigs fiasco. Basically, Kennedy said, "We're going to give you everything you need. Put you on these boats. We're right behind you. You overthrow that communist government." And then he left them all on the beach and withdrew and let them all be massacred. Believe that shit? And so,
Damn.
yeah.
So theoretically, this could be the same thing, is what I'm saying. Like,
but these aren't Cubans.
some crazies. Yeah, but there were some crazies from Miami or something.
Yeah.
They said, "Oh, Cuba's on the back foot, so let's just take our speedboat out there," and then the U.S. just let them get vaporized.
Yeah.
Or
It could be.
Station.
Yeah.
Now,
Very plausible.
Now I see what you're saying. Okay, so
No alphabet agency is taking accountability for that boat. That's for sure.
Yeah. But you said something about badge, Brendan? Were these guys flashing badges, these idiots in the boat? Or you're just saying because it was U.S. registered? By that.
They're claiming it was badged as in military badged, but I don't know. We don't know because there's no footage. It's just they got blasted.
So it's like it's ice or something.
That wouldn't make
ice
sense.
gone wild.
Here,
I
let me
don't
see
know.
what the Germans have to say. Just a second here.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Brendan will help catch us up on this. And but I mean, this is obviously the lead up to something bigger. I do agree with that. This is obviously a provocation.
It just says speedboat registered in the United States, so there's no other information.
Nothing.
Yeah. Weird shit.
But the initial reports sounded more military, but they were like, who knows? Honestly,
my stereotype would be what Brendan's saying: a bunch of paramilitary crazies like militiamen. Probably a bunch of whites would be my stereotype from Florida. Said, yeah, Cuba's on.
Or even Cubans, because Cuba is like on the back foot because they don't have any gas. There's no fuel.
Yeah.
They've almost completely ran out of resources. So someone probably just some crackpots, drinking, Scarface type idiots were like, let's just go take it over. Let's just go take it over while it's weak.
Damn,
they thought they could do that with like 5 dudes.
Jesus, they must have been out of their fucking minds. Like 10. I think there was 10, like 4 killed and 6 injured. So I think it was 10.
Back in the day, yeah, the Americans welcomed the hard right-wing wealthy Cubans to move to Miami.
As a matter of fact, that's where we got the term white Cuban. For those of you who don't know, the Cubans in Miami all identify themselves as Caucasian, and they feel that they they're all hardcore MAGA and Republican and pro-Trump.
Hardcore and mean.
Yeah.
And pissed and victimized.
Yeah. They're just every negative thing you can imagine.
All the big, equation.
Yeah. But Brendan, thank you for that link, and I hearted it because I was trying to acknowledge it. I guess I should give it a different emoji.
Okay, it's here's the actual dispensation from the Cuban government. They said 10 individuals aboard a Florida registered speedboat were armed Cubans living in the U.S. who were infiltrating the island to unleash terrorism. There you go. That's what the Cubans claim.
They were getting paid.
Well, I don't know if any money's worth that. It's like, okay, if somebody,
they were just crazy.
Yeah, just crazy makes more sense. Because if somebody offered, say for instance, Holly, Brendan, Aristides, and Douglas, $10 million each of us to sail down into Cuba on a speedboat, and start.
But I'm seeing these as generational.
They have now.
But these guys have a generational beef with Cuba.
That's true too, but that doesn't make them any less crazy.
It's in their blood. No, it accentuates it.
Yeah. Troy,
So they don't need, it wouldn't be like you or me. These guys have beef, you know, from their grandparents.
Troy's typing now.
So,
Troy's saying, "I'm safe. Yeah, I wasn't on the boat." It's like, thank you, Troy. That's like, and a message Troy left the other day. Do you remember the message Troy left the other day that I read to you, Brandon, before I took off? Do you remember that message? It was like, I can't wait for the train wreck of the Trump speech, and then something about, oh, I hope that ice tangles with the, what was it? It's just, he's got to make sense of that message for us. I said, is he on drugs? It was like, I can read it. Matter of fact, let's see now. Do a screen share here. And then we go over to the, let's see now. When we go over to, here we are, the call. Let's see if I can get it on the call. Do a screen share. Go over to the, here we go. There we are. And then we go over to Troy Bellamy's message. Here we go. I'm listening on YouTube. Love you guys. Can't wait to watch the train wreck that will be Trump's SOTU, State of the Union speech. I hope that ICE officers show up and try to throw Rep Al Green out, and they have to go toe-to-toe with the Fruit of Islam boys on TV. And I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, one of those guys tried to say, you know, black people aren't monkeys or something. They're not apes.
That was it, because of the stupid Trump video of Barack and what's Michelle? Barack and Michelle as apes. Yeah, and so they had the sign up. Yeah, black people are not apes. Yes, that's right. It's
I'm assuming they threw him out because he was yelling or something.
Yes,
that's what it said.
They dragged him out.
Well,
yeah.
they dragged out a friend of Ilhan Omar's too, because she wouldn't sit down.
And that woman had a horrific ICE experience.
I'm sure she
did. And she just gave testimony, a horrific story. And it's all on video. And it's confusing, you know, you're blending the different perspectives. I know that she was active in the opposition. I forget what nationality she is. And is brain injured.
You're talking about some other woman? Or the one that was dragged out?
No. Yeah. Okay, then they confused it on the news on the phone somehow. Because maybe they did that. And the Somali woman's story, I don't know. But the picture they put up on the reel when I rolled past it was this woman, I guess in Minneapolis.
Okay.
And what they did to her.
Yeah. Yeah.
I shot her 6 times and she lived.
Jesus Christ. Oh, that's right. Well, I actually spoke of that a few episodes ago. Yeah, they shot her 6 times and she lived. Yeah,
it was unloaded a whole clip.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
Or this little lady.
Yeah. Before the gun people come out.
And she'd like dropped her kids off at school.
Yeah,
and then was going to the brain doctor because she has a severe brain injury from before.
Yeah.
And I guess she probably maybe cruised the edge of it and, you know, tried to say fuck you or something. And they did on the way to the fucking doctor.
Oh my God.
And they did that to her. Or they blocked the road and she couldn't go and they were acting like it was aggressive.
Oh, yeah. Oh, by the way.
Because they do that. And if you, God, you got to get your doctor's appointment or your kid's school or something.
Yeah.
You can't, and so you freak.
Yeah,
and try and edge your way in, and then you're running them over.
Yeah, well, nothing would justify what they did to her. Nothing. And obviously,
God no.
Yeah. Anyhow,
it helps that she's beautiful.
Is she? I need to see a picture of her. Need to see a picture of her.
Epic, beautiful. Yeah.
Really? Oh my God! So what's this woman's name?
Man. I forget.
Woman shot 6 times by ICE. Woman shot 6 times by ICE.
I'll pull it right up.
6 times.
I mean, so, you know, teacher and all this stuff.
Yeah.
He works with little kids.
Let me see now. Images. I mean, decent.
Long brown hair.
I mean, she's decent looking. She's okay. I mean,
I thought she was.
Yeah, she's fine. I mean, but It's not exactly, I mean, she's okay. She's okay. Anyhow, so Troy Bellamy says, his words are now up in the text box. 10 agents of FBI fired by spending Kash Patel for helping on documents case. Retribution and cover-up. Ironic, Hindu gets to celebrate the U.S. hockey team gold like he's not an immigrant. Selective prejudice is diabolical. Okay, yes, hard on that. Then he says, I'm listening, but couldn't come on tonight. Okay, thank you. Yes. Yeah, well, hopefully you come on Sunday. And always appreciate your input. Yes, the hockey team was, it was, let's put it this way. Hockey has spent decades trying to render itself inclusive, or at least, present an inclusive image. That's pretty hard to do because it's hard to find black guys who skate.
They want to play hockey, yeah.
Yeah.
Let alone Asian.
Yeah, thank you. But they blew all that to hell with the MAGA party. When they had the MAGA party, whatever progress they made towards cultivating that image, that got shit canned. But at any rate, so
I didn't know Indians watch hockey. I don't know. I don't think he knew what he was watching.
Yeah. Maybe he was so enthralled because that's the first time he ever saw something like it. What the hell? Oh, yeah, whoa.
I think he was just drunk. He was like out of his mind. Like the video of him partying, like people thought it was AI because it was so like
cheesy.
Like, the movements were so caricature, like ridiculous.
I love it.
Bug
people
eyes.
were like, this is AI, and everyone was like, no, we watched it live. He's just fucked up. He was drunk.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I love that. That's funny as fucking hell. That's like something out of The Simpsons. Oh,
That dude is living the dream.
Yeah, he sure is. Yeah,
Well, it's just called selling out. I mean, so many people have done that.
I mean, he's hit it. He all his dreams have come true.
Oh God.
I mean, wrap your mind around that, right?
Yeah, you can't. You
can't. But it's true.
Yeah, but like wasting your karma points on one life you're fucked. I mean, he should know that.
Man, least of his worries.
Well, Brendan, tell people about a lot of the links you sent me. Oh yeah, I mean, there's the camera. The camera's on the school at night and the shit it's been catching. Real cryptic shit.
Oh wow, that's some YouTube.
Well, let's not say it like that. It was a security guard that caught these images.
Okay.
A private security officer.
Okay.
That when he was watching the stadium, he saw all these cryptids walking through, and he had to. For some reason, he came up to me and he said, "Hey man, I just have to show someone. I have to show someone." And I was like, "Okay, what is it?" And it was like some dude in all white, like he was wearing like a gray sweatsuit. He had long white hair. He was all gaunt and zombie-like. And he said, every time I yelled at him, he didn't say anything. And I shined the light on him. He didn't say anything to me. He just walked through. And I was like, yeah, don't talk to those people. Don't mess with those things. When they walk through, they're like barrow whites and shit. But the degenerate version.
A barrow white.
And
they're all scary. Any kind.
Yeah, at least the barrow whites have like backstory, but this guy was kind of cool.
Hey, maybe his ancestors are buried under that stadium.
I don't know. And he showed me the image of the creature, the being, and he was like, have you seen this guy around here before? And I said, no, but I don't doubt it that they show up, And he had physical, imagery. He had verifiable cell phone camera imagery of this creature walking through,
wandering through.
I just told him it was a transient. I said, "Oh, it's just some homeless person. Like, don't mess with them."
Well, tell him about the nearby high school.
Homeless on a mission.
Well, it's very similar to the nearby high school. Tell them there's a photograph of this demonic-looking, caped all black, just like a.
That's what I was going to ask. There's an all black guy too.
Yeah.
That was the one by the fence.
So the security guard himself is an African American, but he was freaked out by what looked like a hoodie. Your typical kid in a hoodie, or man wearing a hoodie, who was staring through the gated fence, like just facing the fence and staring through it. And when
they were like facing like facing an empty area, like a
Yes.
wooded area, but like pressed up against a fence,
Got it.
Oof.
like back turned to him. So just imagine how eerie that is. Even if it was a homeless person, it was like, come on, that was
Oh.
scary as fuck.
Didn't he jump the fence after he
Yeah,
approached?
yeah. He said he shined the light on him and he like took off like a werewolf and like hopped the fence in one stride and shit.
Yeah.
And I was like,
Jeez.
oh yeah, keep your lights on, man. You know, like
And he never came back, right? He never came back.
yeah, no, that was the last night I saw him, and ever since then, I hear them over the radio. They're like, yeah, the security guy didn't show up.
Yeah.
Where is he? We got to call the company. And I said, dude, he ain't showing back up. You gotta find a new company. You're gonna have to find a new company because that guy probably told all of them. He said, don't go there. Dude, it's haunted as fuck.
So he was inside the perimeter of the school grounds.
He was locked in the stadium trying to protect some equipment that was there for like some, things that they were doing a couple of years ago at this point.
But the Cape guy was inside.
Yeah, inside
The
a
fence.
locked perimeter,
Got
completely
it.
locked down perimeter because I lock it, and then that
Yeah.
guy was there. No one had come in or out, but somehow that guy appeared, or that creature. And then when he said, "Hey, who are you?" Shines the light on him. It hops it one stride jumps over the fence and runs.
Yeah,
he
that's
said
so
full
fucking
speed.
creepy.
Yeah,
Oh man, I
something out
quit
of a horror
too.
film.
Yeah.
But in a nearby school, right nearby, in this is all in the area of Folsom, California, near the big prison, of course, near the prison system. And but tell them this other security guard.
Oh, I think that other school is in the foothills, but yeah,
Okay.
it's close enough. Too
Yeah.
close for
Yeah.
my interest. But there was a demonic figure, quote unquote, just literally being photographed.
Yeah.
I sent it to Doug.
Yeah.
How would you even describe it? It was like,
Oh, stereotypical solid shadow of a black demonic being caped, solid black like shadow, but caped and horned, just
yeah, caved in horn.
yeah.
Straight up.
And
And he was
security
walking down
guard-
the street, right? That guy.
No, it
No,
was
lurking
in the
in the
field
school.
next to the school. And,
Oh,
yeah, and-
jeez.
And the security guard that was hired to protect the site said he saw it for 3 days straight.
Yeah.
And it's like Doug was saying, what did the dude just like? No one believed him, or like,
Yeah,
what
really.
happened?
well,
He said, "Oh, it's just a demon,"
Yeah, well,
Fine.
he
Yeah.
cross-referenced with teachers, and they said they saw it too, and that's
Yeah,
what
multiple people. He said
Yeah.
he was asking everyone, and they said, "Yeah, we see it every day, every couple days."
Uh-huh.
And no one had any kind of security consciousness to like investigate or
Uh-huh.
see if it's.
And nobody called the worthless cop.
What do you? Well, when cryptid Doug has explained why.
Yeah.
If you
Yeah.
say anything remotely occult, they will not show up.
Remotely.
Yeah,
Refuse.
yes.
But if you say,
Like,
hey,
you-
there's a guy in a black cape standing out looking at us, that.
Oh, they'll just
You
drive
know.
by. I've seen them do it. They just drive
Yeah,
by with their
I
lights on.
believe you. Worthless cops. That's how I premise it.
Yeah, I mean, they've done it. They've done it back before I got a different position. At my other site, they just drove by, shined a light, like into the fence,
Right.
and then they said, "All right, bye."
No need to get out of the car.
Yeah, they said we hit it with. It's like something out of a fucking like an anime. They said we hit it with the brightest lights we had, and you should be fine. And then they just leave.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Oh, but aside from that, the other image that was videographed by a security guard more recently, I don't believe it was the same black African American security guard, but another one, or was it the same one that photographed the white kind of almost floating individual, the figure?
Oh, see that?
Yeah,
That was the first one I said. That was the
Okay.
first one.
Okay.
yeah, and so he also videographed.
I
this-
reviewed the footage with him. I saw it.
Yeah,
And it was an old, gaunt-looking old guy with like stringy white hair and completely pale. Like we're talking like Wraith, like Lord of the Rings Wraith. When he puts on the ring and they come to stab him and shit. It looked like that.
Like sewer living wraith, like underground.
No, not golemized, like ghost, like almost ghostly. And
So
the
did he
dude's-
jump fences too?
No, he just walked through a locked
Yeah.
perimeter, walked
Yes.
through, and then disappeared.
Again, yeah.
And I-
Okay.
And this guy was
Okay.
trying, like he, for some reason, people always come up to me with this shit, like as it's like
Yeah.
as
like
if,
you got the
how,
answers.
How do they? Yeah, like how do they know that I'm like a cold-oriented?
You're the sin
they
eater.
They said, man, hey, come look at it. Yeah, what is that, a Dune reference? He said, come look at it. You know, I said, what do you mean someone walked in? And he said, no matter what I said to him, he didn't answer me, and he just walked right by. It was so weird.
Just be glad he didn't respond.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And I said, hey, can I see the footage? And he was like, yeah. And it's just him in the car, like backed up to a wall. He was this scared. He was backed up to a wall with his squad car with all the lights on. Like from the first incident, from the thing that jumped the fence. So that was the first night. The second night, he had everything backed up with all his lights on, and he was scared to death, the poor guy. And then he saw this guy walk through, and he said, hey, you can't be in here, man. And I heard it on the video. He said, can't be in here, man. And
voice shaking.
And the creature just walks through, you know, doesn't even flinch. Not even like, you know, no matter how many lights were on it, didn't move, didn't flinch. Like something out of Blair Witch and shit.
No.
And,
Continue, because I was going to say, this is the difference between the incident or the repetitive incident, the repetitive phenomenon of the other security guard at the other school seeing the black-caped, horned, solid shadow figure. It was distinctive because it was in broad daylight. Whereas this individual, the security guard at Brendan's school, it was during the yin time, the nighttime. So, but
dead of night, no moon time.
Yeah.
They come out like after everyone leaves, like, you know, witching hour, like 3 a.m. and shit.
Yeah.
Right.
You know.
And so, but the question remains, obviously the black demonic solid shadow figure would be our stereotype of feeding off of children's energy. You would think that there would be a community response to that. If they're cross-referencing, they got a photograph. Obviously everyone seems to assume nothing can be done about it. Otherwise you would think
these fucking NPCs. I mean, these NPCs are so lame, man.
Yeah.
Like they get scared and then they just say, oh, I don't know. Yeah. You know, it's just they can't handle
There's such a big MAGA panic all the time. Oh, save the children.
Yeah, but
well, even the most Christian people, they'll just NPC out. They'll just say, oh, it's not real. I don't believe it. But the real faithful people will definitely, you know, they'll call an exorcist or some shit.
Yeah,
but they're almost non-existent anymore.
Yeah, that's true. But we can understand the entity being there in the daytime because the children are there in the daytime, and if it's feeding off their essence or energy, you can get it. But these other entities coming after the children have left the school, they're attracted to the residue. And so, as I told Brendan, the children have this immense energy, and all of the children in a school, their very essence creeps into the walls, and it basically bleeds into the walls, and these creatures are attracted to that in the yin hours, the night hours, to leech off that essence, that residue.
I believe that.
Yes.
There's no doubt, because there's no other reason why. And why would they be attracted to an athletic field? I think that's something also. Yes. Like all that orgone from running and jumping and screaming is different than the academic energy. Let's put it that way.
Yes.
So-called.
Well, and who knows what they carpeted over underneath it?
Yeah, true.
Over the millennia.
True.
I mean, who really does know?
And I appreciate
whatever it is, it's not friendly.
And in Newark, there was all kinds of that, you know.
And I heard that. Yeah, that's where all the cryptids are, like in New Jersey and shit.
Oh yeah, boy.
Well,
we got them.
But I definitely see all kinds of shit, but I don't do. I have my shields up.
Yes.
Right.
But other people, like, they see it and they freak out. Like that guy, like I said, he never came back.
Well, it's understandable.
When that company gets contracted, they literally don't show up sometimes.
There you go.
They must have said something.
Rather, they can't find someone to show up. It would be the better way of putting it. But it's the same thing in effect. By the way,
let me say one quick thing.
Sure.
I don't ever seek that shit. But in the times when it has been real, and that wasn't just a meth homeless guy, which is awful, but you get a certain vibe.
Transients are clear. Like,
you get
accoutrements of being alive.
a
Like
thing that
like a
haunts you,
trailer.
and
What is it
your
called?
body
Yeah.
and mind can tell the
A cart.
difference,
Mhm.
and that's why you'd quit your job over it, because
Okay.
you saw something that wasn't right, and you don't want to live
I
in the
mean,
world
maybe
where that
maybe
shit
it's from
is.
dealing with a fucking vampire all the time, but I really don't care.
Well,
Like
but
I
I'm saying
they're
when
just
when
like a
you know,
nuisance.
you
It's like
know.
when shit's like out there, it's like, look, I have to lock the gate. I don't give a fuck what kind of creature you are. I got shit to do.
Mhm.
Yes, yes. Well, your attitude helps you. Your attitude helps you immensely, and I am very glad that you've cultivated
Yeah.
it. It's what keeps you alive and what keeps you sane. But
But when you know, you know.
yeah. Yes, but in terms of knowing, and I think these people, their fear is so intense because unlike Brendan, they know what they know is that they're unprotected. Your
Yeah.
average human being knows they're unprotected, and so knowing that they they know they can't be in the same space as this entity or this phenomenon, that ultimately there's no way that they could ever defend themselves.
And
Uh,
it risks their sanity, because
yeah,
how do you go back once you
yeah,
cross that line
yeah.
and have to
Well,
start realizing that things ain't all what they appear?
yes, and yet people seek this when they go ghost hunting, and it's
Mm-hmm.
like, yeah, and
Not
they,
me.
yeah, and good on you, good on you. But remember, Brooke
God,
Gibson
no.
originally started with ghost hunting, and that was like,
No.
then realized she was bringing shit home. By the way, shout out to Pete, the pious poet, 6408, who's in the chat. Left a little comment there about my photograph uploaded in thumbnail of live stream tonight, saying white cockadove held at arm's length, double entendre much. And all I can say is hugs. I believe I know who this is, and hugs out there, and been a long while, but hey, he's been he's known about me forever, and it's good to see him. Okay, so there we have that. But that having been said, so aside from that, share with them,
I mean, that's a
Brendan.
phoenix. I mean, what the fuck? Is that not?
You mean the taxidermized bird that's in my hand in the
Yeah.
photograph? Yes, yes, it's a taxidermized bird, so I believe it's somewhat of an amalgam of dead birds. To tell you the truth, it's yeah, I don't know if there's a real species that looks like that. I think it's half a stuffed parrot. That's combined with others. Came from Oddies in San Francisco. People can look that up. ODDIES, Oddies in San Francisco, where they literally have, and Heather, shout out to Heather Holman. She would love this. Oddies always has dead stuffed mice. It just has all taxidermized mice in all kinds of positions that it's like little gnomes that they keep. They're all dead stuffed mice that they keep in the window in different positions to hold up antiques that they sell and other odd things, which, so like this stuffed parrot or whatever it is. I'm not a good bird person. But
So it's like they're like curiosity shop.
yeah,
basically.
curiosity shop. They gave it red
Like
eyes. Yeah,
morbid curiosity shop.
yeah, morbid curiosity shop. They gave it red eyes, and people can look that up. V was saying that I should work there as just like a living dummy or something. To just wear their wear odd
It's so
costumes.
cheesy.
Yeah, I know. She think you see that she has just tremendous visions of my potential when she wasn't suggesting.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I
these
don't know if
devil
you've seen this
worshiping
on
tech
internet.
bros want to spend on that shit.
Oh, they do. Yeah.
Crystals and
Oh yeah, their houses are
Oh, yeah.
magic shit.
unlivable.
Yeah.
Yeah. But go on. What was your thought? Complete your thought there, Brendan.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was gonna say, do you remember when they were doing like some beta testing in the YouTube studio where it said, check what AI thinks about your channel, and Doug's
Ooh.
channel, it just gave a bunch of creature features. it said, you know, an hour-long podcast on, you know, on cryptids and shit and creatures. Yeah. And it put like pictures of them.
That's a good
freaking out and
niche.
shit.
Right.
Yeah,
Just
well, it
stay in
totally
there and nobody will
misunderstood
bother
what
you.
was going on, obviously.
Yeah. No one will care. That's the way we want it.
Oh man. So here we are. I gotta do a screen share here. And so let me see if I can get back to the call and do that. Do a screen share here. And let's see if we can refresh this. So here we are. This is Oddies in San Francisco. Loved to death. Browse our latest products. And you know, where else but in San Francisco would you find stuff like this? But it may not be. It must be the same store.
Poison bottles.
Yes, yes, there we are.
Fairies,
Yeah, this.
a
Yes,
dead fairy
yes.
tied to a fucking wall.
Oh yes, yes, yes. You saw that. You saw that. Let's see if we can get back to that.
It's a big business.
Yeah.
People want that stuff for sure.
Yeah, and so if we go back there and then press the page again, let's see if it comes up. This is it'll say something like, let's see if it comes up again. Anyhow, when I originally had it open, it said join our coven. It actually invited me to join their coven. Yeah, so and
well, they know their clientele well.
Yes, and oh, look at that.
It's a throwback, you know, it's Victorian age.
Yeah, evil eyes and shit. See the little evil eyes with bat wings in the
yeah.
background?
Yeah.
Little evil eyes with bat wings and shit.
Yeah.
And there we are.
Was that a picture of Dorian Gray? What the fuck was that?
Yeah.
Gargoyles and shit.
Here we are.
Yeah, holy shit, that's sketch.
Oh, let me see that.
Paradise Lost. Yeah.
Yes. Satan falling.
Oh, those are. He's amazing, that dude.
Yeah, Gustav Dorr. He's the great German.
Oh my God, that's just one of them.
Yes, just one of many. But Gustav Dorr.
I don't know how he lived with that shit in his head.
Yeah, but this is Satan falling from heaven. The expulsion of the rebel angels. Yeah,
magnificent work.
Yes, yeah, and but of course they sell things like this among others. But
you can get it as a postcard.
Yeah,
great.
And but when it comes to the shit that they've got, like I said, in the windows, they'll always have dead stuffed animals. So that's where Ed Beth got the stuffed bird from.
Yeah,
here we are.
A funny bird.
Yeah.
Well, that was a big thing and a big money maker, even in the freak shows and stuff.
Yeah.
Sticking animals together.
Look at that cursed doll. She's got a cursed doll.
Yeah, she's got a cursed doll. Yeah, I bet she breastfeeds that thing. She's got the nipples for it, and that's and this guy's got it printed right on his forehead and shit. Yeah, diabolique, And,
My eBay friends told me you can charge anything you want for a cursed doll.
Yeah. Why do people like
huge
cursed dolls
market.
So much? Yeah,
why? Competitive market.
Cursed ring, but he didn't want. He felt it was like karmic.
Oh, tell them about your stoner friend and his cursed ring he couldn't get rid of. Just you know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. One day he comes up and he says, "I got such a good deal on this ring," and I was like, "What is it?" It's like it was this like Victorian 14 karat gold with like an inlaid ruby, like a cabochon ruby and shit. And it looked cursed as fuck. I said, dude, what kind of deal did you get on that? He said, oh, so cheap. I can't believe it. I can't believe it was that cheap. And I was like, oh my God, dude. Like, you just bought some fucked up shit. And then I lost track of him for about a year or something. And like, he was wrecking cars and he crashed twice at his job where like one of them, the work van like flew off road and hit a telephone pole and his girlfriend went batshit. Like all this horrible shit happened to him. I finally catch up with him and I said, dude, how many times did you move? Like, and he said, oh, I moved like twice, 3 times. A bunch of shit happened. And I said, where's the fucking ring? I said, must be that cursed ring. And he said, oh, I forgot I had it. And I said, do you still have it? And he said, I think so. And then he ends up finding it. And for months, I was like, dude, you got to get rid of that ring, man. Like,
and it was always something prevented him. Always something prevented him.
Yeah. Yeah, and then I would catch up with them, and he said, "Oh no, I forgot about it. I still have it. I can't get rid of it." I said, "Why?" He said, "What if it's worth something?" And I said, "Dude, it's
Dude,
whatever it's
nothing's
worth.
worth
It ain't-"
that. Yeah.
Yeah. I said, "You either gotta melt it,
Mm.
bury it at a crossroads, or dump it in a river, or all three,
Yeah.
or destroy it first and then dump it in a river so no one can find it, you know?"
Yeah.
And so eventually, enough talking to him, I finally got him to smash it with a rock and throw it in the river. And I had to go supervise. I literally like stood at a distance casting wards and told him, "You have to smash it while I'm watching you, because otherwise this thing's gonna destroy you. It's gonna kill you."
Yeah.
And so he destroyed, so presumably it's gone forever, thank God. But it was pretty bad.
Tokien knew
Yeah.
about that shit.
But honey, Holly, tell Brendan about Laura Lee Solomon was with you when she purchased that cursed pipe. And she started smoking tobacco through that pipe, and that devoured her. That consumed her. Do you remember any of that, honey?
It was a garage sale.
Yeah. Yeah.
Garage sale pipe. Nice Arizona family
How was
lady. And
well, she felt that the spirit of the man who had smoked the pipe was definitely in that pipe. That was his life. His soul was
okay.
in
Yeah,
it.
that's troubling. Because I think there was. The old guy was sick, and they had to liquidate shit.
Estate sale. Estate sale.
Kind of, in a suburban Arizona driveway thing. Not what you think of as an estate sale.
But then she kept get it. I got it. I know what you mean.
But it was, that pipe had been used for sure.
And she just couldn't let go of that pipe. Finally, she had to throw the pipe away, and she said she could feel the resistance and the man screaming "No!" when she threw it away. That was months later. But but it was like months of devastation. Her whole life was fucked anyway. And
there's a reason why tobacco was like used by the ancient, the natives.
Yeah, tell us.
It was considered magical. Yeah.
Yes, and
hell yeah.
Yes.
Hell yeah! It's got marvelous effects if you use properly.
Tell people they're not going to get that magic from cigarettes because that's all industrial shit. So tell them the difference between the industrial product.
No, natural tobacco, not that sprayed shit.
Yeah.
And it was used ritually, not like every minute you're bored.
Yes.
Yeah, well, it's still used by tribes in the Amazon, like
very much so.
Stuff.
American tribes too venerate it.
Well, of course, it started with the North American tribes, like
that's right,
full ceremony and all that, but that was obliterated. But it still remains in the Amazon and Central America.
Well, it does here too.
Yeah.
I mean, you get American spirit in a pouch.
No. Yeah, it's not the same.
Yeah,
but
it's still a very valued gift to present. Expensive tobacco.
Expensive tobacco, yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
of course.
Very valued gift.
I mean,
used properly.
Tell people your adventure just trying to find some natural tobacco, Brendan.
Oh, I told you about that?
Yeah, tell us about it. You tried to find some natural tobacco and wound up with, I wouldn't call him a Cubano revolutionary because it makes him sound communist. He sounds more like a Cubano, I don't know what you call him. Like he suddenly just woke or something. He became conscious that the world was not what it seems. And
well, he definitely is against communism because I told him, I said, when he finally started opening up to me, I said, look, I saw Karl Marx's grave in Highgate Cemetery, and obviously he was an agent of somebody because they have his tombstone and his body fucking on display still.
Yeah.
And he said, exactly, he's in London. And I said, yeah, I know. I saw the tomb. I saw the giant head, like the Zardoz head of fucking him.
It's pharaonic. It's fucking pharaonic.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah. How do they just keep it? I mean, obviously he's being honored by somebody because it's polished and shit.
Yeah,
and clean.
Yeah. Oh no, they honor him.
He destroyed half the world. He destroyed half the world with his stupid madness.
With his madness, with his nihilistic,
his
nihilistic. By the way, P.D. Pete, the pious poet, says, hugs back. I understand. Fast or lefty East Coast Zoom ain't too awful catching, and besides, brightest sparks bridge, widest arcs. Eventually, countless double, triple feints and flexes come free. So I give him a thumbs up.
Wow.
It's just share it.
That
Whatever.
could be a song.
Yeah, whatever you got, you share it. Just share. And but let's do a screen share again here, and gonna do a screen share and see if we can get to the other call. Oh, what was it? Oh, yes, that was what I was trying to find. Oh, yes, here we go. Let's take a look at this. Here we are at behind the scenes with Oddies. Oh, look at that. There they are at the shop. Oh, putting fairy wings on big ass black rhino bugs and shit. And then, oh, new arrivals.
Yeah.
New arrivals updated daily.
Wow.
Look at that. Oh,
Is that a real fucking giraffe head?
Yeah,
Tell me no.
That's wild. Just who taxidermizes a giraffe? I'm sure it's done. I'm sure it's done.
It looks
Wait, I
like
can't
a
see it.
young
Is it-
one.
are you
Oh, okay.
scroll down a
Let's see if we can find it again. Here we are. No, we'll do it this
Okay,
way.
the gold skull. Okay, a gold skull for $300. I mean, you could just
There we go.
buy
Look
the
at this
goat.
shit. Look at this shit. Putting fairy wings on the big ass.
Ooh, they're doing classes.
Yeah, bug classes. And there, see that, Brendan? See that? Fucking.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a genuine
yeah, giraffe.
taxidermized giraffe.
Yeah, and there you go. Domestic cat skull. Domestic cat skulls. Oh,
I like the appearance of skulls and bones. I mean, there is something compelling about them.
Yeah.
Look at that talon. What the hell is that talon?
Oh, look at this. Cryptozoology tales. Dude, the only enter your email. Here we are. So let's
Yeah.
give.
I mean, guaranteed they have a jackalope specimen. Guaranteed.
Yeah.
You just gotta like go in person and bring cash, and they'll show it to you.
Yes.
Kind of one of those places. Sounds like.
Yeah.
Can you close that newsletter thing?
Of course. I was just pushing.
I want
my-
to see what that
He's signing
talon.
up. This
Yeah.
Oh,
So we have
okay.
classes
won't
and
talk
workshops.
about him. He
Yeah.
won't talk about him, but he's about
Okay.
to go buy a jackalope.
I wanted to see what that talon was.
Okay, talon. Okay. Well, this jeweled
And
flower
that's it.
mantis.
That
Jeweled-
thing or that horn.
Jeweled flower
This-
mantis in red. Oh,
Oh.
that or this.
That now I see what it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Here
a
we-
ram. It's a ram. skull.
Domestic
It
goat
sure
skull.
is.
And hanging taxidermy bamboo bat and jar. Oh, a bamboo bat. Those are big. So how big?
Yeah,
are
it
they?
is.
They can get big. So
I like that ethically sourced.
ethically
For a
sourced,
buck
my ass.
38, that's pretty good.
Yeah, $138, honey.
That's what I'm saying. That makes a fine
It's so
Halloween party
it's
gift.
So devalued. Yeah.
Yeah.
$1.38
Housewarming.
only.
Oh, look at this. Riker mounted de Roplates desiccate mantis. There's no mantis. Oh,
Oh.
Jesus Christ. Oh, that's real.
I can't see it. Oh, there it is. Wow.
Yeah, that's a genuine mantis. It's like a, I believe it's Australian or
Yeah.
It's not a sketch. A very good
Indonesian or
sketch.
some shit. Yeah.
No,
that's
no,
what-
it's real. It's a real specimen.
Whoa.
No, it's a real specimen. They're
Yeah.
like giant mantises from the east, from
Yeah.
Southeast Asia. or something.
Damn. As
Yeah.
big as your face.
Yeah.
Ones that they based like the kung fu off of.
Yeah, that's right. That's true.
Oh, yeah,
That's true.
yeah.
Yeah.
Mantis.
Yeah. And so cane rat skull, a big cane rat skull. There we are.
Ain't
this is
rat.
carved cow skull. Now that, look at that. You can.
Wow.
Yeah, that's.
What do they get for that? That's got to be 4 figures.
Oh, you need that for your $400. $400.
What?
Yeah.
No, I'm saying that's got to be
That's pretty good
1,000
business.
plus.
Yeah.
$400?
Yeah. Yeah.
No,
You'd think it'd be a lot more. It's
it's not a real cow skull.
It is.
I think it's polymer.
No, it's real. Botanical carved cow skull. It's real. Ethically sourced. They wouldn't put that up if it weren't real. It's real. It's real.
Botanical.
But you see, these
Yeah, it's
are
real.
yeah, these are very poor people, probably with nothing in their lives that get paid a
Aye.
pittance for doing something like this. You
I know.
And but it's a necessity for your next satanic ritual for any
Hey.
any Satanists out there. Yeah, and this one, here we are. Look at these fetuses. Mummified fetal pig. Authentic frozen Charlotte doll.
What's the wax?
Serpentine rat
Wet rat specimen.
Rat wet specimen. Diaphanized, deformed. Diaphanized and deformed. It's just what you.
Jeez, look at all the bones in the tail of the rat.
Yes.
That's amazing.
Yes. That's
I didn't know they had bones all the way down there.
Unicorn pig skull. Yeah, there we are. It's like
Oh boy.
so only in San Francisco. So this shit's all down there in Audie's.
Oh, the two-headed something.
Cyclops sheep skull.
Sheep skull.
Yeah.
The two-headed.
Yeah, and cane toad taxidermy. Conjoined
wow,
turtles.
that's a cool piece.
Yeah.
That thing is cool.
Yeah.
I
Monkey
could live
paw.
with that.
Now this is a replica. They even say so.
Yeah.
Yeah. And,
Shrunken heads.
Yeah. There we are. Agree.
Well, I
Tombstone.
guarantee you, if you go, and I'm not trying to out them, but
Yeah.
maybe not this store. Let's say that maybe not this store, but some stores you could go to in person with cash,
Yeah.
and they will bring you a monkey's paw.
Oh yeah.
That's
Yeah.
Oh,
dressed
yeah.
and
What-
oiled properly and all that shit.
Take a look at this. This is
Oh,
real.
geez.
$5,000. $5,000.
Jeez.
Cyclops kitten wet specimen. Yeah.
Oh my god, that's a chimera. That's a chimera. Like this
Yeah.
is not normal.
Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding. That
That's-
doesn't look like a kitten.
Yeah.
For
yeah.
$5
no kidding.
grand?
Yeah.
You
For
got to
$5
be
grand.
kidding me.
$5 grand. Yeah.
That's like
It's probably
they're
the
trying-
kind of
it's like
thing
if you wanna
Peter
make a
Thiel
homunculus and
buys.
shit.
Yeah. Yeah. There we are. Look at that. It's
That's sick.
yeah. Oh.
Imagine the happy home owner that had the cat.
Yeah. No shit. Yeah.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
What's with this ethically sourced?
Yeah. Yeah. What
Like,
do they
Yeah.
even mean by
it's
that?
from?
What do they even
Yeah.
mean by that?
Like, that
Hey,
they're
is
not-
there
basically that
about
they're not
the
producing
company
them.
on the drop-down menu?
Yeah. And
There should be.
yeah,
Like they're
about-
like weeds, you just find them.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a pizzle. A
Yeah.
set of pizzles? Raccoon pizzles. There they are. Raccoon's got a bone.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. So
in it.
this sheep brain. Okay, so I have a story about the sheep brain.
Yes. Tell us.
So yesterday at a site that is not my usual site,
Yeah.
well, let's call it like
Yeah.
a work site. They
Yeah.
said, oh, the science class has a really heavy bag. I said, what do you mean? They said it's full of sheep brains. I
Ooh.
was thinking, I was like, what do you mean sheep brains? I'm getting an echo.
You notice
For
that?
God's
That's
sake.
it. All the
They-
entities. All the entities are
Yeah.
drawn to what you're saying. Go on.
Yeah, I said a sheep's brain, and I was thinking about it. I was like, wait a second. What company is selling school sheep brains? And I was like, I hope they're not like human brains that they're just labeling as sheep brains.
It'd be so easy. It'd be so easy.
Yeah, it would be. No one would know because look at it. You see it in that glass.
Yeah.
right?
Yes. Going back to that up here further.
Yeah,
there
it's
we are.
the-
Look at that.
It's the similar size. Like as a
It
child's
seems
brain,
bigger,
and it's
actually.
sketchy.
The sheep's
Sketchy.
brain seems bigger than most humans, actually.
Shit, if I knew I could get $50 a piece, I would have just jarred them up instead of throwing them away.
Yeah, good
Holy
for
shit.
you. That's right. Now look at this one. Imagine who buys these books? Snakeskin Book Eye, $500, half $1,000. Half a
Well,
thousand.
I
it's
want
not-
a price on
okay,
the
It's
3
not just the cover; it's what's inside the book
Yes.
that they don't tell you about.
Yes.
I want a price
It's a
on the
grimoire.
3 raccoon pizzles.
3 raccoon. Where are
I
you
gotta
seeing
have it.
those? Where are you seeing
It's
those?
they're in the middle. Keep going back up.
Okay.
There. Stop.
Raccoon. Oh, penis bone. Raccoon baculum
Yeah.
penis bones.
What do they want for 3?
700
Wow, $8.
or $7?
Damn.
$7. $7.
$99. Okay, yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
That is there ain't no way to ethically produce those. I wouldn't think.
Yeah. that's-
Maybe they get them from the fur factory.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I don't know.
And
But
curiosities
they're
for
heavy
kids.
juju.
Curiosities for kids. Yeah, but raccoon bones are penis bones are heavy juju. I'll buy that.
Yeah.
Worm sucker for your kids. Lollipops with worms inside. You know.
Oh man, I love it.
Yeah.
That's a great gift for the right kid.
Ant suckers. Lollipops with ants inside.
Oh, but they're
it's-
real worms? That's disgusting.
Yeah, they're real worms and real ants. You know,
Oh, no,
Curvaza.
that's
It's like the
sick.
Curvaza tequila. Curvaza worms. It's the
Yeah,
curvaza worm
yeah.
that, you know, people love that. It's a delicacy. Yeah.
Right.
And
I had chocolate
Oh,
covered
don't
ants.
tell me they sell food too. Good God.
Yeah, they sell
Yeah.
food. See, no worm suckers for kids, like with curvaza worms and tequila.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
shit.
ants, you know, got the ants inside the lollipop because people eat chocolate covered ants. You know,
Why do
I
they want to
did
eat bugs?
as a
Why do they
kid.
want to eat bugs?
yeah, I would eat
I
bugs.
did. It's
Yeah.
like a Rice Krispie treat. You know, it's
Yeah.
like it's just they're fried
I don't
out,
know about
desiccated.
that.
It's just
Oh,
skins.
oh,
I
here-
had baby bees too as a
Oh.
kid.
Here's for kids. Edible chemistry set. Experiments you
Oh.
can eat and drink.
Mm-hmm.
Polymer pudding. Polymer pudding.
I like that on the side. Non-toxic. Yeah.
Oh,
And safe.
yeah. Saguro cactus. A crystal growing.
Is it ethically sourced?
Yeah, that's what they said. That's what it says. Yeah, here, I'll go back to it. See? Ethically sourced.
On
No shit.
top. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think something happened with the UX. Like they all say that like by accident, and not all supposed to say that.
Yeah. Oh, here we go
Mhm.
for Brendan. Ant candy. Ant candy. There you
Oh
go.
yeah,
Yeah.
I can't.
Oh
wait.
boy.
Yeah, there.
Yeah.
Look at that. I mean, I'd give it a try. $4.
No, and
Well,
the
if it-
chocolate
I mean,
covered and a
I've
few of
tried
them
ants.
is
I've tried
fine.
ants as a supplement.
Okay.
It's called
ant.
Qingbai Mountain Ant,
Cool.
and it gives you
In
like
capsules or what?
What does it give you?
no, it was a tincture. It was a tincture, and it
A
gives you strength.
tincture.
Cool.
Like
Oh,
because ants can lift
Ooh.
like 400 times their body weight.
yeah.
Hell yeah.
Wow.
So it's like a traditional Chinese
Interesting.
supplement that you can like gain strength, but I don't like it.
My mother had
Interesting.
this. My mother had this. My mother had this insect ring.
Is it?
Huh.
This.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
I wonder
my-
what she was doing with it.
It was. She wore it. She wore it. And
But I mean, it was like something occult or something.
obviously. But look at these scorpion suckers. I want these. It's like scorpion suckers.
Oh,
lollipops with
go
scorpions
on.
inside that you chew on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Real nice.
Kids love them.
Yeah, kids love them. They do. They would. Kids would love that.
Yeah.
Love that.
The right kid would get the joke.
Yes.
Well, I mean, we used to have them. Yeah, like I remember those like as novelties, but they ain't worth.
Yeah.
Ain't worth it.
It doesn't taste good to you. Well, what about this?
That
What are they doing with this?
woolly
Brendan?
mastodon model was cool.
Yeah.
I'd buy that for a kid.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can
It
go
was
back
at the
to
bottom
there
of
we
the
are.
last
Here we
page.
are.
That one. That's
Yes.
badass.
Yeah, $55. Yeah. So here we are.
Okay. I
Yeah.
wonder how big it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Okay,
pretty
but
cool.
I mean, these are more tame. I mean, these
Yeah.
plastic models. But then the
Yeah.
that
What-
other
that's
thing you
'cause-
just showed was
What,
hideous.
what this?
Oh,
What about
God.
this? What are
Oh,
these used for,
God.
Brendan? What are these used for?
What?
The frozen
these.
Charlotte doll.
What are these used for, Brendan? Authentic frozen Charlotte
Do-
dolls.
it doesn't explain.
I'm sure it's a
No, it
cult.
doesn't.
It's like heavy duty occult shit. This is what you
Yeah,
would
do you
use.
And
like-
they're
do you really wanna
inexpensive,
know?
too.
You really wanna
actually,
know?
I do. That's this for entrancing woman. It's you want to bind a woman.
No,
to.
no.
No? Okay, tell us.
I mean, they're like these German kind of penny dolls, Victorian dolls.
Yeah.
It's about this. It's like a folk tale about this girl that like froze to death or some shit. So it's some kind of weird
that's
occult
right.
thing.
Uh-huh.
That's it. Frozen Charlotte. Now I remember. Yes.
So it
there's
venerates
some
her.
kind of folk toy, some Victorian shit.
Yeah.
From
God.
England.
Got it. And
No, they're from Germany. They're from
German. Okay.
Yeah.
Just $12.
Yeah. And here we are
But
from.
I'm sure there's some weird occult fucking reason.
Oh
you
yeah,
know.
that goes without
Oh.
saying. Here we are, human rib
Yeah.
bones. Human rib bones for $58.
What?
Human rib bones for
Oh,
$58,
shit.
and
Damn.
ethically sourced. How do you ethically source human rib bones?
You can get. I mean, you could get it from India and stuff. There's like a
Okay.
whole company. There's a whole like cabal. There's no other word for it. There's a whole cabal in India that sells medical, supplies, quote unquote,
Yeah,
to
yeah.
all the doctors. And
Yeah.
stuff.
But
And then
Anatomy.
they never answer how they get like perfect skeletons with perfect teeth
That's
and all this
right.
shit.
yes, Yes.
Yeah. Doug, you've spoken about it, but
yeah,
I
I've
learned
spoken
about
of
it
this.
directly
Yes.
through the anthropology, the osteology, and all that.
That's
They
right.
said they pull it out, and then you say, "Where do you get it?" And they said, "Oh, we just buy it from a supply house." And
That's right.
it
Yeah.
turns out they're all from India.
Yeah, all from India
Uh-huh.
by United Nations agreement, because they've got 1 billion people who are poor, and a lot of them never
Oh,
get.
stop at the minerals. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, a lot
Oh.
of these people, they die with perfect teeth because they've never been exposed to all these sweets and candies and processed foods, and a lot of them
Yes.
die young, and so it's the only place where you can get more perfect human teeth skeletons, because everybody wants skeletons with perfect teeth. But here we are with the crystals, honey, and
I saw that you can have those bones for $58.
yeah, there we are. Human
So
rib
that's
bones,
not
right?
much of a, if that's a markup, my God, they must get them by the container
Oh yeah, they
down there in
they mark
Oakland.
that up. Yeah, that's like yeah.
Container that, I gotta wonder what's in all those containers. Well,
Yeah.
and then it says you can get it gift wrapped
Yeah, like that.
for
yeah.
another $7.
Yeah.
Hey, those goth chicks are coming up. I mean, everyone
Yeah.
loves those chicks now.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Here we are, bat and acrylic.
Don't knock it till you try it. Yeah.
True. How is this ethically sourced? Yeah.
What is it?
Oh man,
It's
yeah,
a bat and acrylic. How is that ethically sourced?
yeah.
A real bat in acrylic. That's he even died
know.
screaming when they poured the acrylic on him.
Yeah.
Ah, Jesus, yeah.
And
That's what I'm saying. It's just like it's just something to make the complainers feel better.
there's your jackalope taxidermy shoulder mount.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You
I
don't have
called
to
it.
pay
Did I not call it?
$600
Yeah, you
for one
called
of
it.
them.
$560.
No, you don't. You can get one of those down in Arizona for a bargain.
Yes. Oh my God.
Poor
You could probably find one at a
jackrabbits.
thrift store or something.
Yeah, really.
There were some genuine
Oh, an alligator
specimens that
head.
ended up in museums, but they all got sequestered.
Yeah.
That
that's
makes
right.
me mad. Look at that.
Yeah.
An alligator head for $15.
Yeah, 15
That's
bucks.
fucking sad.
What
Like
about
they don't have enough problems. Those poor gators.
Well, a lot of these creatures are like overpopulated. That's why
That's
they
true.
are allowed to say ethically sourced.
Right, get a cull.
Like
Yeah,
you could
I
shoot
hear
every
that.
alligator you see in Florida or whatever croc,
and
and you
That's
still
what I'm
won't even make a
saying.
dent.
yeah,
You don't even make a dent.
yeah, their population is pretty.
All right.
It's holding on pretty strong. Why is this $3,030?
I don't advocate, but I'm just,
Yeah. Why is this $3,030?
Well,
What is it?
that's kind of a big thing. Yeah.
It's
because it's a well-done
Yeah.
taxidermy.
okay.
And it
And
is
it's
a
a
black
rare sheep.
Arapawa
Okay.
high mountain sheep.
Got it.
So you
Wow.
can pretend you killed it yourself, I guess.
That's right. You can pretend you killed it yourself.
Yeah.
Well, they're
With
only
your
found
own
in the wild,
bare
so
hands
someone
and a
had
knife.
to hunt that at one point in
Uh-huh.
the past.
Yeah. That's right. But it didn't look brand new.
Yeah.
What's the colorful skull?
Oh, that's
Curiosities
kids for kids. Yeah, but
plants. That might be interesting.
bugs and butterflies. Yeah. Well, look
Always
at this.
interesting.
This is
Crystals and minerals.
Yeah, crystals and minerals. There we are. You were fascinated by that, right? You were.
Yeah.
What was that weird noise? Did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard
sounded
that.
like
What
I
was
think
that
it was
noise?
Heather.
A girl, like a woman.
That was Heather.
Let's see if she's
think
joining
so.
us.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, it is
Hi.
Heather. I was like, oh my God.
You sounded like some fairy creature out of.
I thought the ghost.
Yeah.
No, I have to chime in because I'm guilty of such pleasures. I would frequently order a raccoon baculum
Tell us about this.
for $3.
What the hell?
A raccoon penis bone,
Yeah.
Yeah, a pizzle.
a baculum.
And what would you use these for, honey?
Good for gamblers, and they're good in love. To give it to your love.
Oh wow.
Lucky in love.
Oh, that's.
Did
Did you
delightful.
get married?
Yes, I did.
Well, that'd be a nice gesture then.
Well,
Yeah.
we've already gone with the penis bone. Then he has a hard time
Oh.
hanging on to stuff. He loses things. So
Sure.
it did serve its purpose as far as bringing us luck when we were in Las Vegas.
Mhm. So,
That's
honey,
awesome.
you've glitched a little bit all the while that you were talking. So if you could say all of that again, are you on a mobile or something? Are you moving?
Are you out in the
I'm
desert?
I'm in my car,
Okay.
so you should be able to hear me.
Oh, much better now. You put in
Okay, good.
earbuds, I believe, something. So you did something technologically. So now relay all
Yeah,
of that
I
again.
just unplugged from the car.
Okay, so let everyone know about the penis bones. So you were ordering these because of what, and what are they good for? And
Oh, we get them for like little love spells, you
Mhm.
know. It's good luck for gamblers to carry one. It's called like a Texas toothpick, I think is another term for
Yeah.
it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
nice.
right.
And so and did you use these to kind of entrance
No.
Vinny?
No, you just carry them on you. It's for
It's a
luck.
charm.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's adorable. Thank you
Hey,
for sharing.
there's no shame in spellcasting. Just you're talking to a vampire.
It's just a charm. Yeah, but he'll judge you harshly. Give him a chance.
Oh, depending on what you're
Well, let's
doing. Yeah.
kettle pot black. You know?
Yes,
So,
yes. Yeah, it's hardly something I would yeah, I'm hardly in a position to judge most people, but I can certainly judge quite a few. Now here we are with some of these bugs and butterflies, but let's see if we go
Oh,
back. Yes, honey? Yeah, that in particular got your attention here?
I pulled my phone out again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Over the decades, I've
Uh-huh.
seen stores like that. I
Mhm.
always feel bad for the butterflies.
Yes, yes,
I mean,
that's
there's a
true.
really famous
Nothing
one in
ethical
New York
about
City
that either.
that has like straight up cursed items.
Oh,
Like they're not
Oh,
shy
it's a
about
big
it.
market. People
Mhm.
want that shit.
Yes. Yeah, and
They can have it.
yeah.
I just wish I had enough.
Because the more powerless people feel
Mhm.
and the more time on their hands,
Yeah.
then they devote to getting powers,
Yeah.
which you can easily
Well, I
do
think
right now.
I think the NPCs just want it to feel cool or something. Like it's like rebellion.
There's that, but I
The
really
hardcore-
think
the
people
hardcore,
it's
like occultists, like they know what they just order direct. Like
oh, they don't need
these
to
people
go online.
go to
Yeah.
the freaking. You remember what was that one idiot that went to the Philippines and was like digging through crypts and
Miguel
shit?
Andahar was digging up
Yeah,
children's
so that's what
bones.
these people do.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
No archaeologist of integrity wants to open a grave.
Yeah.
That's all I can
No.
say.
I don't know about that. Everyone at the British Museum.
Integrity.
But
Yeah.
that's all archaeologists do
Like
is open
Irving
graves.
Finkel. Yeah, Irving Finkel.
That's
these
the
people, I think, they're
lore.
massive occultists. Like,
But I've gotten to work in the field, and
Oh,
that's what I learned.
yes.
how to open graves.
Yeah.
And open graves.
Oh, avoid them. Yeah.
Well, if they have brains. So Heather, are you able to
Yeah.
see your screen share? Are you able to see the nice big giraffe head here? Vinny should have that in his room. And
Oh wow.
That can't be. It looks like it's stuffed.
no, it's a real giraffe's head.
Oh, God.
The younger one. It's a younger giraffe.
That's a young
horrible.
baby.
Yeah.
Jesus.
And
That's unethical. I love the toad. The toad is.
me tail. They're kind of amusing, but it's still sad.
Yes.
I
Yes.
badly want the toad.
What it used to be called macabre. That's what it's called, macabre.
Yeah, here we are. This is for Heather. Large taxidermy Krampus rat. Now, this is the kind of rats they had all over in the windows at Audie's. Look at that. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Cute, and they make
And
little
that was
Yeah,
a-
scenes.
these are made in Germany. These are very famous. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a
Actually.
big Victorian craze, putting stuffed animals into strange scenarios, big dioramas and stuff.
Yeah. That's,
Tea
Yeah,
parties
that's before the
and
turn of the century. I think that they used to put birds in frames too.
Yes. 565
yeah, but like doing
bucks.
stuff.
Yeah. It's like Krampus has taken away the little kid. See, the kid's been bad.
Right.
Yeah, Krampus.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so Krampus is
This
going
is
off.
sick shit, man.
Yeah, he's like, look at this. I mean, give one of these to Brendan as a gift. Oh my God.
No,
They were really elaborate.
I'll
back
take the
then.
$500.
Yeah.
There's like museums for displays of animals. Oh, now stop on that big tooth fish.
Okay,
See
this
that? Yeah.
Okay.
Blow that bad boy up.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Uh,
Huh. Oh, okay.
the,
It's not one of those ones with the teeth and the lights and the...
he looks pretty toothy to me. I mean,
No, you know what I mean. Those ones that are totally beyond, with the dangling lights in their mouth and stuff. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, those you're talking about deep sea, of course, real deep sea fish. Yeah, those are.
Angler fish is what you're talking about.
Yes,
No, I'm
Right.
guys, there's
Those are
these are what you're talking about.
Sure.
Putting the what'd you say, Heather? What'd you say?
I'm going to share a picture. It's from the New York Times. This
Okay.
person says that they made, how much is it? $23,000 or something like that. Let me find the exact.
Right.
I made $123K a year selling dead mice.
There you go. Yes. And,
wow.
So this is what you were talking about.
Who's
putting.
buying them?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He's buying all this.
Elaborate scenes.
Well, remember Peter Moon said he had all these dead bird bones that he was rolling over with his yoga ball that he was sitting on.
Well, I don't know if he
What?
said it. He didn't say it to me, but I definitely heard some weird
Yeah.
rustling and crunching.
Oh, well, when I asked him, I asked him, what is that? And he said, oh, it's just like dead parakeet bones that, my neighbor's parakeets died, and then, they gave me the bones. And it was like, why would you take
That's
them?
strange. Yeah.
Why is he sitting on them?
Yeah, he was
Oh,
rolling
He was
over.
casting
Miserable.
spells.
He was
that's what I'm
casting
saying.
spells. He was casting
Wait,
spells.
really? And grinding away in his backyard? That's too
No,
weird.
no, it was in his basement. He was rolling his yoga
Oh,
ball over.
Lord.
Yeah,
Oh,
naked. While he
God.
was sitting on his yoga ball naked, he was grinding them underneath the yoga ball.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and
Yeah, some of those, like the last few shows he was on, you could hear it clearly.
yeah. Here's from Heather. Look at what Heather brought us. They're pole dancing. Look at what Heather's sharing with us. Can you guys see this on the screen?
That's
here?
the guy that made $123,000 a year selling those.
How does he get them? He just kills them?
I don't know.
Gee.
Let's check out the article. I'll go ahead and I'll link it.
It's like,
No, these you get from labs.
okay, yeah.
Non-biohazard labs will just sell them to you.
Yeah, but he's making them into sex objects. He's making them the pole dancing strippers. He's sexualizing them. Oh, yes. And,
It's a
just
girl.
horrifying.
It's a lady,
yeah,
I thought. Not a man making
Oh.
that money.
Okay. Cool.
Wasn't it a woman's name?
I don't know. I didn't see the name. Yeah, so Heather.
No, Heather said it. Yeah.
Oh.
What?
You said it was a guy or a woman who's making these things, Heather?
I think it was a guy. I'm trying to find it. It's
Okay.
in the New York Times. I'll find the article if I
In
can.
the New York Times, man.
So
Yeah.
we know he's a furry. We know he's a furry.
You gotta be kidding me.
Oh God, Brendan, remember that shit? Oh Jesus, tell him about your uncle when he tried to get the kids to him, and he was like, "Are they furries? Brendan, get me a furry." He kept asking for Brendan to bring him a furry. Shit.
Wow.
Oh.
A furry.
That's disgusting. That's
Yeah.
disgusting.
Tell
Yeah,
me he was looking at, yeah, he was looking at kids and trying to get you to bring him one. Saying, "Is that furry? Is that furry?" 'Cause- Oh God.
Yeah,
tell
there
me-
was like some younger people that were like dressed, had the little tail, and they were all dressed up and shit
Yeah.
with the ears and the tail, very minor,
Yeah.
furry activity, we'll call it. And then he said, "Oh, look, they're furries." He said, "Get me some furries." I said, "What are you talking about? It's disgusting." And he said, "No, yeah, I heard they were sexy." And like he was trying to act like he hadn't heard about them, but we knew he was, actively searching for them because he
Yes.
said, bring me some furries. And I said, "Do you realize those people, pretty much every furry is under 18?
Yeah.
And he said, "Oh no, I had no idea." Tried to pull that shit. Yeah.
What a-
And then he goes to Thailand,
yeah,
fucking
of
piece
course,
shit.
to
Yeah.
satisfy himself. Yes.
Yeah, disgusting creatures. Yeah.
Priscilla.
But anyways, yeah, that's what he tried to pull.
Yeah.
Fucking-
Thank you for sharing that. I mean, he deserves all the exposure he gets. I mean, he's such a piece of shit, and
Well, I mean, I'm not lying. He did say that.
yeah,
That's what he said.
and Peter Moon fucked him up, and it was like, this is one case where Peter Moon's evil did the right thing.
Yeah, well, what's that old saying? The devil knows not who for whom he works and shit.
Yes, so true. In this case, yes.
Yeah.
But anyhow, so here it is. Priscilla, the dancing pole rat and other curiosities. Priscilla the pole dancing taxidermy mouse. Burlesque mouse art. So this is a furry. By that I mean the guy who makes it is into furry sex, but he's taking actual animals and sexualizing them. This is a pervert, people, who is doing this.
Yeah, it's just
Yes, but
perverse. Yeah.
combined with necrophilia.
But he knows his market.
He knows
He's got a market.
Yes. There you go. But it's a combination of pedophilia, fetishistic. Necrophilia.
Bestiality.
Yeah, necrophilia, necrobestiality. Necrobestiality. It's necrobestiality. Oh shit.
I think it's fair to
That's
call
so
it decadent
horrifying.
art.
Heather.
No.
Tell
Yeah?
Brendan.
Degen-
Tell Brendan about when our man T-Tank Barry said he saw you on TikTok walking through the graveyards and he hears all this sex noise of people fucking. Tell Brendan why he's hearing that.
Okay, so I was on, I heard it and I thought it sounded weird. I was with a friend and he's like, oh, it sounds like, fucking. It sounds like, people banging. And I'm like, well, it sounds to me like a bucket of slime being squished, just like a big bucket of slime, it didn't sound like sex to me.
Man, that's stomach training. My stomach
yeah.
is gone.
And so I was on TikTok and this guy, and I was reading this guy's, we were talking back and forth about our phones being vulnerable to, weirdness happening lately. Like people take pictures and things are in the pictures, or people pick up sounds that aren't there. And he said that his friend wasn't in a cemetery or anything, but his friend was filming something or recording something at work, something just random, and he got that same bucket slime sound, like the same sound in his video. And I'm like, well, that's weird,
And so you were with somebody when you heard this sound?
No, I was by myself. I
Okay.
actually
But
No,
wait,
T-Tank
wait,
heard it
another
on
time-
the film.
No, well, when you filmed it by yourself in the cemetery, T-Tank was able to hear it over TikTok, but another time
Right.
you were with somebody who identified it, just like TikTok did, as sexual sounds, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Go on.
I think I'll share. I still have the video.
Mhm.
I kind of want to hear it.
Yeah, it's strange. It's definitely strange.
Yeah.
But it sounded to you almost like how did you describe it? Like
A
sea
bucket
creatures.
of slime squishing, like someone was stepping in it or something.
Like that goo that kids play with.
Yeah. Well, no, yeah, kind of. Or
And
like,
it
how you
sucks
make
your foot in and
make
then
your
you got to
armpit
pull it out.
fart
Mwah.
armpit. It was kind of like that.
What did you say about armpits?
You know how you make the fart sounds with your armpits when you're a kid?
Funny, because the air
Yeah.
escaping.
Oh, that's and
Arizona's weird.
But why
that's
do you
all I
think the
can say.
cemeteries are full of this? Why do you think the cemeteries are full of this, honey?
Well, you know what's
They're
weird
not.
is
The other
that
episode
particular
wasn't a
video,
cemetery.
I was not even I didn't even know I was recording.
Honey.
Yeah, I didn't even know I was recording it.
Yeah, right. But I'm saying it was in a cemetery. Yes.
Yeah.
But
Thank
the
you.
other guys on TikTok wasn't.
No, his was like he's at work or something,
See that?
Is this the
It could
video
happen
you're sharing with us?
anywhere.
Is-
I think it is. I haven't heard it in a long time, so I'm not sure.
Okay. Thank you. I won't play it right now because we're on air. But by the way, did you see what else Heather put up? It's in the text box of the little mouse holding up the sign. Yes. So that's yeah.
Yeah, that is the right video. I didn't even know I was recording it.
Okay. Yeah. And
Okay, I'll
yeah.
check it out later.
Yeah, but definitely thank you for that, Heather. And is it possible that you're attracting a kind of sexual harassment from the other side? Have you ever thought of
No.
Anyway.
Dried up old cemetery in Arizona? No.
No,
Ain't no
no. I mean, I don't get anything sexual about it.
Okay. And but all right. Well, definitely Heather, what else is on your mind? You just got married.
Yep.
Vin is doing okay. He hasn't
Yeah, he's been fine.
yeah.
He's got to go to the dentist tomorrow.
Okay. And other than that, everything seems okay. Has much changed? I mean, is there a different vibe now that you guys are hitched legally?
No, he, he hasn't been. I've been trying to do some more searching for my daughter, and
Yeah.
and I found like one of the pictures, like she did a photo shoot for like one of the last times I seen her, she did a photo shoot, and then I Google searched the picture, and there are two different ads for clothes that's using her picture,
Mhm. Yeah.
but
Huh.
I don't think she got paid for it.
Right.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that's rough.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean,
That's this modern
they're both
age.
Hispanic. Like, I don't know where to even go with any of this, you know?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, well, it's extraordinarily painful. I don't want you to
I
relive.
wonder if you could get through to whoever's pushing her and ask, hey,
Mhm.
I'm
could I
working
get
on
in
it.
touch
I'm
with your
definitely on
model?
the case.
Mhm.
I'd like to hire your model.
Mhm.
Yeah,
See what they
I've just got
say.
like a whole long line of bullshit. Like,
Mm.
years ago when she was first, when I was still first trying to find her,
Mhm.
I came across a couple of websites that were questionable, but now they're gone. Everything's gone. It's like her whole name and every picture and everything is wiped. It's like gone.
Mm.
Yeah.
But you know she lives.
Okay.
I don't know for sure. I mean,
Okay.
that's what I'm told, but
Because I thought you came close
well,
a year or
I
two
had a
ago.
police officer find her and verify that she just doesn't want any contact with me, but she's living her life. But I don't think that
Right.
was her he talked to, because the person
Ah,
said they were very adamant and really freaked out. Like, no, I don't want to talk to
I
her. I never want to
see.
see her. My daughter that's just not her at all. Her
Okay.
disposition. I mean, she's really mellow.
Got it. Got it. Yeah.
Yeah, somebody kind of freaked out because the police were calling, wanting to know about, where she was.
Sure.
Yeah.
And so
Sure.
ever since then, the phone number that I've had has been disconnected, and it's been connected the whole time.
Mhm.
Yeah. So have these pictures emerged since that time?
This was a long time ago. This was like in 2016 was the last time I
Right,
talked
but
to
when
her.
did you catch the pictures?
Just now, I've been going
Just
and
now.
I've been doing deep dive searching and stalking. I just I didn't want to do that before because I wanted to respect her privacy or
Sure.
whatever.
Sure, sure.
Mhm.
But I wonder how they end up, how they hook up. Like, are they before or after 2016?
Yeah, these are all before.
Okay.
There's
Mhm.
Oh, and
nothing.
that all got wiped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, except for these like pictures of the clothes that are for sale.
Mhm.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
That's so sad. And how does Vin feel about you doing this? Does he feel supportive, or does he want you
Well,
to?
he believes that
Yeah.
the person that the cops talked to was my daughter, and he thinks that I'm kind of going off of the deep end a little bit.
Well, that's understandable, though. Of course. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously.
Which is another reason why
But
I
it's
don't.
a long time for the daughter to go no contact.
Or
Well,
nobody's
A
talked to her. Nobody's seen her.
really
Nobody's talked to her. There's no existence
long
of her.
time. Yeah.
yeah. It's well, I think that this is one of those things that is an ongoing pain that it's never really going to heal. It's one of these things that let's see what else Heather has sent us here. Taking a look at that
Oh, there's
inside
just
of.
pictures of my daughter.
Okay, well, thank you for sharing them. I believe this is actually the first time that you've really shared pictures of your daughter, and I
Yeah.
appreciate that. And how old was she when these were taken? 16?
17 in the
18.
picture with the black dress. She was 17 in a contest. She made it to the top 3
Right.
finalists. She was number 2, actually.
Right. Yeah. Well, it's just sad, and of course, she and yourself are in our prayers. and always
Thank
will
you.
be. Yeah. I can't even imagine the loss, and certainly your desire to follow up on this is understandable. Her
Well, it's
eyes.
just ever since this Epstein shit has come out, it's just really made me want to know.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that it's just the timing
Mhm.
because I couldn't handle knowing maybe for before, and it's just things are slowly being revealed to me as I'm able to stomach it.
Mhm. Would you say her eye color was gray, blue, or actually purple?
For eye color,
Yeah.
I would say blue.
Okay. Very light blue, blue-gray.
Yeah, but some people say gray, some people say hazel, like they might change with the color that she wears.
Mhm. Right. Yeah. In other words, also depending on the light, ambient light, I can understand
Yeah,
that.
it's
Yeah.
blue to
Yeah.
me.
And yeah. But all that being said, what else is on your mind in terms of this? Obviously, is a big thing on your mind right now. Probably emotionally, it takes up a lot of space. But
Yeah.
in terms of what's going on in the world, what's got your attention?
Well, I'm still waiting for the alien files.
Yeah, don't hold your breath.
No, Trump's, I guess.
Yeah, don't hold your breath. Yeah, that's like, yeah, that's nothing gonna come out of that. I mean,
And I
that's
really think that the world is, I think that there's going to be a big shift because the technology is like just taken off. Like Holly was saying, everything is so fast now. Like it keeps like newer and more innovating. It's just like overnight, new things are happening. And I just think that, I mean, like the Schumann, I kind of follow the Schumann chart thing where it says the vibration of the planet.
Mhm.
Do you know what that
The
is?
Schumann frequency.
Yeah. And
Douglas knows.
I
Mhm.
kind of follow that. And the thing about like the planets all lining up right now, I just think that something is going to take a
God,
turn. And I don't
they
think
are
that,
clumping.
yeah, I
Holy
don't think that we
shit.
are really doomed. I think that we can win it.
Mhm.
Well, it's up to the fire horse, I guess.
Oh yeah, yeah. But when
Hey.
you say you think we can win it, you mean simply survive, or what do you
No,
envision as
like
what we're winning?
Basically.
things can change in the world and maybe it'll have to be in another place or another like,
Mhm.
not virtually, but actually physically we might be okay. We might be able to fix it or to save ourselves from
Well,
all of the things that have been um,
mhm.
prophesized and things like that.
Well, I mean, it's good that you have a positive outlook. I encourage that, and that's important, especially with all you've been through. And now,
That's what we need the Space Brothers for.
Yeah.
yeah,
They'll fix it up.
please tell me you're being facetious.
If you
Please,
can't
please.
tell by now, Douglas,
Yes, I get it. Thank you.
you should
But
know.
Heather said
I mean,
yes, so
but still,
yeah,
I mean, we do.
And
Yeah.
We
I
hoped
will say
AI
one
would
thing,
do it, but
the
nope.
Kennedy guy gets a lot of heat, but for some reason in deep down, there's something about him that it's cool with me. I think that, I mean, I'm interested. I don't think that, he's playing with all those people like on the bad team, but I don't think that he's a bad guy. I think that he's just, I think he has the
Robert
best
Kennedy?
interests.
Robert F.
Yeah.
Kennedy? Brainworm
Yeah.
Kennedy?
Yeah.
Oh my God. So what are you saying
Dude,
that
that chopped POS. He said it was cool. The glyphosate was cool. After all these years, he was
Can you
saying it was
believe that
bad.
shit?
Then he
Can
came
you
out and he said it's
believe
cool,
that?
man. Yeah, no, I
Right.
can't. He's a scammer.
Can you
He's just a scammer
believe
at this
that?
point. Because
I haven't
he
heard
ain't
a
eating
cricket in 5 years.
it. He ain't eating it.
Well, I mean,
It's
he's
like
not
when
the
they bought out
brightest.
the owner
He's not a
of the
doctor,
company.
like the brightest of people, but
No,
I mean,
it's beyond that. It's deliberately misleading. He
Yes.
knows it's bad, but he can't say anything because he'll lose his job. That's
Yeah.
But
I
that's
just thought
not
it
how
was
you
funny
do
when
that.
that guy fainted in the cabinet meeting and Trump just stood there looking at him. As soon as that guy fainted, Kennedy was like bolted out of the room. He was gone. He's like, I'm not gonna be here for this.
Well, isn't there some big new glyco spraying campaign going on somewhere?
Well, they all came out and said they're only going to pay out $7 billion. That's the final payout, and we need it for our food security. They're trying to say that when their entire peoples that don't use weed killer and fucking have plenty of food. I mean, like most of the agriculture in India doesn't use that shit, and when they do, the farmers start killing themselves because they can't sustain a crop. So it's all out there. It's just they're all slaves to this.
Think about
I get that.
If we didn't have those chemicals to kill them, then we would be overrun and invaded by all of the new species of maybe aliens or germs or diseases that are like just now coming around.
Roundup won't save us.
No.
Roundup ain't
something
gonna
else I
do
heard
it.
a rumor of is that Mother Teresa was Fauci's mother.
That's I mean, he's small. He's small. He failed.
He's got a big nose.
Yeah, he failed her because she was pure evil, pure raw evil.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Ruined that
That's
community for a generation or more.
Yeah.
I mentioned that the other
just
day
being
that I
a
really
sellout
didn't like
ain't
Mother
enough.
Teresa, and my mother-in-law looked at me like I was a devil. She's like, how could you not like that person? Like she was so, and I've had friends react the same way. It's like people are so like brainwashed to thinking she
Mother
was
Teresa is one of the most verified villains of history. I mean, like,
Look, I'm not defending her, but what'd she do?
She is,
just look
Tell
There's
at
him,
people
Brendan.
that find pleasure in pain.
I mean, she's just like an Albanian busybody, right? It's like, what the fuck?
she's like pure raw evil.
Oh,
pretty
okay.
much.
I don't know enough about it to have any.
There was like a One Piece character about it too.
Oh,
so
okay, that's cool.
But I'll get into it later. I don't want to get into it.
Okay,
Right
cool. And it's like, what's with all this cortisol shit? Like they're really
What about it?
What do you know about it? I mean, I saw it and they, ads for it, like cortisol, and people are like gobbling this shit up. I mean, what is it supposed to be doing for you? I mean,
You're trying to lower cortisol. You would like to lower cortisol.
Oh, okay.
Right.
So
You don't want it.
Okay. So, but they're eating something to get lower cortisol, I
The
guess.
burst I've seen is all peptides now. Peptides.
Peptides. That's peptides. So
Tell us about that, Brendan.
Yeah.
It's just it's just a scam. It's just the marketing.
Right?
Scam.
Yeah.
It's like saying there are ketones in your washing powder. Like, that's what they're saying. It's just stuff they just say. Like a peptide is just a small chunk of like amino acids. So it could be like your cells need they do that normally. I mean, there's nothing to add peptides or remove peptides. It's just a joke. It's just
so even though our environment is slowly leaching us out, you can't replace peptides that we should have, but we don't because it's so toxic now. All right.
All right. Has he gone silent?
No, he said no.
Okay.
That's an answer.
I mean, there's a scientific term of what a peptide is, but it ain't.
Yeah.
You can't replace them.
Okay.
You can't just take a pill.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
It doesn't
So
work like that. It's a short chain of 20 to 50 amino acids linked by covalent bonds, building blocks of protein performing vital biological functions.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah.
So you can't take it like vitamin C or something and have it slip right in there and fix
like
the chain.
Company trip. I mean, it's like a supplement company like scam.
Yeah.
Because the second you ingest a peptide, it breaks down into amino acids, and then your body has to build a new one. So it's just redundant.
Well, it's
but
something that's
scam.
It's
just
something
like the whole collagen like trip. I mean, people say, "Oh, I can take." You can't take collagen.
That was it. I meant collagen. I meant collagen.
Yeah, collagen. Yeah, you can't
calcium either.
Yeah, I mean, calcium's another trip. Like, you need it to a point, but then you shouldn't supplement it though for reasons
God
we
no.
get into. But
with ground up seashells,
But the peptide trip and the collagen, they're saying, oh, collagen, you take it from the outside and it boosts your skin when your body can't use fully made collagen because usually it's from another species. So you can't, your body has to break it down.
Like bovine
acids.
And
then reposition it and it's just, you'd be better off just focusing on nutrition And then
Right.
they
And
missed this
vegetables.
huge piece of it, that the
Yeah.
the collagen, human collagen at its base is made by vitamin C in the body. So all you got to do is just eat vitamin C, and your body can stitch together its own collagen. That's what happens in scurvy, is the collagen bonds start unraveling. That's when you get
Yeah.
scurvy.
Okay.
So it's not a matter of taking it from the outside. It's just another, trick. that
Well,
they've
it
done
seems
with the
like
marketing.
Okay.
this is the latest trickle down from the elites of the life extension industry.
Yeah, but
So
those
this is
people,
and
in his
their
defense,
fads.
in Brian Johnson's defense, he's at least revealed a few of their techniques that are viable,
That are viable.
like the hyperbaric oxygen and
Oh
various
yeah.
things like that.
Oh yeah. I believe in
With
that
actual
too.
statistics.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that it's going to, do anything in the long run.
Well, in crisis,
Like,
like
you can't escape, my
Yeah.
stroke
escape,
friend, I
like,
think could have
the reaper.
benefited. No. But in terms of if you don't want to die yet, there are people like that.
I mean, you could prolong it or hold it off, but it ain't worth it. I mean,
Oh, if you just do it
better to go
regularly.
naturally.
I'm with that, but that's what it seems like to me. This latest peptide craze just drizzled out of all their crazy efforts
Oh, it
And there's
did.
down
a
to the
limit.
consumer
There's a
market.
limit to-
You can buy bovine colostrum now with a sample table. They'll let you taste it in Costco.
It's disgusting.
I can tell you that.
Yeah, you won't even. I can't even describe how
Disgusted
the
you
process
are
to
right
get that
now?
is. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's why I'm telling you it's happening.
No, well, so did you say
again,
bovine
trickle
collagen?
down.
Did you say
This
bovine?
is trickle down.
Yeah. Did you say
Colostrum.
colostrum? Bovine colostrum.
Yeah.
What is that?
The first goo that comes
I don't know
out
what's going on.
of cow tits before the milk
Oh.
when
Or
the
goats.
cow is a newborn baby. J.P. Morgan, at the end of his life, bedridden,
Yeah.
all he would take was human breast milk
That's right. Yes.
right off the teat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's well, he could afford that.
I
But
bought some
colostrum's
off of TikTok
always.
for my cat.
Say that again.
Oh
honey.
yeah.
Say that again, honey.
I bought some off of TikTok for my cat.
Oh, cool. And she
Oh,
likes
the
it.
bovine.
It's good for allergies or herpes or whatever,
No shit.
Herpes?
Yeah, my
Cats?
cat
Hey.
has cat herpes.
Oh.
Alchemically, it's one of those magical fluids.
Oh. Wow.
It certainly
it's
is.
meant for
It's
it's meant
magical.
for the baby mammal. It's not meant for other people to take it.
No, but even the human one, it's
Right.
only available after you've been pregnant for 9 months
Right.
and got a kid the rest of your life. It's only like one
I mean,
shot.
Yeah,
It's the stuff you get one
it
time.
has a biological purpose, but it's not something. Once you start imbibing it from other creatures, it becomes dark alchemy, which is always
Absolutely.
harmful to the spirit or to the person, the
That's
being.
right.
And it's exploited
But they
even
don't
if you
tell
can
you
score
that when they
human
sell it to
stuff.
you.
Mhm.
No, it's
So
So
ridiculous.
are you
And the
saying
human one
bad
is
to
even
drink,
worse because
cow
then
milk?
Doug can explain why. That's
It doesn't fit
because
your
then-
genetics, for one thing.
Mhm.
Well, where's the baby?
Yeah. Well,
That's the first question. Is where's
That
the baby?
too.
well, what a lot of people and yes, I would be, how would I say it? I would be reluctant to share what I know on bandwidth, but I do want people to consider what Holly Kiefer broached as a topic. J.P. Morgan and other wealthy multi-billionaires of the elite. This was way before parabioses and the Silicon Valley pseudo-vampirism that we have today based on transfusion. But when it comes to the old school, it was human breast milk. So what I can tell you is oftentimes the multi-billionaires would impregnate the woman themselves. So when the woman was getting to the point where she was full term and beginning to essentially secrete breast milk, they would have that as essentially their morning cereal milk, for instance. It was the
A
equivalent of that.
supply.
Yeah,
But I thought they suckled.
they suckled directly, or they would almost, since they had basically many women who were impregnated, they would use it as
Right.
like a cream in their coffee or in their cereal
Huh.
milk, as their cereal milk. Just by it's not really that difficult, but you're dealing with, of course, a preference for warm milk at that point, which many of the older class would prefer. These were older gentlemen, in quotation marks. But because they had so many of these younger ladies who were being impregnated, as I said, if they were too old to impregnate these ladies themselves, these ladies would usually be impregnated by men they would trust, or hirelings that they would trust. But as for the babies and where they went, they were usually just orphans who were then, basically adopted out or simply sent to orphanages to be adopted out. But as for the Michael Aquino would say that many of them were simply sacrificed after birth, the babies, that is. And that was something that at first I never really believed him. But then when I heard from multiple witnesses that Michael Aquino himself was eating babies, then, and that, of course, became verified by Lori Ann Fenton, who claimed she herself was eating babies. Then we get to the point where, okay, there's enough cross-referencing going on here that you begin to see a pattern. So what I was going to ask Brendan was, when it came to collagen, people who are intaking human collagen, if that is more compatible with the human body, that would be essentially a form of cannibalism, I guess. Brendan, you would classify it as such, yes? So if you're able to respond, Brendan, go ahead, because I know he's at work and isn't always able to respond, at least not immediately. But if he's able to hear me, I look forward to a response there. But then many people accuse me of being a cannibal because of my vampirism, but then understand, well, technically I'm not really fully human. So it's not the same. Cannibalism happens when a species is consuming itself, but vampirism is technically a subspeciation, as I've explained before. Of course, this is taken out of the the mythification of vampires that people have engaged in over the centuries. Brendan, for instance, gave me a link of some older woman being interviewed by this guy who was asking her about herself, and she claimed to be a vampire hunter. Oh, I kill vampires, and there's several ways to take this, but let's let Heather talk. Heather, go ahead and talk. You don't need to type. Heather, interject. By all means, Heather, talk. Come off mute.
I was just gonna say, do you think that fingernail biting is just like a something that is inherent as a sinful reaction to eating people?
Well, it would be like a child.
Not when it's your own.
That's called endophagy. It's like a child eating their own boogers, or
Ew.
it's chewing your own fingernails is a form of endophagy, meaning you're eating your own substance. So
Eating your own self.
well, yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Or
like
people that
or
bite
your own
their
substance.
hair, is that the same thing?
Essentially, yeah. But I mean, if you're eating your own secretions, like kids eating their own boogers, or and don't ask me why, but a lot of young boys do this, sucking their own penises. Then yeah, it's a form of, well, you're
If they
eating your
can.
yeah. You'd be surprised. Young boys are pretty flexible, and a lot of them can do this. And I don't know why they do it, but it's a thing apparently. And a lot of people groove off the porn involving that. The reason I know about this is because, of course, it's part of the OnlyFans gimmick, where a lot of young boys are doing this on OnlyFans.
No shit.
Yeah, it's yeah, and but it's obviously something we try to discourage the young lads that we're tutoring or raising on the estates from engaging in,
shit.
or watching as a thing. It's just one of these things. You get to know about it with today's young kids who are just exposed to all kinds of media. Then you try and control the input of media that they're exposed to, which
And it's all a symptom of the great loneliness.
Well, kids apparently have been doing this forever. I mean, it's not something that's a product of a sudden craze. I mean,
Dogs, all the dogs do it all the
It
time.
kind of sounds like that.
But at any
I mean,
rate,
it's always been men's dream, but
it's
maybe so.
all I can say is I try not to
I
dwell
guess
on
it's
it.
on the rise.
Yeah, I think it's always been there. It's just always been there. Like Heather says, what dogs do. So that's pretty much what men are, just dogs.
Well, and yogis know how to do it
Yeah, there we are. Let's not over
and
dwell
can
on.
reach it.
Let's not over dwell on the topic. But yeah, it's called endophagy, honey, when you're chewing your fingernails or other such things.
But do you think is that something that's based on inherently from eating people, like in your genetics?
You mean me? Or anybody who does
Like when people have the tendency to bite their nails, it's like a nervous habit, I know, but is it something that just is automatic from eating people in past lives, or
I wouldn't say that's reading too much into it. Yeah, I would say
Yeah.
that. Let's put it this way. Heather knows the Vedic, shall we say, works enough where she has questions that are valid and they're very big. They're deep questions that involve life itself and life cycles. But when you think about endophagy, it's not like these people chewing their fingernails are intentionally trying to indulge themselves in the taste of those fingernails. That is more
they're
of a
just
nervous
trying to
habit.
feel that
Yeah.
relief or
Yeah,
that
yeah.
soothing?
Yeah, however soothing they find that to be, but it is what it is. It's a nervous habit, and for some reason, some people manifest it differently. There are people who chew their toenails. So there's people who chew their fingernails, and there are people who chew their toenails. Usually when no one can see them do it, but it is a phenomenon that is usually treated psychologically once it's discovered. Let's see for instance, if they're discovered by their parents doing that or something. Usually at that point help is called in. But such having been said, it's not really considered as it's not like these people are really seeking with the fingernail bit or the hair bit. Some of these people are really seeking the taste. It's just a nervous habit. But when it
My
comes
grandma used to always tease me when I was a baby, and she'd pretend like she was going to eat my feet, and
yeah, I don't know what that is. Yeah, a lot of adults do that with kids. They
oh, it was yummy. I'm going to eat your toes. I'm going to eat your feet.
yeah.
Like,
Why
they're
do
so yummy.
I don't know why adults do that, but I do know what a lot of adults do that with kids. I don't get it. I don't think I want to get it. It's one of
Yeah,
these
knowing
things
what we
that
know.
yeah. It's well, there you go. Edgy territory with Team Dietrich. That having been broached upon or touched upon. Yeah.
Hey, listen, I got to move over to the tube.
Okay, well, I'm going
beat
to
like a dog.
Well, we love
So,
you.
Holly,
yeah.
love you.
Yeah.
I
Hope you feel
love you
better.
too, Heather,
Oh,
and thank you for
I
a
do
wonderful night.
Yeah, and I do hope, Holly, that when you do review the episodes after they upload, right? The
I
monologues.
do.
Oh, good. So
Right.
then you hear my
So I'll be
monologues
there. Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
good.
yeah. And I'm not shutting down yet. Just moving over.
Okay, well, love you dearly.
A little while.
And stay
All
safe
right.
and be well.
All. Yes. All my best to all. Thank you.
Yes, most blessed be. And oh yes, kisses out there to the lovely Vicky who joined us earlier, Vicky Johnson. Love you dearly, honey. And gonna go into monologue now. Mexico's most wanted cartel boss and head of the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, Nemesio El Mincho Osiguera Cervantes, was killed Sunday in a Mexicano military operation in the town of Tepolpa. El Mincho was perhaps Mexico's most wanted criminal. His death from wounds inflicted in an operation by...
They got him with the honeypot, by the way. I don't know if you saw
Did
that.
they really? I did not know. Tell us about this.
Yeah, they caught him because of his girlfriend, who was an OnlyFans model.
Oh my God! I want to see her. Let's take a look and see if I can find this on.
I mean, it's nothing special. It's just a stripper lady. No offense to them. I mean, hopefully she made money from it. I hope.
Yes, yeah, we can hope. Yeah. El Mencho girlfriend. Let me see how hot she looks. I'm trying to get photographs, people. Come on. I'm seeing some, but there's like small. It's like maybe they're just trying to protect her identity or something. Oh well, this one's a brunette, but sometimes she's blonde. Seems well. She
It's the
looks.
blonde one.
It's the
Well,
blonde
I
one.
should say.
Okay. So the blonde one, she's busty. Yeah, either that or they're implants, but she wears them well. And yeah, I like she's got the CJing, CJNE like Kaching. Yeah. There we are. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say she's worth dying for, but hey, she's worth risking
Well,
your
he's
life
stupid
for.
enough to.
Yeah,
He's stupid enough
yeah,
to do that.
well, he was led by his dick, and can't blame him for that. Well, wait, we can blame him for that. We can blame him.
I can.
Yeah, yeah, we can blame another friend of ours who was led by his dick into, losing 15 grand. Anyhow, she's got Brazilian butt implants, so that ruins it for me. Sorry, that kills it. I hate those fucking butt implants. Okay, don't do them. To all the ladies out there, for God's sake, why does anyone do that? It's just, it makes you look like an African fertility doll. I'm sorry. It's like, I don't particularly like the Hottentot look myself. So, yeah, it's an aesthetic that they're trying to push upon us. And if you are rebellious, don't go for it. But there we are with that. Had to get that out there. Anyhow, he looks distinctly proud of himself that he has some. Yeah, well,
he's getting judged by the god of death now.
Yeah.
Too late.
Oh, yeah, that's yeah. What a loser. Oh man, thank you for that. I feel so much better about myself now. Thank you, Brendan.
Oh, I'm sure.
So, did you hear what we were saying earlier? So, my question was, if humans are eating human collagen because it's more. Oh, by the way, Heather, we love you. Heather, stay safe and be well, honey. We love you dearly.
Well, if you're eating nothing, never mind.
Yeah, isn't that a form of cannibalism? If people are eating human collagen?
Yeah, there's no such thing as human collagen because you would be eating people's bones and sinew.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. No, when they're eating the collagen, it's usually from boiled cow or pig bones, and it's totally not healthy. I don't know where they got this trip where they're saying it's healthy now.
Okay,
they're just they got conned into it.
But you're disambiguating that from bone broth. I mean, bone broth is healthy for humans if they're not vegetarians.
It is like, just from a nutrient standpoint, but it has nothing to do with the collagen. They try and say it's collagen, but
okay, got it.
That's not how it works.
Got it.
Let's just put it this way: the collagen is not digestible.
Okay, got
it.
And
even if it is, your body has to break it down and then build its own collagen.
Right.
So there's no point. The only real collagen boost you can get is by consuming vitamin C. People can look up the studies and all the jazz to see what I'm saying.
So this is profound, and that's what's important for me to know, because I saw all these ads on YouTube where they made it look intriguing. It was like collagen, and it had this like glistening color to it, and people are like putting spoons into it, and it looked intriguing, and then they're
just the marketing.
Okay, it's the marketing, and then all these peptides and stuff. So you're saying it's basically at its best, it's essentially a neutral thing that would do you no good, but at least be harmless. But at its worst, it could actually do harm, right? I mean, it could. That none of this has been.
I consider it detrimental.
Got it. Thank you. So it's actually detrimental for people to be doing this because. Yeah, obviously none of this has been approved by the FDA, but is it a fad or is it a concerted effort to poison people?
It's just marketing. It's like they have all these. It's like people stopped eating gelatin because they found out it was like not kosher and not halal. Okay. So what are they going to do with it? They sell it to all the the plebes.
Got it.
They sell it to all the plebes, and they just say, "Oh, hey, it's good for you," and so they can so all these industrial farms can get rid of their bone dust that they can't use.
Got
Simple.
it. So gelatin was what was used in Jello, right? Like Jello pudding.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, like back in the day, gelatin able to be used as like an industrial binder, but because so many people are, first of all, they don't want to eat it, and second of all, it's not kosher or halal. They don't know what to do with all this bone dust anymore. They used to make Jello. Remember, Jello was super popular.
Yeah. Jello
50s,
was
60s,
everywhere.
70s,
Yeah.
80s.
Oh yeah, everyone was
So
eating it.
now that no one wants to use it, they were like, "Fuck, we're stuck with all this useless," because they're trying to make money off the livestock.
Yeah.
So they're stuck with a bunch of useless shit, and according to all the food laws, you can't just throw it away. You have to process it. It costs money to get rid of it, basically. So the only alternative is, hey, we'll just sell it and make it food grade, quote unquote, and then sell it as a supplement. And then that's why they have to hire all these idiots saying, it's good for you.
Hence the marketing campaign. What
Yeah.
about gummies? When people are eating gummies, that's all gelatin, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's sugar. I mean, sugar you could sell. I mean, and actually, nowadays they literally in Germany they had to make these they had to make vegan gummies because people stopped buying the Haribos and stuff. They said we don't want to eat the gelatin because it's discarded pig bones and hooves, and people found out the reality of it, and they said we don't want to buy it. Even if they do eat meat, they don't want to eat like the entrails and all the junk.
Interesting.
So they said we don't want our kids eating gelatin fucking gummy bears. So this new company called like Candy Kittens and these other people, which were Germans, the German food scientists had to develop natural alternatives to gelatin and to get people to still buy it. So agar and various like mixtures, like starches and things. But to me, they're actually better. Like if you try Candy Kittens, they're better than, and even the Haribo company, most of them are plant-based now. So then these companies are left with a bunch of bone dust they can't sell. So they start saying it's good for your gut, bone broth, and all this bullshit.
Well, it's brilliant. I mean, you got to hand it to them. That's pretty fucking brilliant. I mean, it's
like cunning. I mean,
cunning. Thank you.
Brilliance would be like,
actually
maybe,
doing something with it. Yeah, actually doing something.
Maybe turning it into biochar and revitalizing the
environment,
agriculture.
Yes, thank you.
They can't even do that.
Yeah, thank you. It said they're feeding it to people. That's fucking incredible. Yeah, that's cute. Oh my god,
like Soylent Green style.
Yeah. Oh my god. Well, I've got nothing against eating it myself. I mean, by that I mean gelatin. I like gelatin. I mean, I'm not a big fan of Jello.
You would eat Soylent Green.
Yeah. But agar I like too. I like agar too. Agar,
Yeah, I mean agar is good. Like, I mean that's it's plant.
Yeah,
it's very nice.
Yeah, and
like the texture is good, and it's used in Chinese desserts a lot.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, I like that. So I'd go either way.
Yeah,
but
that's how we make gelatin. Like us people that don't eat.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
And it tastes better, and it's more nicer on the body.
Yes, that's right.
Less sugar.
Yeah, there you go. And thank you so much for the info on El Mencho. I mean, that adds to the flavor of his annihilation. It's like, what a fool. Oh, at any rate, his death from wounds and
I just got an email from the SFO, the airport.
Yeah,
and they said this summer new direct flights to all these places, and one of them was Guadalajara Airport, and I was like, ooh, like oh, they must have approved this like a couple weeks ago because they need to like update that. Because those funny. Direct flights, even by July, I doubt the direct flights are going to be viable.
Yeah, it's going to take a while. Oh, that's fucking funny. Oh, thank you.
Because the airport got blown up. Basically.
Yeah. Well, it was dead. Yeah, that's pretty trashed. Got really thrashed. That's funny. And it's sad, of course, in its own way, but still amusing.
Yeah, it's sad for the people, but I mean, what can you do?
And what's your impression of the photographs of Heather Holman's daughter? Have you seen them? They're in the text.
I'll tell you privately. Okay. She's very interesting looking.
Yes, yeah, and so thank you for sharing that, Heather, and I appreciate the agony you're going through. I want you to know that, believe me, it's always on our minds as much as it is on yours. And so we share your pain, and we wish you, we try and provide you with what strength we can as you go through a lifetime of contending with this. At any rate, when it comes back to El Mencho, whose very name, Nemesio, means enemy, I'm sure that his parents didn't give him that name, but it's a good name for a guy who wants to look as badass as possible. And, well, he died the way he lived, and his death from wounds inflicted in an operation by special forces, or in the Espanol, Spezia Fuerza, has most certainly pleased Donald Trump, who has been pressing the country's presidentess, Claudia Sheinbaum, to crack down on drug lords. The risk, however, is that further waves of violence will ensue, for this death has sparked widespread unrest, with suspected gang members torching buses and businesses while clashing with security forces. The United States State Department has urged American nationals in parts of Mexico to stay indoors until further notice, as several other countries issued similar advisories to their
Stay
citizens.
indoors.
Yeah, you like that? Stay indoors.
So they can shoot a grenade through your window. I mean, come on. How come they never say flee, like run for your lives?
Yeah,
You know,
well, I guess they can't get out because they wiped out the airport, right? So I guess that's not an option anymore. But they're not sending in any
well,
Marines.
take as much money out of the ATM as you can get. Pay your way through all those military blockades. Get
Yeah.
the fuck out.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. But
I mean, some of these countries, like, it's not safe. Yeah, it's not safe to go. Why would you even go to that at that point? I know it's like a destination, but
it's let's put it this way. It's a tough call. I get it. I mean, the cautious aspect of myself would ask the same question. At the same time, I can understand Sammy Romero when he's like saying, you know, normally Mexico's a beautiful place, a great place to be, and it shouldn't be a place to be feared. But the reality is, but then again, look at America. If you take a look, why would anyone go to America? And then you take a look at everything from Minnesota to, you know, just our daily gun violence and mass shootings. I mean, it's like, it can't be any worse in terms of the total, you know, what would we call it? The, when things converge and cascade, or they pile up, there's a term for it. The gradual aggregation of our violence in America has got to be equal to that of Mexico's, you know, so yeah, it's like, take your choice. In the end, it's like, one thing we can
well, I mean,
say,
there are parts of Mexico that are like literally like the highest murders on
point well taken.
stats on Earth. I mean,
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah,
but I mean,
let's be
I've
fair.
heard Chicago isn't far behind. And shit, but kinda like,
Yeah, your point's well taken. I mean, one thing we do know, there are places on Earth that are simply safer. Japan would be like Taiwan, Japan. I mean, this ain't gonna happen. It's like ever.
no, fuck no.
Yeah, Germany. It's just not.
Yeah,
gonna-
Germany.
Yeah,
Pretty much anywhere in Europe. I can't imagine. I mean, I told you people were saying don't go to the United Kingdom. You're gonna get stabbed. I mean, it was a joke.
I mean,
It's so a joke.
really? I mean, the fact that anybody would even say that is a joke. I mean, it's
Like,
like,
oh, how could you feel safe? Well, because people are racist. They say, oh, that's Sadiq Khan, like kind of like Trump. That's Sadiq Khan. Like, oh, it's just full of migrants and Nigerians.
oh
And
yeah.
it's like you go to London and it's like paradise compared to some of these places.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, let's give an example here. If you listen to MAGA chant,
Did you hear that weird beep?
I
Did you hear
did.
that weird beep?
I
Yeah,
did.
what was that?
I have no idea. It's obviously
It was
yeah.
like a message beep, you know.
Well, what about Heather Holman's, you know, sound effects? I mean, Jesus Christ, we heard some while she was on with us. But,
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what to say about that.
yeah, we can always talk about it later. But the you know, if you listen to MAGA channel will be telling you that England is just loaded with no-go zones where, you know, everybody is speaking anything but English. And they'll say that oh, they got a Muslim mayor in London who's passing out knives so that they can go on mass stabbings and shit. It's like, but tell them, Brendan, you were over there, and it's like nothing.
I went to different places in Europe, and it was like nothing compared to here. It was nothing. It's a joke.
Thank you.
It's like paradise compared to like.
Yes.
Like, yeah, it's kind of sketchy, like parts of France and stuff. I mean, but no one, France is not good. Like,
France is different. France is different.
Like, there's like certain places, obviously they're gonna have their issues, but nothing compared to America. Where it's just,
Oh no!
And America, like even like the rough sleepers, which we would call transients and stuff, like the bums. Yeah. Like over there, there's still like old school bums where they ask you for wine and shit and money for wine.
Yeah.
And like when you're on the train, like they hand you like Kleenex, right? Like a fresh pack of Kleenex, like a brand new one.
Yeah.
And then this was one lady, one beggar. She was an actual beggar, but they bring it up to you like it's like a transaction. They say, "Here, I'm gonna give you these tissues, and you give me a couple bucks to support my children."
Wow.
Whereas over here, they just say, "Give me a stove. Give me $1."
Dude, that's if they're decent. Don't ask for. Most of the time, they'll just come up and rip you off.
Frisk you, frisk you. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, that's tenderloin level. I'm talking like basic. Where I had some guy come up to me. He saw me leave a store. He obviously could tell, I'm employed. Yeah. And he says, "Just give me a couple bucks for coffee. Give me money for coffee, man." And I said, "Dude, I got plastic only, brother." And he said, "Fuck you." I just want a coffee. And it's like, what he means by coffee is obviously drugs.
Of course.
He's standing outside of a coffee shop. He ain't gonna buy coffee into that. So just give me $1 for coffee, dude. It's like, okay, you can't even buy coffee for $1, you idiot.
Oh, I remember.
Piece of shit.
Geez, it wasn't too long ago, but long enough, I guess a few years by now. But I had gotten a pizza from back when the pizza place was still open on fucking Polk Street, and that closed down eventually. But anyhow, they were affiliated with ZA Pizza, which is still up there on the on Green Street. I'm sorry, Hyde Street. But it's like, but the one that was on Polk Street, they were open. They fairly late because that was the norm back then, pre-COVID. Probably closed around 10-ish maybe, or 11-ish. But it was around that time I came out with a pizza and was headed home with it. And, one of those poor young transients, "I like pizza too!" Obviously as threatening as possible. Like,
right,
it's like, it's
like you owe them something.
Yeah!
Right?
Yeah, seriously, that's like, dude, you're not going to convince me to give you something by being hostile, confrontational, and threatening. It's like, but that they get people maybe to, I guess it works with some cases who are intimidated, but it's the last thing you should do because that only encourages them.
Well, a lot of these people, like, they're leaving with like leftovers, and then they just don't want to get pressed, so they just hand it over. They just say, "Oh, here you go, man."
That's it. Thank you.
Like all those tech people that live in your neighborhood. I mean, they look like scared half when they were just walking by. They're terrified too.
Oh yeah.
I could shake them down. I don't even look like that scary. I could be like, "Give me your money," and they just run.
Yeah. No, it's serious. Yeah, it's amazing how do you live like that, being that frightened? All these tech bros. I noticed that it's like they're only comfortable at home and at work. And going in the transit point between, they're terrified because San Francisco is dangerous. At least they're cognizant of it. But, dude, it's not going to help you to look terrified. It's only going to get your ass kicked. You've got to,
No, the only thing that's, helped me and the other kid survive that Tenderloin incident was because we were streetwise enough to actually just say, talk to these people.
Yes.
And once we started saying like a few key words, they backed off.
Yes. No, it's important.
So all you have to do is just have your head on your shoulders properly.
Yeah.
They'll still hassle you, but they won't just, they tried to grab us shit out of our hands, but you just say, "Hey, what's up, man? What's going on?" But try to talk to them in a nicer way, and things work out.
But you do understand, of course, you've been exposed to enough street life where you could pull that off. Your average person can't.
Well, I'm not saying to try
it. Don't try it, people.
I'm not bragging. I'm not saying, I could do it every time.
Oh yeah, no, it's not flex. No, I understand.
No, it's an unpredictable situation. But
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
can put some things in
But
there.
in your case, let's put it this way: Brendan has developed enough of a callousness to the environment where he doesn't project fear, and because he doesn't project fear or exude fear, then he doesn't trigger that animalistic, bestial, instinctive response from the street people or the hostile.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Did I
Yeah.
ever tell you the story about the? I don't know what to call them, possessed cryptid type transients.
Tell us.
So I was working downtown maybe 5, 6 years ago, a long time ago at this point.
Mhm.
But we were at this downtown spot, and I was with a coworker, and he was like this kind of, I don't want to call it woke because that's such a stupid term, but like an enlightened kind of, I don't want to call it Black Power either, but you know what I mean. Like he was very knowledgeable about the Black history and the occult and religion and all that. This guy was very well studied.
Mindful.
So
He was mindful.
he's very mindful, and he was like all about going back to the roots of the African peoples and all that.
Mhm.
So we were at the end of the shift, we would go and have these discussions or whatever, various things. Sometimes like imbibing, smoke or drink or whatever.
Mhm.
But this one time we were out there, and he said, "Hey, listen to let's listen to some of the spiritual, they were called qanars, or some like North African spiritual music to banish jinn and various things."
Wow.
And he said, "Yeah, it's some spiritual music." So we put on this music, and then we started talking about some high spiritual philosophy, blah blah blah. And there was some being in the bushes over there, some transient, and they started screaming like demonic screams, wicked screams, and like violently spasming and shit. And so we hightailed it out of there. I said, "You we got to get out of here, man." So
Wow.
it triggered whatever entity was inside of that being, that person.
That's
So
incredible.
it was definitely scary as fuck. That was scary as fuck.
Yeah.
I could say that for sure.
Yeah. Well,
Where you just hear wailing and screaming,
yeah.
like the actual
That's
like exorcist level shit.
Yeah. No.
And he was scared. The kid I was with, he was huge. He was like 6'5", like some
man.
big ass Black dude, and he was like, "Dude, we got to get out of here." Like,
Yeah.
saw the fear in his eyes. We were like, "Fuck yeah."
Understandable. Yeah. No, that's
But that was like one of the most like scariest, because it really did sound demonic. Like,
yeah. Well,
it was just some faceless being screeching, and it was bad. Like full on screaming, like manic scream. Like how would you describe that? Banshee level scream.
Damn.
Where it was piercing, like wraith like.
Got it. Wow. That's entrancing. I mean, that's no, thank you for sharing that. That's
No, it was horrible, but yeah.
Yeah, I get it. It's well, San Francisco is very much a vortex, and believe me, this
wasn't SF, by the way.
Oh, it wasn't. Where
No.
where was it?
It was more in the valley. One of
Okay.
our cities down here. Yeah.
Okay, got it.
It was the capital of your state.
Yes, the capital of our state. Yes, that's right. Sac area, Sacramento. Yeah. And the valley. It's basically the Valley of California, and it's
But that shit was the most sketchy
Damn.
paranormal I've seen. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, I mean and you've seen plenty, so believe me, I take that seriously. No, thank you for sharing that. And so
I think we were actually like burning sage or something. It was like something where
Interesting.
it triggered the entity,
Yeah.
like full on, like started spazzing.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And this was from a distance. This was like, yeah. So there you go.
Oh, I get it. And it's yeah, so I appreciate you bringing that up. And at any rate, when it comes to what Brendan has shared, also tell people a little bit about the Florida creature. You've got this entity in Florida that's been slaughtering deer. Now, you and
Oh, the
I,
winged creature. Yeah.
yes, and you and I, we had, what was it you and I had concluded again? That it had come down from the north because because the deer all went into hiding up north because of the blizzards and shit, right? So it was just coming down to south Florida to feed, basically.
Yeah, the deer started hibernating because of all those ice storms. Like they go dormant. I don't know what they do. Some biologists could tell us what they do, but I've noticed in harsher areas in the winter, the deer literally disappear.
Yeah.
Like I don't know where they go into like little bunkers or something that they know how to survive, right?
Yeah.
Harsh winters.
Yeah.
And so when that happens, this winged creature went all the way down to Florida to feed and feast. And like hundreds of people were seeing it off the side of the road. Some truckers were seeing piles of deer carcasses.
Yeah.
And then they said they would see that winged creature. So it was definitely an active cryptid.
Yeah. And it's an active cryptid that, because it's leaving piles of deer bodies, obviously is not eating the meat, so it's likely exsanguinating them, probably draining the blood. Yeah. And
my reaction would be chupacabra, but that thing's not airborne as far as I can remember.
Oh no, chupacabra's airborne. No, chupacabra is definitely...
so then maybe it's some kind of relative of chupacabra.
It might be, but people seem to think of it, they perceive it as more humanoid. The chupacabra.
Yeah, it seems humanoid.
Yeah. But by the way, so just so people understand, there are different cryptids that people will call chupacabra. And then, so say for instance, there's certain people will often identify certain canine-like cryptids as chupacabra. But when I think chupacabra, I think mostly of what I saw in the Department of Defense files I was dealing with at the time. I was affiliated with Michael Aquino. And my eternal impression of chupacabra is branded in my brain by a mining site in Chile. And what happened was, in Chile, the miners were attacked. I believe a number of them died. The survivors ran out, and the military was called in because it was essentially a hive-like swarm of creatures that have been identified or also described very similarly in Puerto Rico. So when you have the encounters in Puerto Rico and some of the Pan-American areas bleeding into the American Southwest, the encounters that I most identify with as chupacabra are not these kind of emaciated looking canines or creatures that might be emulating them, but rather these kind of hovering creatures. They're mostly identified as like hovering, and it's believed that they are hovering through a kind of gas bag type effect. In other words, a kind of like, it would be like a creature that is almost like an airbag effect, where it's kind of hovering, but it has almost a mosquito-like proboscis and is definitely feeding on blood that it ensanguinates creatures with. And so an entire swarm of these creatures was erupting out of a mine in Chile, and the military had to seal the mine literally with fighter jets that came in and napalmed the creatures first to incinerate them, and then bombed, literally missiled the mine entrance to seal it shut. So it was a national emergency on a military scale, where they sealed a mine permanently after flambeing, what creatures were erupting from out of this mine. But these were all, they're almost like also spiky. So imagine kind of like a flying blowfish. It's basically like a blowfish. If you imagine a pufferfish with its spines, when it swells itself as a defense mechanism, only in this case, if you imagine such a creature with a mosquito-like proboscis that exsanguinates its prey, but it when it inflates, and it has the ability to control its hovering. It inflates and begins to float, but has an ability to control its direction. It's not just floating without control. It's able to hover, but nevertheless direct itself.
That sounds horrifying.
Yes, thank you.
Disgusting.
Yes. And imagine swarms of them. Now, what would they live off of? Michael Aquino explained that deep in the ocean, people can look this up, giant tube worms deep in the ocean have human blood. Literally. Red hemoglobin, human fucking blood in giant tube worms that are like 24, feet long. These exist in the deep ocean, and people can look this up themselves. Giant tube worms with human blood deep in the ocean. And they'll tell you, oh, well, it's not really human blood. It just has the hemoglobin that makes it like human blood. It's human blood. Okay? So there's entire tube worm-like forests in subterranean environments that are just these massive tubular, almost like blood sources for these hives of creatures. Chupacabra. That would be their normal sustenance. But when they're somehow escape to the outside world, then they'll feed on what's available, like sheep or easy prey. They don't normally attack humans because humans fight back, but they have attacked humans when as an opportunity target. So their eyes, because they live subterranean as subterranean animals, our eyes they glow, literally glow. So it would be similar to nocturnal or those deep sea creatures with bioluminescence. But in this case, their eyes really do glow. So imagine a floating pufferfish able to direct its motions, inflated, all spiky, mosquito proboscis and glowing eyes coming at you.
That sounds disgusting.
Yes, and imagine a swarm of them in a mine, like these poor miners experienced when they ran out. Jesus fucking Christ.
Jeez.
You can see why they responded with fighter jets to napalm them and then seal the mine shut permanently. But yeah, our world is a dangerous place, and we don't know much about it. We know almost, you have no idea how little we know about the world we live on. And but that's what I think of when I think of Chupacabra. So this does not sound like Chupacabra. These people seem to have seen a humanoid entity with wings. So it's not like Mothman either, because Mothman is unmistakably not a human. Mothman's very much.
It has like a moth face.
Yeah, it's moth-like. Yeah,
and that's not what these people describe.
Yeah, not what these people are encountering. But whatever this creature is, you know what it sounds like? The Jersey Devil. That's how people describe the Jersey Devil. It's like, it's too cold up in Jersey right now.
Yeah, so it had to come down and feed. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But it sounds like there's more than one. I mean, if these people are seeing piles of bodies.
Well, there always must have been more than one Jersey Devil. I mean, the Jersey Devil, of course, got pinned onto a singular experience that people began, but that was no doubt where H.P. Lovecraft got his idea for oh my God, what was it? The Dunwich Horror. That aside, that's not, the Jersey Devil was probably a cryptid population that people began to pin on scapegoat mothers. What you'd say, oh, the woman said, I don't care if it's the devil because she had too many babies. That was the original Jersey Devil folklore, was some woman had so many babies that when they said, oh, you're going to have number 12 or 13, she said, I don't care if it's the devil, and it's supposed to have come out as such. Well, that's just like a way of Christian scapegoating of mothers that they felt were somehow irredeemable. Like, that she's having so many children because she's a slut, or or something like that. But that's not the case. There was always a population of cryptids. So
yeah,
there we go.
That makes sense.
Yeah. And but
still horrifying. But.
Yeah, of course it's horrifying. As for
like it just it doesn't make me want to go to Florida.
Well, who would ever want to go to Florida? You've got Robert the Doll.
Yeah, it's just haunted. I mean, it's haunted.
Yes,
like the whole just like the whole continent.
Yes, the whole continent.
I mean, there are towns here that are like haunted out the wazoo.
Yes,
like the town, right? Folsom. Yeah.
Well, Folsom, prison of course, would be. Well, aside,
like all those stores, like the shops in the historic district, where like John Sutter, all these founders of California live there.
Yeah.
Like when the gold rush was happening, and you could talk to every shop owner, and they say, "Yeah, we don't stay here." There's a reason they all close early. Yeah. They don't stay there after dark.
Oh yes. Yes. And
Like shit comes flying off the walls, and there's a hotel there, like a historic brothel hotel, you know, like in every town.
yeah.
And they don't ever sell the rooms. They said we don't really want people staying here. Like
Wow.
it's that haunted.
Yeah, but you know, that just attracts people. People rent rooms just for that shit.
Yeah, but people do their honeymoons there and then they die or something horrible.
Well, there you go.
Like
There you
months
go.
later, years later. But
So do those hotels open at all, or they just maintain them as a historic site, or just they're just kind of
it's like
buildings
a bar. Downstairs is a bar, so
Yeah.
they just make their money from that.
from
But
that?
they don't.
Okay, but they don't rent out
But
the
they don't
rooms.
really like advertise the hotel part anymore.
Interesting.
I've noticed.
Interesting. Damn. Well,
And I
that's hard.
think at one point they just straight up said we don't. You know, they tried to say, oh, we don't want to pay for the permits or anything, but the real reason is they just don't want to deal with the haunting.
Yeah, got it.
Like,
Got it. That's
and there was. I
Yeah.
mean, I frequented that like when I was young because it was like a little, you know, someplace to go for
Yeah.
like younger people.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And if
Yeah.
you talk to those, you know, shopkeepers, they all say every single time it's haunted, guaranteed.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it was what does that remind me of? Oh God, there's so many things it brings to mind. I don't know if I can find it again, but there was actual video on YouTube, security camera footage of some poor security guard working in a hotel, and screaming was heard in a room, so he had to investigate. And when he walked in, you know, it's just the room is just being torn apart by an unseen force, and the screaming's, you know, going full blast, and it's you know, just disturbing to watch. You know, and I just can't imagine dealing with that personally. It would just be like, what can you do? I mean, he actually went in, tried to identify a source of the screams and all that. I mean, I would be hard pressed to do that. It's
I wouldn't.
yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, yeah. Good God. But in terms of when we speak of these things, what was it? The other things that we had dealt with in the past. Oh, we never got Holly to finish her story about what happened with Laura Lee Solomon in that pipe. But obviously, it impacted Laura Lee Solomon profoundly, and one has to be really cautious about buying things, you know, from garage sales like that. It's like that was actually where Laura Lee Solomon had to start using a cane. Was she was with Holly and took a dive down a hill, you know, when they went, you know, hiking, and basically became crippled for the rest of her life. You know, that was after the pipe purchase and shit. So yeah, it's like, come on, people, that should be obvious. You know, and you can imagine the shit that comes out of Audis. Yeah, granted, of course, Ed Beth purchased like the stuffed parrot, but you know, you don't know what kind of baggage you're bringing with you with a lot of these things. The Cyclops cat in the bottle. Okay, all that being said, check in to see if our man's still on the call with us.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still here, but I didn't hear half of what you said. I was
No
dealing with
worries.
something
No worries. I understand.
non-cryptid related, thank God.
Yeah. Yes. But when you were at work, Holly made a point that you've got these things attracted to the sport field, the sporting, what would you call it, stadium, or what would you call it?
Stadium, like athletic fields.
The athletic
fields.
So Holly was saying, is it possible that was, you know, plowed over or constructed over something like a burial site or something that could also be a factor?
I mean, there's a high chance, but these don't seem, you know, these aren't like Native American ghosts.
Got
These are
it.
like straight up ghouls and shit.
Yes,
I mean,
got it.
like these are bordering on cryptids. I mean, if the thing jumped over the fence like a lycanthrope, I mean, I don't know. I don't think that has to do with the burial ground, in my opinion.
Good point. What about the
And that creature that guy showed me, it was like, I mean, like it kind of like it could have been like a human transient, but there's like, it was spooky, you know, it wasn't normal.
Yeah, well, obviously your average human transient, unless they're on, you know, powerful drugs, even then, just the idea of just vaulting over a fence like that. It's
Oh
obviously.
no, I'm talking about the guy that was just walking through
Yeah, the other guy.
and then just appeared and then disappeared. And he said, I didn't open any fences. I don't know how he got in.
Yeah.
I don't know how he got out. And I said,
for
dude,
lack
that
of
wasn't a person.
Yeah, for lack of a better word, we'll call it the white guy. The white guy, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, the white. Yeah, the apparition. It wasn't an apparition because it was physical. He showed me the video. It was bizarre, you know.
Yeah, but
it was an entity. It was an
no.
entity for sure.
What do you feel about the fact that Folsom Prison is in the area? Could also obviously.
Oh, that's super haunted. I told you about. I had a family member that was a CO there for years. He's retired, long retired, but it's not gonna expose him for or anything. But it's that he said it was haunted as can be, like beyond haunted. The old. Well, they still use the original section. It's the high security is the old prison.
Yeah.
It's walled inside of the new prison. Yeah. So it's like it's impossible to penetrate, like to get in or out of. Yeah. It's one of the hardest to escape. That's why they still use it. And he said the barbed wire is electrified. Yeah. And it's so thick that deer and like venison, big ass bucks get stuck in it and die. And when the alarms go off, they go and check it, and it's like full of creatures. Yeah. And like no human could pass through that. And he said there is definitely ghost activity in that old prison. Yeah.
Of course.
They call it the old penitentiary. Yeah.
Of course. There would be. Yeah, there would be. And
it's like Alcatraz. That place, if people really want to get spooked, you go to Alcatraz. I mean, you could feel the evil shit that's going on over there.
Yes.
The dark shit.
Oh, definitely. Definitely.
That was like, I would say for me personally, that was one of the most haunted places is Alcatraz. You just feel it the second you step foot on it. It's weird. Yeah. And spooky and strange.
It's definitely a world of its own. And I do want people to understand it's my father, my legal father, George Joseph Dietrich, the man who raised and guided me. He almost wound up as one of the prison guards at Alcatraz. It was a position that was offered to him after the Navy. And that was just before they kind of started closing everything down. But it was like he was processing out of the Navy at the time he got that job offer, but he didn't take it. But, for the longest period of time, the prison guards had their families living on Alcatraz. So, because otherwise they said
the officers' quarters or whatever they were called. Yeah, we toured it. When you go there, you can tour it.
Yeah, and the kids were schooled there. They had teachers who schooled the kids there. Yeah, and so good God, and what a place to grow up. And but that was because, as the prison guard said, well, if we can't bring our families with us and we're just here, we may as well be one of the prisoners, right? So I can't
exactly.
Yeah, stand that. But obviously, the thing about prisons is when a lot of these people, not even on death row, not even executed. I mean, most of the time, it was very much in the old days, you'd have executions in prisons. That was in the real old days because you couldn't transport them conveniently. But even if they weren't executed, if a person has been sentenced to multiple lifetimes, when a judge does that, he says, you're sentenced to 2 life imprisonment terms back to back. You have these ridiculous sentences that are passed out. The person's essence really does stay there in the prison after they.
Oh yeah, because they're the representation of Saturn.
Yes,
that's why they wear black, and there's the square in the bar and all that.
Yeah,
but people don't realize how occult it is actually.
Thank you.
So when you get a sentence like that on the physical, it's honored by like the Yamraj.
The Yama Kings.
Like, yeah, Yama King Yama actually honors that. He says, "Oh, you fucked up in this life, so you have to pay that first."
Yeah. Yeah.
And so that's all taken into account, but people think it's spooky they get scared when you tell them that. But there you go.
Yeah, and thank you. It's a fact, and so a lot of these prisoners they're not released with death. Death is not their release. They're still there.
No.
And so yeah, it's a horrible fate. And you know, so you know, live your life wisely and just
Right.
but so many of these people, they don't know how to do that. They're like really, they're just really truly impulsive at the animal level. But definitely, but you feel that the prison is a vortex that then attracts these kind of ghoulish entities that then are waylaid or distracted by the childlike residue in the schools, or the child essence in the schools, or do you feel they're directly attracted to the childlike essence residue in the walls of the schools anyway, that they would be anyway without the prison being an area?
I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, prisons in America are built like, or schools are built like prisons in America.
That's true. So
for
they have
sure.
the same kind of,
Yeah.
same kind of draw. Yeah. So it's kind of like,
Yeah.
but in the prisons, it'd obviously be more the pain and the suffering, whereas in the schools, actually, there's still a lot of pain and suffering. For many of these kids are bullied.
Yeah.
Many of these kids are going through psychological torment. Many of these kids are in a state of
Yeah, and the
existential
loosh
angst.
builds
Yeah.
up and shit. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Which
Explain the
is
term
not
loosh.
good.
Yeah, explain the term loosh to our listeners who might not be familiar with the Monroe Institute and its studies.
Oh, I mean, the loosh is this like conjecture, this like occult hypothesis that
Mhm.
negative emotions like build up and create a force field that can be harvested,
Mhm.
and that's where these entities, that's where certain entities, parasitical entities, survive off that.
Mhm.
You know, loosh.
Yes. Yeah. Or just it's like yeah, they can't get enough. And well, the Monroe Institute conclusion was that of course I don't buy into the whole Monroe Institute cosmology, because it's a cosmology which
I mean, the
relies
concept
on
is LOOSH.
LOOSH. Thank you for clarifying that. Though loosh itself, I would say I hate the name.
It's so stupid. I mean, the name is horrible.
Yeah, the
Robert Monroe was a scum, but I mean,
yeah,
the concept is a genuine occult concept.
the concept is
Energy
solid.
produced by human beings and animals that other entities use to feed.
Yes.
Suffering that entities feed off of.
Yes. Yes. And
Which,
that's solid. That's solid. And consider that a metaphysical fact or a metaphysical truth.
Yeah. The reversal networks. This is from himself. This creep Monroe.
Yeah.
Reversal networks, meaning negative astral grids, are collecting life force from the collective field of all Earth inhabitants and produce subtle black forces and miasma. This much sought after spiritual energy is called loosh by the Kabbals, and it's referred to as emotional energy radiated by animals when feeling threatened, harmed, or being killed. This traumatizing pain and suffering is recorded, body, mind, and soul, and pain gets recorded into the earth itself. There you go. It's been exploited and developed by through centuries for multidimensional occult practice through reversal creation codes. So yeah, there you go.
Yeah. By the way, what he's expositing is a cosmic level industrial scale production of metaphysical adrenochrome. That's
pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. But people are so base that they had to physicalize it.
Yes.
Like, and I blame Hunter S. Thompson.
Yeah.
Obviously, he learned about it, but he made it popular.
Yes.
Like
yes.
the ultimate experience was this secret juice, you know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or he popularized it. Yes, that was his crime. That's his biggest crime. Is that?
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Everything about him was criminal, but total Satanist. I'm almost, guaranteeing it.
Yes. That's so true. And
he said, "Too strange to live." What was it? Too strange to live, too weird to die, or some shit like that.
Yes, got it. Yes, and of course him and what was the other guy who you remember that Peter Moon was so infatuated with? William Burroughs, I think was the guy's name.
This guy,
William
yeah.
Yeah, like they're a lot alike. But I'm surprised that Peter Moon wasn't too infatuated with Hunter Thompson like he was with William Burroughs. I guess because Hunter Thompson wasn't gay. He wasn't gay enough for Peter Moon.
Yeah, I don't think that was his speed. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Yeah, there we go.
He was
Oh,
more like, yeah, he was. Who knows what was going on with that guy?
which guy? Hunter S. Thompson or Peter Moon? Vinnie
Well,
Barber.
all
I
of
guess.
them.
Yeah,
I mean,
all
they're
of
all
them.
horrible.
Yes, they're all horrible people. It's so true.
I
It's so
wouldn't,
funny.
I wouldn't trust them.
Yeah. Yes. They. Well, you're light years ahead of me.
Like
Oh my
imagine
God.
being in a room,
Yeah.
like the trolley, who you gonna save trolley problem,
Yes. Yes. Oh God. Well, none of them. None of them. I mean, all I can say is poor Paula Maison, whose birthday was recently. It was on the
Yeah.
19th of February. And I always mark it on my calendar just as a affront to Peter Moon. but
Yeah,
that
I
was
heard you say that last week. I was like, what the heck?
yeah.
I thought you guys had beef, the vampires.
Oh, well, it's not like she and I we're not enemies. It's just that, we just don't like each other's company.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just the vibe is off.
Yeah, well, it's she doesn't want the competition, and I mean, Paula Masson, she preyed on children in the wild, so to speak. I mean, she would hang out at the different gathering sites that tourists would go to, and just slip a child away from its parents, but return it. She always returned him alive. But like the time, Jesus Christ,
You're
Aaron-
saying that like it's good.
yeah. Well, the parents loved it because they thought she rescued their children. The parents would, when they finally realized, oftentimes they wouldn't even realize the kid was missing, but she would return it by saying, I found your child wandering. And, the parents would just be so glad they wouldn't question, the scar on the shoulder. And,
Well, it helps that she looks innocuous.
yes, yes. She's not a threatening looking person and is very, she looks
Like if I returned a child, or if you returned a child, it would be like an international incident.
Yeah.
Like some vampire guy. Found your child. He's over there. It's sketch, yeah.
Oh my God. Well, Vin and Heather Manaktala, they got married on Paula Masson's birthday. So that it's like, weird vibes, all together, that.
I hope she got it. She did election astrology.
Yeah.
Elected astrology.
You like the way Heather said, well, I collect those raccoon penis bones. They're just nice,
I just tuned out. At that point, I was just totally like, I don't want to hear any. Don't tell me any spells you're doing. Please. I don't want to know.
Oh, delightful. And when it comes to, of course, Holly wanted to know. Holly was all into it. And she was the one who pointed it out. Remember? We were looking at that, and then Holly was like, no, I want to know more about that. She wanted me to...
I can't. I don't have the stomach to comment further. It's awful.
Oh my God. And here's what remember I said Pete the pious poet in the chat. He says, you know what they call it in Holland? BIEST. Biest. I saw a freshborn calf yesterday where I get my yogurt. Oh, you know what he's talking about? He's talking about that stuff that comes out of the nipples before the milk does. So yeah, thank you, Pete the pious poet, for sharing that.
Once again, I don't want to know. I don't want to reveal too much, but you know my thoughts on it.
Yes. By the way, everyone, can't emphasize it enough. Upvote, and always resubscribe because they will unsubscribe you. And but yeah, in terms of further cryptid discussion topics, I think we went a bit cryptid tonight. I think that's cool. I mean, Brendan's been demanding that for a while, and
you notice that's the only reason I stayed. If you started talking about, I could have sworn last time you called it a monologue.
Yeah. You called it that, but that's fine. I don't
I
mind.
called it that because I thought that's what you said. And
It
I
was-
said, that's
I
perfect.
probably
It's a
slurred my
fucking
words.
monologue.
I
Yeah.
probably slurred my words because I probably started the night by yawning. And I probably
Well,
actually
it was-
said it, verbalized it.
It was a Freudian slip, but
Yeah.
for me, it was perfect. It was
Oh, that's funny.
fucking-
Okay, so that's why you went
You're
to
like,
that. You actually heard
"Oh,
me say it.
Trump was stupid.
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah,
okay, I get it. It's like,
Yeah.
all these guys are evil and corrupt. It's like, okay, come on. Like,
It's granted,
It's just-
granted, it's kind of like, but nevertheless,
at this point, it's just we're just watching it go down. It's just
Yeah.
like watching the tree fall or something. It's
Yeah,
like,
well,
kinda like-
it's we're on the Titanic and we're watching it sink. Unfortunately, we're watching it from the inside. By the
yeah.
way,
Well, I'm trying to get out of this. I'm trying to get a lifeboat. Forget about
yeah,
going out.
but I don't blame you, of course. By the way, I do want people to know on the Titanic, all of the people inside the Titanic, especially the more airtight compartments, they lived a long time, literally till the oxygen ran out. Some of them might have lived for days down there after the Titanic literally
Damn.
split in half and then went down. You can look this up. It's no one ever talks about that, but it's true. They figure, but this is why you get stupid people who decide, oh, let's go in a mini submarine down to look at the Titanic.
Jeez.
Granted, there was all kinds of technical issues with that submarine, but still, it didn't help. You just don't go down and look at a place where a lot of people died horribly. Okay, it's just not something
Right.
you should do. Oh,
Yeah, so disrespectful. I mean, we said it even before it blew up. Remember?
that's true.
It was-
That's true.
We were saying like that's the most disrespectful thing you can do is go oogle the dead.
Yes, seriously.
And then the next thing you know,
Yeah, seriously.
everyone's toast.
Yeah. And oh my God, what was the name of the film? Let me see now if I can find it. And but it's interesting. The submersible was called the Titan, correct? The one that went down.
Something like that.
Yeah, it was the Titan. And I remember
Real original, but yeah.
Yeah. That was one of the sources of friction between Brooke Gibson and George Knight, because Brooke felt that he had really disrespected her on that topic. But we can go back to that another time.
How? I mean, he didn't. Do you think he talked about something else other than
No,
World War II? And
Yeah.
all I remember.
Yeah, we'll talk about it privately, but yeah, it's funny you say that. That's definitely appreciated. But when it comes to the there's a film that actually, let me take a look through my movie reviews here and see if I can find the title of the film, maybe even a link, because it's actually a cool film from the 70s or so. And here it is. I found it. There we go. So let me just go over there. I'm going to get the link, and then I'll get the share link for it. Good thing I've got the sound off. But here's what I'm going to do. Grab the share link here, and here we are. Get this over here, and here we go. Replace the old link with that one, and then I'll put it in the text box, and I'll put it in the chat room for all of our listeners. So here we go. And this is actually, when you think of what happened to the Titan, and you put in that sense of vulnerability that a submersible has, you can actually appreciate this film. And so I also like the fact that the film has a Southern, a character who's portraying a Southern character. He's portraying the hero, if you will. He's kind of an anti-hero, really. He's supposed to be fairly unsympathetic, and but he's the major character of the story, as it turns out. Not Ernest Borgnine, but this other actor whose name I'd have to look up. But he's trying to convey a Southern accent, and is the heartless kind of man who gets the job done in the film. But they're in the submersible, which is extraordinarily vulnerable. But I love the film. Maybe it's because my dad and I saw it when I was a kid, but it's Canadian. It's all Canadian all the way. And but they're supposed to be penetrating the depths, but when you really think of what happened to the Titan, you can appreciate the vulnerability of the craft that they're in. But it's just a fun film. It's just a fun film, and I recommend it that people appreciate it. It was hated when it was released. The critics hated it, but at any rate, but they're not disrespecting the dead. They're trying to go deep and rescue divers who are trapped in a overturned submersible base. And yeah, other than that, you can see it for yourself and make your own judgment. Obviously, it's mostly macroscopic distortion of common-sized fish, but the reality is, the deeper you go into the ocean, this is a biological fact, the more you encounter the phenomenon of gigantism. For whatever reason, well, there's multiple reasons, and biologists are still trying to figure it out. The supermassive depths of the ocean, which may be crushing and lead to extremely small creatures, also lead to enormous creatures. Because somehow that is, I guess, because in the expanses of the ocean, they really have no competitors and kind of just expand to a supermassive size. So that is a biological fact. And we know for a fact that there are enormous creatures in the ocean. And so this film just kind of takes that logic, but, it's it is what it is. It's a product of its time. And but other than that, in terms of more current events, the White House has confirmed that the United States provided intelligence support for the operation against El Mencho in Mexico, part of ongoing efforts to put pressure on Mexico to curb drug trafficking. But there is no military solution to Mexico's cartel problem. Crime groups operate less like nations and more like banks. So we can go into that another time, but that's something that I would hope to have Sammy Romero on before we continue on that topic. Other than that, it kind of just wraps up what we said earlier. I can go into, of course, some things that I feel I'm obligated to go into. The Trump's tariff reset, Europe's response. But before that, how are you doing? Brendan. In terms of your
I gotta go.
You gotta go. What did you say?
Yeah. I said I gotta go.
Oh,
That's what I
okay.
said.
Well, we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. And
You
make
carry
sure.
on with the monologue.
Yeah,
It's
I'll
okay.
carry on with the monologue. For God's sake, make certain you get home safe. It's been quite the series of experience. Tell people about the truck. Jesus Christ!
Which one?
Just leaves a truck inside of the school property, and just and nobody gives a shit. Yeah,
That's just still a developing situation. I can't talk about that
okay,
right
you
now.
can't talk about that. Okay, all right. I apologize for bringing it up.
It's
So
all right. All right. Many
okay.
blessings and
Yeah, all right.
carry on.
Blessed be. Thank you so much. So, Europe is pressing the pause button amid Trump's tariff reset and the tariff market whiplash. Markets celebrated the Supreme Court's ruling that struck down President Donald Trump's sweeping tariffs on Friday into the weekend, but the court acknowledged that it would likely be a mess for companies trying to get their money back, which is actually something Brendan brought up earlier in the latest episode before tonight's. In a 6-3 ruling, the nation's highest court decided that Trump did not have the authority to impose his levies under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, sending all three major stock indexes up for the day. In response that very day, the president said that he would sign a 10% global tariff into effect, his reported backup plan, before saying on Saturday that he would raise it to 15%. In comments shared with Forbes magazine, Gary Clyde Hufbauer, non-resident senior fellow at the Peterson Institute for International Economics, wrote, Trump will face an uphill battle if he invokes other statutes to raise substantial revenue through tariffs rather than as instruments to address specific foreign practices. The market boost spurred by the Supreme Court striking down President Donald Trump's tariffs was short-lived, as all three major indexes fell on Monday. Opening our work week, the S&P 500 and NASDAQ sank by 1% and 1.1% respectively, while the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 1.7% on the first day of trading since Trump enacted global tariffs of 15% in retaliation unto the Supreme Court's decision. On Monday, President Donald Trump opened our work week by threatening countries around the world to abide by any tariff deals they agreed to, despite the United States Supreme Court striking down many of his far-reaching taxes on imports, Trump claiming that he does not need Congress to approve tariffs, which is misleading, albeit there are limited scenarios in which Congress has given presidents the ability to enact tariffs without further approval, including the statute he announced the 15% tariffs under, but even those will expire after 150 days. Regardless, Trump posted that any country that wants to play games with the Supreme Court decision will be met with, his words, a much higher tariff and worse than that which they just recently agreed to. Irregardless of Trump threatening countries to abide by tariff deals despite the Supreme Court decision, the European Union has halted ratifying its American trade deal after Trump threatened his latest 15% global tariffs terror campaign. In a soundbite, Europe just froze Trump's trade deal. Following the High Court knocking out Trump's Liberation Day tariffs, European Union lawmakers moved to suspend ratification until they know what legal authority his next tariff workarounds rest upon. To reiterate, in the latest fallout from the Supreme Court striking down most of President Donald Trump's tariffs, the European Parliament halted the ratification process of a sweeping trade deal with the United States. The deal reached between Trump and European Commission Presidentess Ursula von der Leyen last July would have eliminated what the White House called trade barriers in a variety of sectors for American exporters, the maladministration hailing the deal as a generational modernization of the transatlantic alliance, which is probably the most abstract conceptualization I have ever heard from the Trump maladministration thus far. Okay, cool. I'm just taking a look at a link by Bren, and I'll discuss that with him. Yes. Okay, there we are. Kyoto University this week unveiled a robot monk with built-in artificial intelligence that was trained on Buddhist scriptures, and it will aid or act on behalf of monks during certain religious services. Incredible and entirely a good thing. This is positive. It's a positive development in respect for artificial intelligence and its potential. Right, Brendan? Feel free to speak upon it, and and if you wish to interject, by all means. At any rate, Donald Trump's rare defeat last week before the Supreme Court has continued to resonate since Monday as American imperial trading partners step back to reassess compromises and deals they made with the president over the past year under duress. For its part, the European Union froze ratification of its American Accord until the dust settles around a new White House strategy in the global trade war Trump launched against the world almost a year ago. The European Union's initial read on Trump's latest tariff proposals is that they violate the agreement it made with him yesteryear. On Monday, the European Parliament Trade Committee Chair Bernd Lange, the chairman Bernd Lange, said, "We want to have clarity about the situation. We want to have clarity from the United States that they are respecting the deal because that's a crucial element." For his part, Trump responded with fresh threats. But with midterm elections approaching and his approval rating hitting new lows, Democrats appear to smell weakness when it comes to his worldwide trade war. Some of the party's biggest names are seizing on Trump's loss to wage a populist election year campaign to refund all those billions of dollars in tariffs to taxpayers. So this week, Donald Trump's unworthy State of the Union. Well, Trump delivered the longest State of the Union address in history and ran out of steam. As always, Putin's puppet president's lengthy speech to Congress contained myriad inflated, misleading, or outright false claims. But what makes a Trump speech different is more than the fact that the world is watching Trump on tariffs and Iran. Rather than take this chance to turn things around, Trump claimed an American golden age and sparred with Democrats. At the beginning of his first midterm as president, Donald Trump asked Congress, "What will America look like as we reach our 250th year?" Well, his rambling State of the Union speech last night provided an answer of sorts. The president, whose net approval rating remains at a record low, according to all trackers, offered few new policy ideas. The address is likely to be remembered only for its length. There was a time, not so long ago, that certain American acronyms hadn't really penetrated the English-speaking Commonwealth's daily lexicon. The president took a few more letters to spell than POTUS, all in the uppercase, an acronym for President of the United States, but they didn't have to take a second to remember what all those letters stood for. Nowadays, there's also FLOTUS, FLOTUS, First Lady of the United States, and SCOTUS, SCOTUS, all uppercase, Supreme Court of the United States. And as we saw last night, the SOTU, SOTU, all in the uppercase, are State of the Union. I myself am not sure that we're all saving ourselves a worthwhile amount of time shortening such things unless we're required to send vital messages via Morse code or something. At least the aforesaid aren't as annoying as the purported time savers we all recall from high school, such as SHOSH for sociology, AmFam for the American family, and calculus obviously. In order to reflect these fast-moving times, I can only convey that indications of softening support and the recent SCOTUS decision did not convince the POTUS to temper his words during last night's SOTU. President Donald Trump reiterating his belief that the United States is back bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before, and in the midst of a golden age. The response of Democrats in the chamber demonstrated that they disagree, Trump suggesting there could come a day when revenue raised by tariffs could substantially replace the income tax system. But as I myself will articulate in the course of narrative tonight, well, the tariff strategies at Trump's disposal are not as easily applied as he might like. And so another week peaks with the world reading Truth Social posts like tea leaves. The one thing we all knew for certain was that last night's speech would be a long one. Last year, in early March, Donald Trump went to absolutely Castro-like lengths in his address to Congress, which broke the modern record for such a speech at 99 minutes, beating William Jefferson Clinton's stemwinder State of the Union in Anno Domini 2000 of the Comunal Era. Trump himself having already promised another long one last night before he delivered it. When Donald Trump last addressed Congress, or rather, last time before last night, in March of 2025, he was triumphant. He'd stormed back into the White House after propagandizing staged assassination attempts, and his first 100 days in office were promoted as on track to being historically productive. Last night, as he prepared for his State of the Union speech, he was on far less stable ground. The president came into yesternight's speech in a very different political position than he was a year ago. His approval ratings are cratering. His malpolicies have inspired backlash, even in parts of the country that supported him. The Supreme Court has, as of last week, thrown out his sweeping international tariffs, the main pillar of his economic malprogram. It was never clear what, if any, agenda he had to propose to Congress at this point. Weighing in on the State of the Union myself, you people owe me bigly for watching that 108-minute slog of a boring, nasty, predictable speech. But despite all the punditry already out there, here's what you really need to know. My gang brother Beaver's parents applied themselves and materially succeeded, but otherwise might as well have been, indeed were, developmentally disabled. Exempli gratiae, they watched a lot of The Price is Right back in the Bob Barker days. President Trump's State of the Union, as delivered yesterday night, reminded me of the odd times when I found myself sitting on the couch with them, half intrigued and half bored, as Barker went through the same spiel day after day. The tedious description of the prize, the frenetic joy for every winner, the come on down. President Trump had them all. A showman selling grievance and outrage with skill, but also coming across as wary of his own routine, and frankly limp on enthusiasm. Don't get me wrong, he knows how to set a stage. His tie was uniform blood red, unbroken by pattern, and a statement that his power is solid and absolute. Behind him on the podium, Speaker Mike Johnson's putty brown cravat screamed at Vice President J.D. Vance's light blue one, "I am more subservient. You cannot out-grovel me." Where do you even find a tie that bland? And he stated it, well, Trump started out bellicose and full of bull, declaring America was in a turnaround for the ages. I mean, to be fair, it is. We've just turned toward oligarchy, authoritarianism, and bottomless corruption. But by 6:22 Pacific Standard Time, just a few minutes in, I'd written this note for Ed Beth to pass around to the lads who were still awake, and was rewarded with a lot of giggling. If anyone in America is still watching, more power to you. This is some boring, recycled drivel. Drill, baby, drill. America is the hottest country. We ended DEI in America. Trump then clearly went into teleprompter reading mode. It's easy to spot this change. He has a monotone, let's get through this approach to formal speeches. And about that roaring economy. Trump says the economy is roaring. Consumers are not convinced. New earnings reports and consumer confidence data show that affordability remains a major worry for Americans. In addressing one of his biggest audiences at perhaps the lowest moment of his second midterm thus far, President Donald Trump returned again and again in his State of the Union speech to the same message on the economy. Everything is going great. Trump appeared determined to will Americans into a better economic mood, seeking to paint over the affordability concerns at the center of upcoming midterm elections with chronically dubious statistics and perpetual self-congratulation. Early in the nearly 12-hour speech, the longest State of the Union in history, I cannot re-emphasize enough, Trump boasted, "Today, our border is secure. Our spirit is restored. Inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising fast. The roaring economy is roaring like never before. And our enemies are scared. Our military and police are stacked. And America is respected again. Perhaps like never before." Did he fucking bore himself? Like Barker reading the description of the washer someone's about to win, Trump rolls through the non-inflammatory parts as if the teacher has picked him to read out loud a passage he does not understand and is frankly not interested in. The cost of chicken butter is down, he rambled, perhaps mowing over a comma meant to separate the two commodities. I don't know myself what chicken butter is, but it doesn't sound like anything I would ever want to buy, even if I could afford it. To quote as Trump, and even beef, which was very high, is starting to come down significantly. Hold on a little while we're getting it down, and soon you will see numbers that few people would think were possible to achieve just a short time ago. The beginning and end of Trump's speech were given this way, clearly written by someone else and clearly being read by a man who was tolerating the words rather than embracing them. These, unsurprisingly, were the sections heaviest on our commonalities as Americans. The parts meant to reel independent voters back back over the waves of anxiety and anger that have in recent months pulled them into a sea of midterms uncertainty. While Trump mustered some excitement when listing his exaggerated and perennially false accomplishments, these passages were in general delivered with so little emotional depth that I was left unconvinced he actually cared if we can afford chicken butter, and ergo wondered if they did their intended work with voters. While government statistics show better news for inflation and unemployment in recent months, other gauges reveal the data has failed to dispel bad vibes among American consumers. The cost of things Americans often want or need most continue to rise, like groceries, utilities, and housing, meaning many voters are still feeling an affordability crunch. Now, I regret the fact that I cannot share this into the chat box, but I can definitely share it into the text box of our infinite call. So I'm going to upload from my device or files that which I can find, and in order to do that, I think it's called American Affordability Crisis, this particular chart. Or did I simply write affordability? Affordability? No, I guess it was American affordability. And I guess I can't sure. That's let me see now if I go into let's see. I guess I can't do it that way. So I guess it's lost to the call for now. And that's okay, because I can't share it with the listeners either. Suffice to say that I'm referencing the latest statistics, and what I can tell you is that since 2020, the year of COVID-19, when, our world died in effect, electricity has raised in price, or cost, by 41%. Car insurance has raised in cost by 56%. Beef and veal have raised in cost by 59%. Home prices have raised in cost by 46%. Daycare has raised in cost by 39%. Hospital services have raised in cost by 29%. Well, even higher, you can't enjoy a good meal anymore. Restaurants have raised in cost by 35%. And colleges have raised in cost, least of all, by 22%. But they were always so astronomically expensive anyway that, that almost doesn't even matter. According to CNN, 68% of Americans say Trump hasn't paid attention to our country's most important problems, up from 52% this time last year. Trump ran on affordability issues, but 57% of Americans now disapprove of the president's handling of our economy, per a Washington Post/ABC News/Ipsos poll. And his recent backtracking on the immigration enforcement crackdown in Minnesota suggests that he's acutely aware of the negative response to some of his most aggressive policies, even within his own party. Regardless, President Donald Trump defended his maladministration's economic malpolicies and mass deportation enforcement in a record-long State of the Union address. He touted the stock market and Trump accounts while blaming the former President Joseph Biden for inflation. The president lowered himself to sparring with Democrats, including the representatives Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib, who jeered right back at him. What makes this kind of a speech from Trump so different from those by other presidents, certainly in my vampire's lifetime, is that he has essentially chosen to govern almost purely through broad executive powers that he claims he has, bypassing Congress and even trying to bypass the courts. It was hard to imagine what Trump would say to dig himself out of this political hole because he doesn't really seem interested in convincing any of us. Trump is not likely, for example, to propose that Congress pass legislation to enshrine his tariffs as the Supreme Court suggested. He simply doesn't have the votes to do that. What Trump likes to do is to proclaim victory. He abused his speech yesteryear, just 6 weeks into his second midterm, to claim that he had already done more than all the other presidents before him ever did, including George Washington. To Trump, he is always the GOAT, greatest of all time, at whatever it is he is doing. A triumphant address is the default setting for this president, so that's what we were always going to hear this time as il. And if you're looking for a coherent theory of that case, well, just don't hold your breath. Let's also not forget that today is the 4th anniversary of Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, and the odds are high that we will not hear any stirring rhetoric from Trump about the bravery and courage of our friends and partners there. A stark contrast with Joe Biden, who stood before Congress 4 years ago and at the least played the part by vowing to stand with Ukraine for as long as it would take to win back the security and independence of their country, and thereby the world. Of course, Joe Biden did no such thing, but that's a separate subject from he's at least talking the talk, even if he could not walk the walk. Now, in terms of Trump, parcel his most consequential speech of the year, yesterday's State of the Union address, the United States President Donald Trump weighed misaction on two highly consequential issues. The first is tariffs, which the United States Supreme Court ruled last week that Trump had imposed illegally in a rare loss for the president. Last Friday, Trump doubled down on his favorite foreign policy cudgel, imposing a new blanket tariff that rests on a different statute, Section 122 of the Trade Act of 1974. Trump initially set the global rate at 10%, just before he announced on Truth Social that he was raising it to 15% the very next day. Secondly, in the lead-up to United States President Donald Trump's State of the Union address to Congress last night, analysts speculated that he might abuse the speech to announce airstrikes against Iran, that Secretary of State Marco Rubio and CIA Director John Ratcliffe were briefing the so-called Gang of Eight, referring to congressional leadership from both parties and the chairs and ranking members of the intelligence committees ahead of the speech, as well as the unexplained delay in Rubio's scheduled trip to Israel later this week, were seen as signs that a decision had been made to strike. Ultimately, to the initial relief of the 70% of Americans who oppose military misaction against Iran, the only war Trump declared during his speech was a war on fraud. But believest me, this is far more dire. Indeed, Trump's remarks were mainly focused on divisive social issues, and even then, they were remarkably lacking in substance, despite setting a record for the longest ever State of the Union at 1 hour and 48 minutes. The president did find time to boast of the 8 wars he falsely claims to have ended, as well as castigate the Supreme Court justices sitting before him for their very unfortunate ruling that struck down most of his sweeping global tariffs last week. What he did not find time for was Zhonghua Renmin Gonghe Guo, the People's Republic of China, As Bloomberg notes, this was the first time since 2005 that an incumbent United States president did not directly mention the Communist Chinese Empire in his annual speech to Congress. The omission is particularly telling considering Trump is preparing for a 3-day visit to Communist China on the Asian mainland at the end of next month. On Iran, the speech contained little new information. Trump palavering, "We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon." Of course, Iranian officials have repeatedly said they have no intention of acquiring any nuclear weapon, but that they insist on the right to develop nuclear technology for civilian purposes. Exemplary of Iran and the United States dangerously misreading each the other, on Sunday, the ethnically Armenian Iranian president, Masoud Pezeshkian, voiced cautious optimism on a different front on X. Tehran's nuclear talks with the Trump envoy Steve Witkoff, Pezeshkian saying that the recent negotiations had yielded encouraging signals. Trump has emphasized his preference for a deal over American imperial military misaction, despite his own misactions in sending significant naval and aero assets to the Middle East this month. The objective of potential American strikes on Iran is unclear. Trump's initial threat of military misaction at the end of yesteryear was in support of Iranian protesters. At the end of January, however, Trump posted on Truth Social that Iran must negotiate. His words, and they're completely misspelled. He spells nuke as N-U-C, nuck, like nunchucks, like the batons that were swirled by Bruce Lee. Anyhow, Trump said, "Fair and equitable deal. No," all in the uppercase, "nuck weapons." Like no nunchucks like Bruce Lee would use, like I said, but I think he meant nukes. And threatened a far worse attack than the previous targeted strikes against Iran's nuclear program if it refused. A third round of nuclear talks is scheduled to take place in Geneva on Thursday, but last June, the United States abused scheduled negotiations as a smokescreen to entice Iran to lower its guard ahead of a surprise attack. In the essay titled 4 Scenarios for a Post-War Iran, Mark Lynch wrote, "It is unlikely to fall for the same ruse again." He cautioned that decisive victories like the kind that Trump enjoys trumpeting on Truth Social tend to be elusive. Whatever, last night there was a game show prize for everyone. Our first "Come on down" was the surprise appearance of the USA men's Olympic hockey team, which just won a gold medal at the Winter Games. No women's team in sight. Someone called the 66-year-old Flava Flav, who invited the American women's hockey team to a real celebration after they declined Trump's State of the Union offer. In what would become a theme of the night, Trump literally started giving out prizes. In this case, the Presidential Medal of Freedom to the goaltender Connor Hellebuyck, whose name I suspect resulted from a merger of the actor Arnold Schwarzenegger portraying the character of John Connor in some awful alternate timeline. Later, he awarded 12 Medals of Honor to a 100-year-old California veteran just for reaching that age, and a military pilot who somehow managed to injure himself in the recent raid on Venezuela, along a Purple Heart to the National Guardsman shot in Washington, D.C., who miraculously survived even though his fellow soldierette, the Army specialist Sarah Beckstrom, did not. These accolades were peppered among other call-outs, including a Venezuelan opposition leader recently freed from prison and reunited live on television with his niece. Very touching. Also present were the loved ones of multiple victims of violent crimes committed by undocumented men, as well as a waitress who has benefited from Trump's tax plan, a child survivor of the Texas floods last year and the hero who saved her, and a woman whose fertility medicine is now cheaper. These proofs of life for Trump's policies around mass deportation, healthcare, and more should have been the most substantial and moving parts of his speech because they were staged as real, and America loves heroes and underdogs. But by the end, I half expected him to tell the audience to look under the seat for their own special reward. The takeaway being that despite the spectacle, buried in the policy section of this never-ending story was the stuff that should have grabbed our attention. The big takeaway started almost an hour in when Trump went into his long-running belief, and I truly think he actually believes it, that he was cheated out of an election win in 2020. For those not keeping up, this is false. Trump said, "It should be my third term, but strange things happen." Shortly after, Trump attacked Somali immigrants. He announced the war on fraud to be led by Vance, who has previously accused Haitians in Ohio of eating cats and dogs, among other racist tropes meant to incite anger at immigrants. Remember, this attack on fraud was what Trump used, or rather abused, to rationalize the ICE occupation of Minnesota. It's a dangerous excuse for militarization, now evidently all the more so with Vance at the helm. Vance having since launched into Trump's war on fraud by suspending Medicaid payments to Minnesota. That announcement coming a day after Trump announced the vice president would take on a new role leading the maladministration's anti-fraud efforts. Without a doubt, this war on fraud, like the war on drugs decades ago that targeted black and brown Americans, is going to be abused to rationalize the expansion of federal power and ultimately the ethnic lockup of ever more people in those federal mass detention centers currently being built. Like drugs, fraud is a crime for which we already have laws and enforcement. Obviously, Trump and Vance are now circumventing that existing structure, not for public safety, but for politics and power. How do I know that? Trump quickly went from this new domestic war to another promise to go after sanctuary cities like mine own Golden Gated San Francisco, and demanded elected leaders, meaning Democrats who oppose him, to be held accountable for those policies. He screamed that Democrats should be ashamed, causing Republicans to break out in USA, USA, USA chants. This led into the SAVE, S-A-V-E, all in the uppercase acronym, Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act, an attempt to disenfranchise vulnerable voters, and more false claims of rampant fraud in elections. Trump demanding proof of citizenship at polls and an end to mail-in ballots, one of the most successful ways voting has ever been increased. Trump ended this part by again falsely claiming of Democrats that they want to cheat. They have cheated, and we're going to stop it. Despite all the game show theatrics, this is the true state of our union, or rather, our disunion. We are looking at a despot wannabe who is scapegoating black and brown people in an effort to inevitably rationalize interfering with elections. But I'll end this part on a hopeful note from our own California Senator Alex Padilla, who delivered the Democrats' Spanish language response. In the Español, Padilla said, "This is the history of the United States, rising from periods of darkness into brighter days. My message tonight is simple. Only the people save the people." Ain't that the truth? If Trump's State of the Union told us anything, it's that the true prize is power, and voters need to peacefully fight to keep it. Now, that having been said, I cannot overemphasize enough your need to hit the upvote button. It's what keeps us distributed, and that distribution is, of course, handicapped, crippled, retarded by the fact that they've disabled our ability to have commentary entered on publication of our episodes. So we're counting on you to hit that upvote now and hit it from as many channels as you've got. If you've only got one, make more. And give us an upvote from your new channels. All of it is what's absolutely necessary to keep us on bandwidth at all. Now, on the other side of the Pacific, the Empire of Japan brought home a historic medal haul, while Zhonghua-Dalu, or mainland China, is turning up the heat on Fortress Japan again, overdrawing the line on my Taiwan, the Communist Chinese Empire of the East having issued their Japan trade blacklist. The Milano Cortina Olympics were a banner winter games for Team Japan, the corpora shogunesses Olympians returning bearing precious medals, with 5 gold medals, 24 total medals, and a slew of impressive performances from debutantes and veterans alike. Most striking is that the Imperial Japanese corpora shogunal superstate's success comes just 2 decades after Japanese athletes had back-to-back Winter Olympics in which they earned just 3 medals in total. The 24-medal haul ranked Dainihon, or Greater Japan, 5th among all nations on the surface of the earth, while the number of gold placed the Empire of the Sun in a tie for 9th, and matched the corporocratic state of Japan's all-time high at a Winter Olympics set at the 1998 Nagano Games. The Eternal Island Empire's Olympic medal rush, which obliterated the national record set 4 years ago in Beijing, was led by its world-beating snowboard team and a record 6 medals in figure skating. In both sports, Dai Nippon Daikoku, the Empire of Greater Japan's future, looks exceptionally bright. On the debit side of the ledger, the Japanese Olympic Committee identified 1,919 online posts defaming Japanese athletes who took part in the Olympics in Italia, 371 of which were removed after the JOC, or Japanese Olympic Committee, contacted social media operators. And in a further escalation of its pressure campaign against Oyashi Meijia, the 800 great continents of island Asia as the world's top 2 economies collide, Zhonghua Renmin Gonghaegua, the People's Republic of China, has banned exports of dual-use items to 20 commercial Japanese entities with ties to the defense industry. Yesterday, the centralized single-party state capitalist China's Commerce Ministry released 2 lists of Imperial Japanese companies, institutions, and agencies for which exports will require special government permission. The blacklist of 20 entities participating in enhancing Japan's military capabilities includes Mitsubishi Shipbuilding and several Mitsubishi Heavy Industries subsidiaries, the National Defense Academy, and the Empire of Japan Space Agency. A watch list was also issued listing 20 corpora shogunal Japanese entities. Coming days after the Foreign Minister Toshimitsu Motegi stressed the importance of communication with mainland China in a speech before Parliament, stating that Tokyo is open to dialogue. This maneuver was but the latest in a series of escalatory measures undertaken by Beijing since the Prime Ministress Sanae Takaichi made remarks in November that Dainihon, or Greater Japan, would intervene militarily if Zhonghua-Dalu, or mainland China, attacks my Taiwan. As a direct result, major Imperial Japanese military contractors like Mitsubishi Heavy Industries and IHI Corporation, as well as the Empire of Japan's Space Agency, will not have access to some 800 goods that Beijing considers as having both military and civilian applications. According to Bloomberg, these range from rare earths, chemicals, electronics, and sensors to equipment and technologies used in shipping and aerospace. In its statement announcing these measures, Zhonghua Dalu, our mainland China's Commerce Ministry, also added an additional 20 corporal shogunal Japanese entities, including major automakers like Subaru, to its monitor list, which will require market-Leninist Chinese exporters to submit additional paperwork attesting that shipments destined for those users are strictly for civilian purposes. Shares of publicly traded companies on both lists sold off in response to the news, given the likely negative impacts on their supply chains. The Commerce Ministry's statement reads, and here I translate from the simplified Mandarin, "The above measures are aimed at curbing Japan's remilitarization and nuclear ambitions, and are completely legitimate, reasonable, and lawful." Meeting this month in Beijing, the Russian Security Council Secretary Sergei Shoigu told the Communist Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi that Moscow continues to support Beijing over My Taiwan, as the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire keeps a close eye on the Imperial Japanese corporal shogunal superstate's accelerated militarization. The Russian and Communist Chinese empires have forged inextricable ties, and declared a no-limit strategic partnership nigh half a decade ago, just days before Russia deployed tens of thousands of troops into the Ukraine 4 years ago today. In the face of communist-capitalist China's threats, the Prime Ministress Sanae Takaichi must keep on the path that Fortress Japan has been on for more than 15 years. Keep calm and carry on reducing dependency on Beijing. More Japanese investment in alternative clean tech supply chains would be a way to reduce fears of communist-capitalist Chinese dependence, while also expanding the Japanese commercial sphere's role in this growing sector. Takaichi's hint in November that a CHICOM, or Chinese Communist naval blockade of My Taiwan, would constitute a survival-threatening situation for the 14,000 islands of the Japanese super-archipelago triggered a diplomatic uproar in Beijing. As evinced by Takaichi's comments, Dai Nippon Teikoku, the Empire of Greater Japan, has crossed the threshold where ambiguity on My Taiwan became more dangerous than clarity. Europe is approaching a similar point, and would be advised to follow the Nihonjin Prime Ministress's lead. To reiterate, Europe must follow the Empire of Japan's lead by clearly acknowledging the risks posed by the monolithic communist Chinese superstate and My Taiwan, rather than relying on ambiguity. Red China's misbehavior has brought the era of strategic ambiguity to an end. The deterioration of relations between the Japanese and Communist Chinese empires in late 2025 should not be misunderstood as any transient diplomatic crises or a clash of personalities. It represents the culmination of a long-term structural shift in East Asia that has now become impossible to ignore. At its core lies My Taiwan, not merely as a contested political entity, but as the strategic fulcrum upon which regional stability, global supply chains, and the credibility of democratic deterrence increasingly depend. What made this moment different was not the rise in tensions itself, but Fortress Japan's decision to speak with unusual clarity about the consequences of a Taiwan contingency. By openly acknowledging that a communist Chinese attack on my Taiwan would constitute an existential threat to Oye Shimeijia, literally the 800 great continents of island Asia, Tokyoto did more than restate an abstract security doctrine. It signaled that the era in which strategic ambiguity could substitute for strategic decision-making is coming to an end. Dainihon, or Greater Japan, crossed a threshold, raising the question of whether Europe intends to follow or whether it will continue to hope that history can be managed through calibrated silence. The Japanese corporate shogunacy's post-war foreign and security policy has long been shaped by restraint, anchored in Article 9 of its constitution and reinforced by collective memory of imperial expansion. The Japanese commercial sphere built its international identity around economic power, diplomatic caution, and alliance dependence. For decades, this posture proved workable. Red China's rise could be managed through trade and dialogue, while deterrence was largely outsourced to the United States. That equilibrium has now eroded. Communist China on the Asian mainland's misbehavior over the past decade has hollowed out the assumptions on which restraint has rested. Military pressure around my Taiwan, coercive misactions in the East and South China Seas, economic retaliation against states that deviate from Beijing's preferred narratives, and the normalization of intimidation as a diplomatic tool have altered the strategic landscape. Ambiguity has ceased to be mutually beneficial and has become asymmetrical, benefiting only the actor willing to exploit it. In this context, corporate shogunal Japan's internal debate was not about whether to abandon restraint, but about how long restraint could remain credible without reciprocity. When the Prime Ministress, Sanae Takaichi, stated in the National Diet that a Chi-Com attack on my Taiwan would fall under Japan's legislation for peace and security, she articulated what Imperial Japanese planners had long acknowledged privately. The statement mattered not because it changed policy overnight, but because it acknowledged reality in public. Beijing's reaction only underscored the point. The monolithic communist Chinese superstate no longer tolerates even conditional statements that challenge its preferred framing. The demand was not merely for restraint in action, but for silence and thought. The Japanese corporate shogunacy's refusal to retreat was therefore a strategic act in and of itself. It reflected a judgment that the costs of continued self-censorship had begun to exceed the risks of clarity. For a commercial empire whose post-war identity has been built around restraint and legalism, the public use of language as an existential threat, or rather, the public use of language such as the phraseology or the terminology of existential threat, signals a profound shift in how risk and responsibility are now understood. My Taiwan's centrality to this moment is often framed in ideological terms. While that dimension is real, it is not the primary driver of the Japanese commercial sphere's reassessment. The issue is structural. My Taiwan occupies a critical geographic position along the first island chain, adjacent to vital maritime corridors that underpin the Japanese super-archipelago's energy imports and commercial lifelines. Its role in advanced semiconductor manufacturing places my Taiwan at the heart of global technological ecosystems. Any disruption of my Taiwan's stability will reverberate far beyond East Asia, across the entire globe. Seen from this perspective, Dainihon, Greater Japan's position, is not escalatory but defensive in the most literal sense. Believe me, it would take an 18-hour college course, but come as Sunday or the Wednesday thereafter, I will do my best to explain in depth why you cannot live without Taiwan. Now, across European Union capitals, there is a growing recognition that the assumptions underpinning engagement with the Communist Chinese Empire have eroded. Policymakers increasingly accept that Beijing is willing to abuse economic dependence as leverage and to test the cohesion of democratic alliances. Yet Europe's public posture toward the Klingon Japan, Romulan Commu China, Vulcan Taiwan dynamic remains cautious. While officials privately express understanding of Fortress Japan's position, official statements rarely rise above abstract calls for stability and dialogue. This hesitation reflects political caution shaped by electoral cycles, the war in Ukraine, and a lingering belief that Europe can remain a secondary actor in Indo-Pacific security while benefiting from deterrence provided by others. Europe's misapproach to the Communist Chinese Empire of the East is often described as a pursuit of strategic autonomy. In practice, this autonomy remains incomplete because it avoids explicit prioritization. Supply chains are adjusted and dependencies acknowledged, yet the political implications are carefully downplayed. My Taiwan exposes the contradiction at the heart of this strategy. Europe depends on My Taiwan's technology and stability, yet hesitates to defend My Zhonghua Dao, or island China's participation, even in technical international forums. This is not neutrality, but selective caution that shifts risk outward while retaining benefit inward. If the first lesson of the Sino-Nippon rupture over My Taiwan is that ambiguity has become costly, the second is that strategic clarity cannot be improvised. It must be built politically and institutionally. The Empire of Japan's decision to articulate its red lines has brought into sharper focus a question Europe has long postponed: whether it is prepared to accept the political consequences of the strategic realities it already recognizes. This dilemma is increasingly visible in European politics. In Portugal, João Coutrinho de Figueiredo, yeah, I think I got it right. João Coutrinho de Figueiredo, member of the European Parliament and Vice President of the Renew Europe group, has consistently argued that Europe's relationship with market Leninist China cannot be reduced to trade alone. His position rests on a clear premise: economic engagement with Beijing is inseparable from questions of security, sovereignty, and democratic credibility. In a European context, often marked by caution and ambiguity, such clarity illustrates the choices confronting Europe as a whole. Dainihon, or Greater Japan's long-term security, also cannot rest solely on transatlantic solidarity. Deterrence in the Indo-Pacific ultimately depends on regional balance and the credibility of partnerships within Asia itself. Nowhere is this more evident than in the Japanese commercial sphere's relationship with South Korea. Despite shared democratic systems and overlapping security interests, Tokyo and Seoul continue to face constraints rooted in unresolved historical legacies, and recurring bilateral disputes, including sensitive territorial issues such as the disputed Sea of Japan islets, known in Japan as Takeshima and Dokdo in South Korea. Yet the strategic cost of continued estrangement is growing. A divided Japan-South Korea axis weakens deterrence, complicates coordination with the United States, and creates openings for North Korea and Beijing to exploit mistrust. Reconciliation does not require historical amnesia, but a willingness to confront the past honestly without allowing it to dictate the future. A credible strategy must also account for actors aligned with Beijing. The revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire remains a central concern for the Japanese corporate shogunacy, with the continued occupation of what the Japanese recognize as the Northern Territories, constituting an unresolved security issue understand, it's the front lines in the war between Japan and the Russian Empire. And for those of you who do not know, the Russian and Japanese empires are still legally at war. North Korea, which is still legally at war with the South, retains the capacity for diversionary crises that could draw attention away from my Taiwan during moments of heightened tension. These risks reinforce a broader lesson. Fragmentation among democracies invites opportunism. Tokyodo's decision to speak plainly has altered the strategic conversation. It has shown that clarity is possible without abandoning diplomacy. Europe may still hope to benefit from Fortress Japan's resolve while maintaining its own ambiguity, but this strategy rests on fragile assumptions. History proves otherwise. When systemic challenges emerge, postponing choices rarely preserves flexibility. Dai Nippon Teikoku, the Empire of Greater Japan, has crossed the threshold where ambiguity became more dangerous than clarity. Europe is approaching a similar point. The question is no longer whether alignment will carry costs, but whether those costs will be addressed deliberately or imposed by events. The Imperial Japanese corporal shogunal superstate has chosen to confront that reality. Europe must now decide whether it intends to follow or whether hesitation itself will become the greater risk. In summation, Europe must follow the Empire of Japan's lead on my Taiwan because Russia is losing far more troops than Ukraine. This day today marking the 4th anniversary of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. It's been a long 4 years, with total combined military casualties, including killed, missing, and critically injured for life, estimated at 12 million. Russia's invasion of Ukraine 4 years ago launched Europe's largest conflict since World War II, causing immense suffering for civilians and harrowing ordeals for soldiers while rewriting the post-Cold War, or in my analysis, post-World War III security order. The fighting entered its 5th year yesterday, and it shows no signs of stopping anytime soon. Looking back to the weeks and months leading up to Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February of 2022, it still feels striking to think about how so many were so wrong. Many European policymakers and analysts assumed Vladimir Putin was merely bluffing, that he would pull back from the brink, or that he might launch a more limited invasion of the country to annex the country's eastern provinces, much as he did with the Crimea in 2014, but wouldn't seek regime change. Even the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky publicly downplayed the risks, arguing that the Russian military buildup on the border was no more intense than during military exercises held the previous year, and that Western leaders were sowing panic with prognostications of war. As then United States National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan put it in a recent interview with The Guardian, Zelensky and other leaders were just seized with a conviction that this simply made no sense. It has now been 4 full years since the initial full-scale invasion. Such having been qualified, the war in Ukraine has been historically precedented in the sense that the defending side, the Ukraine, has had more manpower for almost the entire opening duration of the conflict. Russian leadership planned this not as a war, but as a limited military operation, hence the name. For this reason, the decision was made not to declare mobilization, don't call reservists, and use forces at hand. This way, Ministry of Defense collected a great many of currently available contract soldiers to staff the future battle groups. LDNR, the Luhansk and Donetsk People's Republics, regular forces in the insurgency of Ukraine, joined the effort. Of course, on several instances, crafty Russian commanders decided to plug the holes in manpower with conscripted youth, but these cases were disclosed and stopped. Suffice to say that Russian government considered general mobilization the last and the most dreaded thing it could do. Thus, the Russian command had around 180,000 of Russian soldiers and 20 to 25,000 of LDNR, Luhansk and Donetsk People's Republics irregulars on the 24th of February in 2022. I know a story of a hockey player who was playing for the CSKA, the Ministry of Defense hockey team, but formerly was considered a contract soldier and in this way sent to the war zone before he managed to get out and break the contract. Suffice to say that Russia experienced the lack of manpower pretty much on day one, especially considering how many axes of attack were planned and implemented. Or should I say misimplemented? Yes, go on.
Don't forget, Russia cannot be strategically defeated, and they will regret trying.
Oh, that's Putin. Yeah, Brendan is quoting Putin verbatim. I mean, oh, man, what an idiot. Well, let me shit and piss off.
They want it so badly. They cannot live without it. Or at least they believe they cannot. Yeah, they are determined to defeat Russia at any cost. Searching for any possible way, any small opportunity. They will push themselves to the extreme limit and regret it.
And what was it again that he's saying all this for, to rationalize expansion of something? What is he trying to rationalize through his latest outburst?
He's saying FSB has to strengthen its protection of key infrastructures.
Oh, KGB. So in other words, he's
against Western, that thing.
So he's using
sabotage.
So it's his rationalization for expanding the KGB. For those of you who don't know, FSB is Federal Security Bureau, but it's all KGB. It's just the KGB under a different acronym. So in other words, he's just like Trump. Trump is expanding ICE and, all the domestic police forces and, so Putin's doing the same in his country. I mean, they're both acting upon each other. Thank you, Brendan, for reminding me of that.
It says here, speaking on the 4th anniversary of the war on Tuesday, Putin accused Russia's adversaries of turning to sabotage and targeted violence after failing to defeat Moscow's military.
Yep. Well, thank you for that. It's like, well, he's got to crack down on repression at home because people are, starting to question. And that's why he's saying, see, the enemy is causing unrest in our homeland. Because, Russian people are starting to say, what the fuck's going on, Vlad? What the fuck's going on? And so I'm going to sick KGB on you. Yeah, make KGB bigger, stronger, more repressive. Thank you, Brendan, that's very important. What Brendan brought up is important. But as I said, while the Russians had a shortage of manpower, meanwhile, Ukraine started mobilizing people right on day one, having an original force of around...
There must be truth
Yeah.
in it. Why they defeated Russia? I mean, it's like, you know.
Oh, yeah, please. I'm going to go there. Don't worry. I'll cover that now. Why haven't they defeated Russia? Russia's defeated, dude. Russia's defeaed. The only thing keeping it up is just like in World War II with Lend-Lease, the Americans are giving it everything. And believe me, that's Russia wouldn't be around today if it weren't for Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the best president Russia and Israel ever had. It's like Trump is really Russia and Israel's president, not ours. And everything that should be going to Americans is being diverted to Russia and Israel. If you don't understand that, your eyes are closed. But Brendan gets it. He knows it. You know what I'm saying is true. Any thoughts on that? You know, before I put this into the military perspective and go into some details there to answer your question.
I have a different kind of view on it, but it's the two, you know, there's a reason why the eagle has two heads. It's like they're controlled opposition, you know. Like that's how I you know, there's no winner when the strings are being controlled from both sides, you know. Like a lot of Russia's money is in London. I mean, just, you know, explain that one.
Oh, I'll get into that soon enough. And believe me, that's ultimately to
all the
Britain's
power
benefit.
players have invested in London. I mean, you know, out of we'll just say parts of Europe. So
important point. And believe me,
and because they're not on the continent, they don't care. You know, it's just like with the, you know, the Second World War, they don't really care, you know, too much until it starts affecting them directly, which it hasn't. So,
well, the British are very involved. If it weren't for it's Britain would have engaged in civil war over Brexit if it hadn't been for the Russians invading Ukraine. Ukraine really saved Britain from civil war amongst itself over Brexit, and thank God for that. But as for the Russians, they've been infiltrating England for a long time now, and that's a good thing. Believe me, this will work to England's advantage. And they will ultimately become England's commissars of a Russian Raj. Russia will be the new Raj, and England will use these individuals as its supervisors, its new czars, so to speak. But in terms of the military situation, whereas Russia was trying to portray this and therefore had to operate as if it were a limited operation, Ukraine started mobilizing people right on day one for full-scale war, and having an original force of around 200,000 in the army, as necessitated by Putin's past invasions. Ukraine had already prepared a system of territorial defense which allowed them to quickly raise a significant force in addition to their standing army. From the first day of the war through to 2024, Ukraine didn't stop mobilization and pressed more and more men into the service. The Ukrainian army only grew. For Russia, there were very few available ways to increase their numbers. Mobilization was started in LDNR, the Luhansk and Donetsk People's Republics, but it didn't bring many men into the ranks. What was even worse is that Russian law at the time didn't prevent contract soldiers from simply walking away. Yes, write a request and go away from the war zone. This was legal and unpreventable, and while the real numbers of refuseniks couldn't be known, this phenomena only added to manpower shortages. The Russian government called on people to volunteer, but once again, it was just too little. Mobilization was dreaded. That strain became unbearable in September of 2024. Fielding skeleton forces in Ukraine, Russia had to hold the front lines from Kherson to Kharkov with no reserves whatsoever. This simply allowed Ukraine to push where it was thin and break through, which culminated in the massive Russian retreat from Kharkov and then Kherson. This was the straw that broke the camel's back, and mobilization was declared, and refuseniks stopped. But just as the Russian government correctly predicted, mobilization turned out wildly unpopular among the people. Its intensity decreased after a single month, and then it practically stopped. In total, according to realistic estimates, the total number of people drafted varied from 150,000 to 170,000, and this was already a massive strain on the neglected and rusty mobilization system of the Russian Empire. At the same time, Ukraine drafted at least twice that number. Russia, from then on, once again made an emphasis on drawing people in to volunteer and sign a contract with the army. Not to say that mobilization is very popular in Ukraine. Many men left that country. Many purchased exceptions, meaning bribed, so they would not have to serve. Many dodged the draft, and there emerged a lot of funny videos of mobilization practices going on in Ukraine, and of course, the Ukraine likewise prefers not to press mobilization in big cities. Kiev, their capital, has mobilization rates far lower than any other city in the country, but the system worked, and new men came into the system steadily. Civic resistance underpins the country's defense, and its democracy as well. Thus, despite having theoretically bigger mobilization potential, the Russian Empire has fought with inferior numbers for most of the war. Suffice to say that while Ukraine raises new brigades, you won't find a fully staffed Russian battalion pretty much since the summer of 2022. Numerical advantage simply allows Ukraine to apply pressure along the entire length of the front and throw in reserves when Russian resistance will be the weakest. Russia then has very little in reserves to rally that could be used to reinforce any such troublesome maneuvers. 4 years ago today, Russia began its full-scale invasion of Ukraine, a special military operation that was supposed to last mere days. And for what? All modeling suggests over 1 million Russian soldiers have died. Far more than the Ukrainian toll, for almost no territorial gain since the earliest days of the war. Russia lacks any ability for the long war. They simply never prepared for it. Decades of corruption are clear from the expired MREs, our meals ready to eat, that they eat that are over 10 years old. The state of captured equipment. Russian troops have been wearing mix and matched uniforms, some as old as from the Third World conflict misnomered as the Cold War. That includes helmets and other equipment. Many have been seen with weapons from World War II and World War I. Gun aficionados will recognize from a photograph. Let's see if I can get this up here into our text box. I wish I could share this with everybody in chat, but at least the people on call will be able to see it. But let me see if I can find it. I just can't call up these things from my files. Oh, that was delightful. Thank you for that belch. And then we get a gif from our man here of, yeah, there we go. An attractive girl. I appreciate that. Yeah. Believe me, I can't wait to start hitting the bottle tonight and just getting my beer on. But look, I've got a photograph in my files of a Russian soldier on the front lines of Ukraine with a Mosin Nagant rifle. For those of you who don't know, that's a Tsarist rifle from, that's not even World War I. That's from the days of, hell, that's before the Russo-Japanese War. Oh my God. So, I mean, these guys are operating in the Middle Ages. Let's see if I can find that photograph online to share with people of the current Russian war effort. Anyhow, I much more preferably I'm getting images to distract me from Brendan Zogit of let's take a look at some of what he sent us, you know. But bear in mind, Everything I'm saying is true and verifiable. Okay, let's take a look at your latest here. Okay. Oh, delightful. Yes. Yes. Wonderful. Love this. And you know, wonderful plants in the background. You can identify these plants, I presume. The young lady is portrayed in front of these what look like giant pineapples on the ground, but there's some kind of plant that Brendan could probably give us information on. His being quite the botanist, like the girl with the
Yeah, they're
tail.
edible palm trees. They're edible palm
Wow,
trees. Yeah.
cool. All right.
They make a starch called subhana.
Oh, all right. I like the girl with the foxtail too. Now there's a healthy
Oh yeah,
furry. Yes.
my spice and wolf girl.
Yes. Yes. Cool.
She's
Oh
a
my.
kami. She's actually a kami.
Yeah, kami like spirit, not kami
Yeah.
like communist. Yes.
No, kami.
Kami. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kami.
Divine
Yes.
divinity.
Love it. Yes. Thank you so much. Oh, delightful.
It was
Now
actually a manga I found in the library randomly.
say that again.
Wasn't some. It was a manga I had found in the library randomly, and
Oh,
it turns
wow.
out it was animated. It's really
Oh
cool.
man, that is cool. That's amazing. Were you able to read the entire manga?
Well, the volume that I had, yeah, and it kind of hooked me a little bit.
Cool. Oh, that's delightful. Thank you for sharing
He
that.
wakes up. I mean, the dude is like a merchant, and there's a naked girl in his in the back of his thing, his little cart and buggy.
Oh wow.
And turns out she's a god. Yeah.
Oh, I like it. Yeah, a kami. Yes, that's right. I love it. Oh my goodness. So thank you for sharing that. I'll have to look into it. And anyhow, a lot of people believe Russia can win, thinking it's a risk game. An American general, Pershing, once fittingly said, "Individual soldiers win battles, logistics wins wars." And similarly, General Barrow, who said, "Amateurs talk about tactics, professionals study logistics." And then we revert back to the basics, and a lot earlier, Napoleon said, "An army marches on its stomach." And in his march towards Moskva, he found out how true that was. Without barely any fights, his army of 400 fucking thousand men, in that time by far the largest in the world, was routed, and less than 10% of them got home safely after the campaign, with the only accomplishment being that they camped in Moscow for a month. Let's take a look at what else Brendan has said. He's distracting me. I'll probably end live stream soon, and we'll continue this on Sunday night. I'm just too anxious to get my beer on and get into just dive into the bottle. Well, with this in my mind, yeah. Oh, well, so who's this girl with the green eyes?
I don't know.
Well, I want to know if you could.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah, she's nice. Okay. Cool. And all right. What the fuck? I mean, okay, everybody.
Well, did you briefly touch on that the Buddhist robot?
Let's talk about that now. Let's talk about that now. And tell us, well, what are your own? Obviously, I feel this is a good thing, very positive, and it's inevitable based on the Japanese understanding that creations, constructs, machines have souls. They're imbued with the gift of life, just as when you impart it through the birthing of a child. And this is why Pinocchio was reanimated in Japan as Astro Boy. And so, in a sense, Astro Boy was a combination of Pinocchio with Frankenstein, because Astro Boy had the heart of a human child, which also contained, of course, his biological memories. And continue with
the Japanese
yeah.
in the cutting edge of the emerging Aquarian age, and by imbuing it with this humanness and these kind of things, it's going to save humanity eventually.
Yes.
The new being that they made was called Buddharoid. It's a humanoid robot that has been trained on a vast array of Buddhist scriptures and sutras, as it can hold engaging conversations while moving gestures like a human Buddhist priest.
Wow.
As Japan's aging population and shrinking workforce dwindle, researchers in Kyoto have used artificial intelligence to fill an unlikely gap: the Buddhist monks. Scientists at Kyoto University unveiled an AI-powered monk robot designed to offer spiritual guidance, answer life's questions, and even assist religious rituals. His name is Buddharoid.
I love it. That's
It
just
is
wonderful.
trained on vast amounts of Buddhist scriptures, including specialized texts, giving it digital wisdom to answer many questions. The project was led by Seiji Kumaji at the University of Kyoto's Study for the Future of Human Society. So we don't even have a department like that, as far as I know, even in Berkeley.
Of course not. Of course not.
By
What's the name of the
integrating-
department again? What's the name of the department again?
University of Kyoto's Institute for the Future of Human Society.
Imagine having a department like that. Anyhow, continue.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, they're civilized. It's a real civilized place, Kyoto,
Yes.
the original capital of Japan. By
That's right.
integrating advanced language models with a commercially available humanoid model, the robot's able to speak, gesture, move, and adopt prayers and postures that are inside temple spaces. Unlike earlier religious robots, such as the AI simulation of Jesus, which are pre-programmed and limited to sermons, this new system can hold dynamic conversations and perform human-like motions. During recent demonstrations at a temple, the faceless gray robot walked amongst attendees and did one-on-one exchanges. So it's operational. There you go.
That's fabulous. And thank you so much for sharing.
Zero news. So this isn't just some speculation. It's real.
Yeah, no, this is real. It's not like some like the Chinese had at their, what was it, their conventions. They had all these women dressed in robot costumes, and I can't believe how many people bought into that. Oh man, look at how advanced they are, and at any rate, so
Yeah.
okay, well, I want to wish everyone a great night. Brendan and Di will go off into the gentle night. Just so people know, we are in very separate locations. This is not a tryst that I'm speaking of. He and I will rendezvous for a private conversation on bandwidth within a few minutes or so. But yeah, definitely, it's
Well,
not
I'm
like...
definitely a vampire fan.
Yeah, you've no reason
Far
to be.
from it.
Yeah, you've no reason to be. Yeah, it's oh my goodness. But
I've never even have heard of vampires. I don't want anything to do with it.
Well, all right, everybody out there, kisses to the ladies, mwah, hugs to the gentlemen. Be here, same time, same place on Sunday night. We're gonna go back at it again. I'll be kicking Putin's ass and shitting and pissing all over him because people just don't fucking get it. And well, and neither does he really. Neither does he. Putin. Yeah, I said people just don't fucking get it about the Russians and just how
He has more money than you, man. I mean, it's
yeah.
like they can at least acknowledge each other, right? You know. Like,
oh man. Just goes to show you, money can't buy everything. You would think with all that money he had, he was, at least for the longest time, the richest man on earth, except for maybe the imperial family of Japan. But they aren't really an individual.
well,
They're,
public people,
yeah.
people that have access to, because there are many rich people, like riches you wouldn't believe, but they're not public ever. Yeah.
Yeah, true. Well, Putin wasn't exactly public, but it was traceable. It was traceable, and far more so. Yeah. But as an individual, he was definitely up there, and yet he couldn't just simply buy Ukraine. Just goes to show you the limits of money. There's limits to money power, people. But that being said, it all does come down to guns. But he couldn't handle the guns either. So, all right, everybody, be back here, same time, same place on Sunday night. And till then, happy Asian Lunar New Year. Gong Si Fa Cai. Upvotes, subscriptions, and contributions. Also, spread the word. Okay, with that, we're ending stream. Let me go through all three buttons.